T minus 30 seconds. T minus 20 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Well, I think I'll just sit here and drink. What is up, chat? It's a lot going on today. A lot in the Rippaverse. A lot in Star Wars. A lot in my head. I wish it would stop, actually. I don't know what's Rookie doing. We were chatting for about an hour before stream. Got a shower, grabbed some snuff at the convenience store. Now we're here. Destiny arrives. Or should I say, I arrive. Thank you all for being here in the chitty chat. Faithful companions. Enjoying a little vanilla Coke. Rookie's favorite. Enrique Cabrera, first in the chat. He's a trooper. Says, I don't even know what the fuck the title means, but you got my curiosity. I figured I'd do like a Dick Show kind of like run-on jumble kind of thing. I felt it was appropriate and funny. Well, of course, of course, if you don't know, are going to detract. What a week it has been. Holy shit. What a week. 1 second. Let me make sure I have the right microphone. I haven't changed my settings, but things change, as you know. Make sure everything's right. Audio. All right, good. Both ways. This mic's going. Woo, says Zombie Boy. Well, hello, Zombie Boy. Thanks for stopping in. We got Summer Swan, Winter Raven, friend of the channel, becoming a member again at the cow tier. I hope to get some new art for the tiers. And, whether you're a member or not, I want your feedback to know what better ways to take your money. What do I got to do to get it from your wallet into mine? If you could clarify, I would appreciate it. Thank you so much, Summer Swan. She says, Zombie Boy beat me again. Oh, or you had another stream earlier? Let me know. We got Keely Chow, longtime friend of the channel. He's got bringing the beef in this chat. Hail, friend. DJ Graywick says, insanely beefy All-American jugs. We got Jesse Power in the his A. What's up? If this was football season, the Cowboys are having a crappy season, I would be doing some drinking. I don't know. Like, I'm not a deep country guy. Like, I grew up around it a lot, and I kind of outgrew it. But some country, like Johnny Cash, has a way of like finding you again. Life finds a way, and I love it. I don't know what the fuck Rickie's doing. Maybe I mistook what our start time. I told him we'd start an hour early and try to get a little more engagement, given the analytics of when you people are out. I hope I'm saying this right. Jews? Is that what's supposed to be going on with your name? What an interesting day indeed. Yeah. Jesse Power says he loves detracting. Oh my God, what a great time it is to God, like, let me pull up some stuff. Got a lot of notifications. I got to sift through. Rookie's tweeting this stream, so there. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. And he's quiet. All right, fuck me.
All right, now I'm here. I plugged my microphone in, but I forgot to put my headphones in. I was like, why can't I hear him? Oh shit,
that's hilarious. It happened to you earlier today. I got home chatting with Rookie, and I'm wandering my yard like I normally do when we're talking, and then I'm tossing the crap out of my pockets from work onto my chair, and I dropped my earbuds, Bluetooth earbuds, and I didn't have the Bluetooth turned off, so it instantly engaged. And so I'm chatting with Rookie, and he's probably really fucking annoyed because I'm totally ignoring him trying to talk, and it's I don't hear him. I hear him because the Bluetooth's engaged, and I don't see it yet. And I look at my phone why isn't he talking? I
kept on saying stuff, and then he just kept on blabbing his mouth, and I'm just like, God, can you shut? I'm trying to just for a second. He just keeps talking. So he's like, oh, you're over there. Okay.
Not gonna happen.
Yeah.
No, it's like talking. It's kind of like streaming. I try to have good etiquette.
Yep, I got you.
No, I feel really bad. We got Karen sighting in the house.
Karen,
I think I added the
new clip for you.
Karen clip. Let me make
couple
sure.
Clips.
It's probably toward the bottom because it's new. No, it's not the Eric's.
You don't got the clip, do you?
I have to have it.
Or
maybe I found the clip, but then I didn't
you
actually
didn't add it to the. You didn't add it to our thing.
I didn't save it. Fuck me.
That's possible.
All right. Oh, we always have this classic.
Shut up, silly woman.
Oh wait. Oh shit. It's actually at the top, at the tippy top for Karen.
This stupid.
I am.
We love you, Karen. We have a little surprise guest. Got a surprise guest. See how that goes. Can't wait. He's been detracting as of late, and I guess to hype him up, we'll actually start with that. Let me go to his Twitter. Shit, Chris Bacon tweeted this shit. Oh wow! Lucky news for me, for Dave, for Frog Tony. There's power outage in Jersey, so no live stream of Trashcast today. Good news for us others.
So you're only stuck with Angus right now. So
yeah, you're stuck with me and the rookie. All right, so surprise guest is supposed to pop on. I'm not sure when he's popping in, but I'm excited because I hit him. I'm like, hey, I'm like, sup, nigga? And he's like, oh, Angus, hello.
Hello, the black of the Angus. I don't
You're
have
really
much...
going all out with this USA shit.
No, it's literally the only two things I own that can do that. I don't have anything that's like, wow, America. And so when I was going grocery shopping, I was like, wow, there's a hat, and wow, there's a couple of flags. And so we're like, yeah, my mom wants to have a few flags at her work, and in our yard we stuck a little flag in the yard.
I hate the flags at work. Those fucking flags.
Well, no, with her work, they're very like, oh, we got to make sure that we're diverse and blah blah blah, all that stuff. So she wants to have that as more of a subtle fuck you sort of thing, because nobody else really has any American stuff in there. So yeah, I'll probably put this like behind me is like, haha, look.
Well, I was trying to make an illusion. I was trying to make
you have a little flag in your camera. You have a little flag.
Yeah, that's my deployment flag.
Little tiny.
They gave us little tiny flags on sticks, and I ripped it off.
Mine's bigger than yours.
I wrote my unit.
Mine's big.
Well, I don't. I forget.
Is that what they call it? Your unit? Is that what they call it?
Yeah. It's funny, I forget, any American memorabilia because, I don't need it because I have this massive, beefy heart beating in my chest full of red American blood. Unlike you, commie, having to pose and with your hollow jingoistic.
I'm full on German, Swedish, whatever is white. I'm white, so that's pretty much American.
No, you missed it, Ricky. This should be your pitch, especially if you're ever on new streams. It's like it tells about yourself. It's like I don't know, like this and that, and like I'm white. WHIT. E, of course. White Goodman.
Naturally. Yeah. I wasn't in dodgeball mode.
But yeah, good time to detract as always. What's up, Papa Cotton? We're slowly converting Papa Cotton into a full detractor. I know he wants to be loyal to the Cotton Connection, but I'm afraid, Snow Dub's wrong again, as Colonel Sanders would be saying. It is. Man, it's just like every day, Eric just makes me more fucking right.
I finally caught up with Trashcast streams. It took forever. I was behind.
You may have enjoyed my new clip I uploaded, which thanks to you, I had a thumbnail today for. That was the holdup this whole time.
I was confused because I was like, what do you mean our stream is for later and it's all American beef? And then you're like, get that cow out of there. And I'm like,
get that bullshit out.
I was gonna edit the stream. I was gonna be like, do you want me to like edit our stream? Like, what do you mean? What else would it be for?
No, the name is perfect.
I didn't know you had a whole other thing going on. There you go.
Oh man, yeah, Powers. I agree. Work was slow today. I went full. So yeah, I work. I try to keep my job somewhat vague so no one doxes me or gay ops me or anything.
I work at Subway sandwiches.
But
so, there you go.
It's factory work, so it's mundane, production side. Once you learn your task, it's just making it more proficient, but it's mundane. And it's just really annoying trying to get every little thing right. And it's such a fast moving machinery that like it's you're going to make a bunch of crap regardless of how good you are as an operator. And that's frustrating. From the previous job I was doing, making steel coils, where I was like pretty fucking good. And you see defects, you just stop the shit and fix it and get it right, So this is weird to like, hey, this shit's making 50 pieces a minute, but keep running with dog shit. It's weird, and all this equipment's probably from the 60s. So it's a lot of like finagling, like, oh yeah, actually get this to work. You gotta like start up and you gotta like hit it with your wrench so many times this way.
If it stops working, you gotta beat it 70 times and then it'll work just fine.
It's like, this is a company that's buying other companies to like put under their umbrella, but then like we just keep running dog shit. And it's like we're like the leaders of this product in this country, if not the world, one of like the leaders. Yeah, like you actually come to the factory and see the stuff you made. You're like, this looks like it could be in like I don't know, Russia in World War II.
That's how you know it's quality. The shittiest factories make the most quality products. That's how that works.
Yeah,
of course.
But,
yeah, I'm also drinking your proposed instead of a Pepsi today.
Yeah, me as well.
Coca-Cola, yeah.
Vanilla Coke powers activate.
Yeah. Might as well blow the horn while we're drinking.
Oh yeah, we did. Yeah, my horn is dirty, ironically, but we did initiate.
Where were you putting your horn?
That's for me to know and you to like and subscribe.
It's not a bad tag.
Anyway,
The horn of ceremony.
Vanilla Coke. It's so good. Drank it all in, friends. Drink it in, imbibe. I know tomorrow's Friday. I got to work. You have a hangover. Like, I don't know, Angus. I don't want to. Do it. Fucking do it. And that's over.
This concludes the horn of ceremony.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. DJ says I'm more of a detracting spectator.
And that it's okay. You're still liable. That's okay.
Did you hear the news? People with autism are unable to fall in love with a normie. Yeah.
Okay.
We're getting some Karen love. You better stop it, Keely.
That's good. Mm-hmm.
That whore is mine.
Keely, ciao.
Yeah, she says
Getting love. We express our love by making fun of her all the time. Stuck with Angus.
Yeah. Ola chat.
Oh, yeah, when I was reading the voice of that bug thing, the Stagnus.
Oh, how did you read the voice?
Whatever. I read him the same way we did the Batman thing. You know, it's like, I shall get you. Yeah, sort of.
I will give her a death blow.
He is going to be destroyed. Like in that type of voice.
So yeah, if you didn't catch from the, I don't know if I put it in the title. It's all just kind of silly run on. But in the description, I gave a detailed description for thus far. What's to be expected. And yeah, I forced Star Wars joke Rookie to read Yaira. Now he wasn't able to buy it, so he had to move in different way. Moving different.
I had to borrow it.
He had to borrow it in a certain, waves of moving differently. Jibber jabber words. But he was able to read it. Have you finished it? How many pages are you got left?
I didn't read the last 2 pages.
Well, we're gonna make you read it.
I think I'm okay. I think I'm okay with having them.
I think we're gonna make you read it on stream. Oh, better yet, people. Better yet, for Rookie, and I guess me as like a bounce off for vocals or whatever. Send us a little super duper chat to kick this bad boy off. If you want Rookie to finish it.
Yep. If we don't get a super duper chat, then I will not finish it. So I'm in limbo here when it comes to that. But
what's up, Angel Straven? If you don't know, we're supposed to have Von Klaus on of Comicsgate, the Vonster. He asked me like, when do you start? I'm like, well, normally at 9, but actually right fucking now. And I appreciate you all hanging out with me. I know you might have other things to do, or excited for Frog Tony because he's got the Rippazine out, which I got super chat the other day for. I need to fall through and get it, but you're gonna love. You all are going to love. I've not revealed it to you, the chat and the Twitter verse. What just amazing gift I got myself for detracting more in depth. If I don't know,
I say more. Other gonna say more differently.
More differently. No, but it is a detractor peace day resistance. This is probably one of the most prime things to get as a detractor. What I'm doing, I've realized, it's funny. I'll see if I can find it. Ben Shapiro, he, very questionable, heritage, so to speak. There's a funny clip I found of him that is kind of repugnant to me, but also very enlightening and kind of funny. Is it's him talking about the Old Testament and specifically the Exodus and like 10 plagues. All right. And so like us as Americans, we just kind of, modern day, we read the Bible with the Exodus and it's like, oh, there's 10 plagues. It's like, an escalation trying to shift the Pharaoh's, hard heart to let the Hebrews go, freedom. And no matter how bad it gets, he just keeps like being obstinate until the 10th plague with the angel of death and the firstborn. And what's funny is Shapiro puts it in light where it's like, you don't get this value in like the modern translation is, no, see, it's not just that it's like plagues and they suck. And it's just trying to like maybe use like public discourse to steer his like, political moves with like this body of people that they've subjugated. It's a big diss battle. Every plague is like a affront to a major Egyptian god. It is spite. It's like when Muslims build mosques on victory sites in their history. It's fairly based. It's fairly like dropping your dick on the table to make a statement. And I'm like, oh, like that's in a whole new way. So I figure, well, I wanted to detract, do it right. And so I can't wait. Let me look at the shipping date actually. Because it shipped today, so I don't know how fast it'll be. Check really quick because I'm very excited. I haven't revealed it because Rookie's like, I want to be surprised.
Yes. Well, while you look up the date thing, one of the pages, I hated this thing. One of the lines of dialogue. He's like, I'm asking you to trust me. I realize I'm asking a lot, but will you trust me? He says these lines one after the other. And I'm just like, I just noticed it by that point. Often in these bubbles, they repeat themselves constantly. It's like, do you just always try to add more words to everything all the time? You could just say, like, yeah, I'm asking you to trust me. Can you trust me? So, I don't know if you're going to.
Oh, perfect. Perfect, Rookie. I just realized next week I switched to night shift before like the layoff. So I'll work night for like 2 weeks. Next week, it says it's getting here Thursday.
Okay.
So that means right on time to stream and detract. I'll have a new detractor item.
Sweet.
That will enhance the detracting. I just get excited, get ready, get energized, get anticipation build for that Thursday stream next week.
Oh yeah.
For detracting. We don't know what shenanigans Eric and Riley will have gotten up to. Maybe Ricada, Dick Masterson.
Maybe I'll be doing some fun detracting stories that you can.
Oh man,
at that
point.
Wait.
Maybe I can't wait. But yeah, so like you hate the dialogue, the repetition. What else are you taking away from this story?
Well, I mean, I'll give it, I guess, a little bit of credit, or like they have a character that they're trying to build some sort of sympathy with. Like Stefania makes more sense than like Jasmine. Like she's a character that the main protagonist is trying to vaguely save, I guess. I mean, throughout it, they imply that she wants to kill her, but then doesn't want to kill her. And it's just the way that they do it, still not great. But it's like that's better than like the ISOM type of stuff, I guess.
Yeah,
they make it a little. They make it a little bit easier for me to like be following. Okay, you're trying to get Stefania, and she's the MacGuffin of the story that they're trying to get. The bad guys are trying to get her. Yaira's trying to get her. Of course, trying to get her.
Well, you say bad guys, but this is what's weird.
What they frame as the bad guys, sure, yeah.
Well, okay, yeah, it's weird because just so y'all know, if you didn't watch my detractor stream breakdown the other week, that trailer is very like on the nose for this book, the sequences. It's just not like this is a comics thing and draw everything. The whole like death blow and shit. Yeah, like Stefania, what happens is that it seems like they're kind of setting up Xfs to be like the X-Men. It's a kind of pubescent onset. We don't know the age of Stefani exactly, but she's a fucking hoodlum in like a punk gang, which is so like, I don't know, trying to rip off fucking 80s comics like Dark Knight Returns. I don't know, but she's in punk. Everyone's got like the mohawks or the size of their head shaved, and they're holding up a bank truck, and she gets shot. Her friend gets shot in the neck. She gets shot, and then she like turns and powers on set. And she's like, ah, sky beam. And then Yaira sees that and instantly is like, oh, 5 minutes. Step aside and attacks, and the whole like, are you trying to hurt me? It's like, it's meant to be death blow. That all happens pretty early, and that's why I was commenting is like, yeah, like you say the bad guys want her, but then also Alpha Core wants her, and they kind of just are retards, and then the bad guy Yaira wants her and instantly tries to kill her, not knowing anything, which is pivotal when you get the full scope of the story. It's like, wait, you tried to kill her when you first met her.
And they make it clear that her intention is not to kill her later, but she started with death blow, which is
and that also makes it interesting because it's like, you think if she's going for a death blow, she's like going like Super Saiyan, like this is everything. I'm going supercharge beam.
Yeah, I noticed one of the other characters of her kind says death blow as well. That's apparently what they mean by just kill. That's their word.
Blow.
That's their phrase. It's like in Dragon Ball Z where I said the dub where they say, we'll send you into the next dimension. Like that's what that it's like. I guess.
So Jeremy says, spend most of my work shift dealing with these ripatard idiots on X. At least I was getting paid for it. Spiffy looking chat tonight. Yeah, I know, right, Nicholas? We're starting to move differently in this YouTube game. Papa says, Cop Colin was the last straw for fence sitting for me. Riley's a dork, but getting him arrested was a bitch move that loses all my respect. Well, it's like finally.
Speaking of respect, they have the line that talks about the levels of disrespect. Where we come from, words have consequences. It's like,
wait. Let me get in the right voice. All right. Wait. Let me 1 second. Let me go on YouTube. I gotta listen to Gru from Despicable Me. If you're trying to voice Yaira, you gotta think Gru. Right. Lines. Let me see. Let me listen to something. Gru being iconic for 10 minutes. 5 minutes and 10 seconds.
Oh boy. So that's all right. While he's doing that.
All right. I think I got it. All right. So I don't know where I put my Yaira book. Someone must have broken in and robbed me.
But they would have left the book though.
I don't know. They're detracting my detracting. It's reverse detracting. So the levels of disrespect.
Like where we come from, words have consequences.
Oh my god.
That just sounds like the inner monologue of Eric July with that stuff.
Yeah.
We come from words of consequences.
Eric July was Tony Khan. He feared for his life. Oh yeah. Dick got a hold of the warrant in the filing to start all this nonsense. And then we'll look at his fucking lying video later. Riley's the CM Punk. I don't know who the fuck CM Punk is, so I think it's like a wrestler, but did I get the statue? Okay, here's the deal. I'm not dropping $500 on a statue that will not have it'll have collectability in like 10 years when all this is forgotten, and that's like a fucking super rare thing because no one bought it. And they had to, if anyone did get it, it was like clearance. They're like liquidating the Rippaverse for bankruptcy.
Well, if it's anything like the comic books, they'll start it at the higher price and then sell it at the lower price later. So,
yeah. It's like there's clearly no rush for people to buy these things, even with the like Ripple in bullshit or whatever, which I know other companies do it, but it's like, man, they're just like jumping way ahead of like they should. they should like secure good storytelling first before you're trying to sell $500 statues. That's all I'm saying. And anyway, if y'all want to like fund me to get it and I'll unbox it or whatever, like if you want it part of my background, if the chat deems it so, if you want to super chat and put like, you know, statue or make some signifier means statue and you contribute to the channel, fucking I'll set that money aside. But otherwise, unless I just get a big payday for no reason from like the army again, I'm not buying it. I'll probably find it in a year or two on eBay for half the price. So that's why. But no, the statue behind me right here, this is J. Scott Campbell's Cinderella. Says she's kind of watery. It looks kind of like snow. So
yeah, honestly, if you look at it far away enough, it's pretty much Yaira from right here without looking at it close up. So,
but yeah, that's the deal with you, Chad. If you want me to have Yaira as like a joke on myself or to troll Rippatards or whatever as your ambassador, like I'll do it, I guess. But it's got to be collective because I'm not putting the money towards it. Let me see. If I had the money, I wouldn't mind buying the Yaira statue. Well, here's the problem. Like, woke Marvel. Look at this woke character of Captain Marvel with her fucking nice, supple tits. She's got a great ass. It's very feminine, even though she's got like the side shave haircut. It looks fucking great. It's completely feminine, and she's engaging. Even in this like power pose, ready to like strike, she's still feminine. She's like goddess mode. And then Yaira, never before seen character, mystery, whatever, femme fatale. And it's a fucking white woman screaming from the unwoke company. You know what I mean? Like it's complete, everything's on its head. Let's see. The catfish girl is way hotter than the other bimbos. You're totally wrong. Fuck you, Jesse Power. I love all those bimbos. I love the hippie bimbo. I love the e-thought army psyop recruitment ad girl. And I love the racist trad wife. I reject your catfish psyop from Black Rifle Coffee. I reject her because I know it's like appealing. Guys want a girl to like do guy stuff with. It's not afraid to get dirty or something. But after like a minute, it's like that's like a sister or something. It's weird. I mean, you might have a Joe Dirt moment where she is your sister, and that's cool.
What's the problem with that?
But long-term engagement, it's like, even though, this whole fantasy, like, oh, that'd be a great lay. Oh, I mean, what those tits feel like or whatever. For me, at least, there's some aspect of like, can I see a life with her? That's also part of the fantasy. Catfish girl, it's like, gross. Like, what is ladylike about you? Besides like your chromosomes, really nothing. You're a dude with boobs. Men who get sex changes are more feminine than you. It's not right. Something's wrong with that. Not down for it. Because like fucking noodling, that's such an in-depth task. And then also she like builds houses and shit, like construction with her dad. It's too much stacked masculinity for this chick for me to like, oh, that's hot. No, like Sarah Connor, like a doomsday prepper weirdo, and she's not hot, but like overall, it's like she's still a fucking lady. She's needs her Xanax. She's basically a 21st century woman. She just likes weapons because she faced a Terminator. Ripley, she's a lady, more or less, just in a combative scenario.
I think you're saying just in her underwear.
Just in her underwear, where it counts. Q Trump voice, wrong. She will raise the child to defeat the Terminators. Based. I guess.
Oh yeah.
Earlier, let me see. Ice was no better than Brand nor the Bullshitters books, but the difference is that Bullshitters aren't been out of shit. Exactly. I didn't get to read Brand. I did back it, I think digital. I just never, if it's in my emails, I've just never opened it, so it's probably a dead link now. If somebody's got Brand, a copy or a scan or something for me to read, I'd appreciate, because I did buy the book. It's not one of these like, hey, I snuck it. I did buy Brand. I've never read it. Think bad enunciation chilled.
Well, that's what's funny. Reading it too, like knowing that it's the same dialogue from the comic, I was like, you have them written out, and like lined up together, and they went with it. Oh my god! Like the same dialogue, her speech, the hey, come say a few words, adopt or die. Well, hold on, wait. So you just got hired. You're just making a speech. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
to her spiel, which I get it. She's lived for a while, been on Earth, seen people die. When you get to the end, they try to make it somewhat sympathetic, like she'll live past her loved ones, kind of thing, all the time. So like I get that, but it's still not done very well.
Perfect. What's up, Von Klaus?
Black Angus, how you doing, bud?
Oh man, we're just detracting. I mean, I'm not in the right hat actually. Hold on.
Okay.
Got to get the right gear for it.
Detracting hat on. And Rook, what is up, man?
What's
Good
up, dude?
You.
What's up?
There we go. Got my detractor hat on. I don't know if you can read it. Let me
Isom Bros Angus.
Yes. I looked up the Isom hat and I found this and I'm like, oh my god, what a perfect hat.
It's sometimes the stars just align that way, or whatever the hell Eric said that time.
He's apparently got a better one on the way.
Oh,
by
the
next
Flash,
week, so.
yeah. Oh,
yeah,
I got a great detractor item coming. I was just telling Rookie,
oh my god,
about how like there's this clip of Ben Shapiro talking about the layers of the Exodus story and how it's actually like a big diss on the Egyptian gods. That like we don't read it that way, but that's what's actually happening with the plagues. It's not just the actual plagues, but it's also like, oh look, I turned the Nile into blood or red or whatever. Because, I've defeated the crocodile god of the Nile. I've done this because I beat that god. So it's like a huge like psychological warfare on the people,
right?
As well. I never have like heard that interpretation. I'm like, oh, that's really cool, just narratively, because I don't believe in the Bible, but I still value the like literature, the story, and whatnot. Yeah, and hearing that is like cool. And so, like the Muslims conquering and building mosques, that's what I'm doing with the Rippaverse. Every item is a church fallen. I've raised a new flag. I've raised a new sign. I have defiled and reconstituted your pagan temple and made it right with God in my critical jihad.
Sorry, Rippa temples. Amazing. Yeah.
Well, if you don't know, I am, I detract these Rippatards. I forget my own jokes sometimes, or I'm like, I am on a mission from God. And I'm like, that's funny. I forget it. And then they bring it up and then they bring it up again. It's like, I've already forgotten this 3 times, guys, but you're kind of proving me right. Like,
damn right, man. They refresh you on your own lore all the time. They're talking about you.
He's sent from God.
From their little...
Maybe I am. Like, you're clearly a demon gnashing your teeth at this. Like,
yeah.
But it's funny. I'm going to pull up your post that I really loved today. That's what, like, seeing that fresh. I'm like, fuck yeah, I want to engage with this guy. You've been someone that I've just never quite interacted with in comics, but I've been aware of. And then the Rippaverse stuff's put you kind of front and center in my sites. You had the Katie stream I enjoyed listening to probably a couple weeks ago. And the Yaira review that you watched. So I've had a lot of fun. But people may not know you. Tell us about yourself while I find that.
So I'm a comic book creator. I live in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I have comics in my garage. I sell them. I don't know. That's it. I'm an artist that makes comic books and is fed the fuck up with Rippaverse and what kind of Eric July's lies and behavior is kind of done to divide us all up and make everything not fun. But luckily, guys like you are here and keeping it funny and making us laugh. So I appreciate that. What else can I say? I've been doing the Comicsgate thing, I think, for like 7 years. I've done books like Monster MD, Terror in the Trenches, Psycho Killers, Cave Slave, and written a lot of other books for people like R.T. Bear's Black and White and written for John Malin's Godlike. So I'm around. I am out there. I am also making trailers for a lot of people's campaigns for their comics to help them.
Yeah, you did B.A. Turner, right? If I'm not mistaken, I heard your name with him. Okay. I haven't backed him yet. I need to, but
Good
stuff. I saw that trailer. I'm like, cool. So he's got a lot of like things with like basically a novel, but he's got a lot of comic stuff where it's like, that's cool. Multimedia and stuff. So I want to give him its due. Where are you, Rookie? There you are.
Yeah, I was just up late last night, I think till like 3 a.m, tweeting all these things that I knew was going to make Rippaverse explode in the morning. I was like, all right, let's do it. So, yeah, I guess it happened.
That is hilarious. Yeah, I'm trying to find. Oh, okay, here it is. Yeah, I was actually going to read this at the start, but like, it's always a shit show on my streams with the chat and stuff. Never know where it's going. And then Rookie has found a way to read Yaira, and he's been enjoying it, of course. And he was talking about that. Tell Vaughn about
my God.
your Yaira experience.
Yeah, well, it's funny because it was one of the characters that I thought I would maybe like earlier on, and then I like the design of the character, and I was like, okay, maybe they'll do something with it. I think that reading the whole thing, I just finished reading it like a little bit ago. They do okay trying to have her be like she's lived for a long time. She's detached from family now because she's lived for so long. Loved ones die, I guess. But there's so many things that annoy me in terms of writing, like the amount of repetition and dialogue. They will say different words, but they'll repeat themselves constantly with the same thing, and they'll say too much. Like the dialogue from the trailer is in this, where you can read it all at once. And I did when I saw the trailer, I put all the dialogue together to read out loud to know what the hell they're talking about. Because when they did the trailer, I was like, "What do they even say? What is her speech? What is she saying?" And then I put it together, and I was like, "This sounds really dumb." And for like a speech where you just got hired somewhere. And then they're like, yeah, adopt or die. That's a weird way to start a speech, but okay. And then going into what it is, and it's a bit archaic and about the whole language. It's just like this is not how people talk. I don't think.
No.
Like, what is all this? And then
they don't know what they're doing.
And then like they over explain, like where you could just say, this is what I do. The way that I do is what I do, the things of how I do it, or something. Like they just somehow expand the sentences to be really long. Like even just a simple one with the one that I just read a few minutes ago out of here. I took a couple pictures and sent to Angus to show my torment with it.
You must share at my page.
Like, I don't know. To me, it sounds like when he says, "I'm not asking you to tell me anything more." Like that alone is like, I feel like you just say, I'm not going to ask you any more details. Something like that. Something just more smooth. And then he says, I'm asking you to trust me. And then immediately after, I realize I'm asking a lot, but will you trust me? To me, I'm just like, you just repeated yourself at least twice, but you also, like, the first sentence feels like you didn't need to say it. I don't know, like, just the way that this, with all the bubbles, most dialogue feels like this, where I'm just like, everything's redundant.
But
you're not getting to a point ever. Like, or if you do,
there's more.
It's just annoying.
Because not only do they have the redundancy of that plot, but it's intercut with Yaira's trust issues with Altona. You see a theme going on, like it's just like, oh my god!
Well, it's not just that. So then the villain characters, her people, whatever, her family, or whatever, I don't know, whatever they are, those guys. They repeat themselves all the time too. Their only dialogue is basically, "We are superior. We want you dead, or we'll capture you." And they repeat this type of thing in different words so many times.
They're like,
really like, I feel like you don't need to have any dialogue if this is all that you are. Like, they're not commenting much on other things. They're not. What are they doing? And they're just floating around in space.
Their actions speak.
Yeah, there's just nothing about them that is interesting. They're not like, hey, we're visiting this planet. It's obviously, they spell it out to you. It's a lower life form planet to them. They see themselves as really high up. Well, show it. Like, show that. Show them do something. Even if they like walked into, let's say, a cafe for some reason, looking for them. Have their behavior there. You can make a funny interaction / show their power or something. I don't know. I would think of something. Try to be creative instead of just blatant dialogue exposition type of stuff that they only do with those guys. The evil bug guy is a fucking chatterbox. Like, I would think he'd be the more quiet, if he's going to say anything, it'd be more reserved or something. The Magnus Newmine or whatever. He's just like, I'm going to get you and tear the bones off of your flesh and then eat you, and then we would like to eat you even more, and my babies will eat you. And okay,
I'm so hungry.
You're hungry. You're hungry. I get it. I get it.
It's Superman 2. The bad guys land and they have a small town in front of them and they just absolutely destroy it. And they're like, "What are these fragile things?" It was great. It was a great intro.
Yeah.
They were blown away by it. They did lots of damage. It was fun. It was evil. I heard they just go, "You're gonna die, Yaira," like the whole time, like over and over.
That's all they're doing is saying how much she's either gonna die. They wanted to take her mercifully and then kill her later. They wanted to bring her home first and then kill her. They want to humiliate her because of the disdain she's done. How can you speak this language of garbage? Oh my gosh! They just hammered the same thing. Hammering the same thing into my head makes me really aware of it and going, okay, is that all you are? You are I know you want us to know they're the bad guys, but you're really not doing good at giving them any sort of nuance or character. I don't know.
Well, it's funny because I'm confused because they seem to talk about her like she had this great affront and that it seems like they're laying that she was some sort of like herald or like either there's like a Silver Surfer aspect to her, like she was like a lower caste in the hierarchy of their people, or that she's like a Viltrumite.
No, I thought she was just a common. The way they say it, this is why we try to nip like rebellious things in the bud. Like
rebellious recalcitrance, which is redundant because recalcitrant is a rebellious person,
right? But the way that's said means that they've had other rebellious people, I would think, and I don't know if it's just she's just a random one or if there's a whole discourse on their planet. We don't need to know all the information, but you could convey the information better with what they're doing, what they're saying. It just seems like, why would they be on Earth and just, I don't know. It seems like they wouldn't care about anything else on Earth if they're just after her, I guess. But I don't know, if you're an alien species, I feel like even if you're super intelligent, this type of planet would interest you because it's not like a normal one. There's always powered people there too. I don't know. There's just little things that there's no real inkling of it. It's so narrow, I guess, into what
you'll find out. You just got to buy 5 more issues, Rookie.
Just like, okay.
Slow burn superhero story. Yeah, right. That's an oxymoron, guys. Okay.
Yeah, I guess I'm also confused. Like, so they have ice powers and flight and super strength and whatever. And I'm trying to think of is like, so the ice part has to do with the other parts as a species with what this thing kind of annoys me with with Kryptonians too and stuff. Like they can have heat vision and X-ray vision and whatever, all these sets of powers, and I'm like, that's based on what? Sun?
Yellow sun.
The sun gives you that
everything
stuff
awesome.
Yeah, it's in a way. So in a way, it's kind of funny. In a way, I'd rather not know if the explanation is going to be really dumb. Like,
yeah,
like, okay, so, maybe I don't.
I want to know because it's the Rippaverse and it will be dumb.
That's right.
Well, but that's the thing. I hate it when characters in the thing are like, we only know some of the history of her stuff, but not everything. Like, I feel like that's not how people would talk. Like, I think Solari says that a few times. He's like, though we do not know her whole history, I do know that she wouldn't want to just randomly hurt somebody. It's like, just say, based on what I've seen, I don't think she'd hurt people. Like, that's how you'd probably say it. You don't.
It's like, this is like, doesn't that scene come up after she tried to death blow Stefania at first contact?
Yeah, it was like when they're talking to Stefania, I think, and they're trying to find Yaira. I forget specifically, but
question: is that scene where she whips out the Zippo? Is that like an ice Zippo, or does she just have a Zippo?
She just has a Zippo, which is actually weird, yeah, because she's an ice chick. So,
right.
Wait, sponsored by Papa John's? What? I'm a Domino's guy. Apex.
If I had pizza behind me, it's Papa Murphy's from there. So
Murphy.
Don't know, man.
Well, it's funny you say you're from Tulsa because I'm from Southeast Oklahoma originally. I'm in Ohio for the last decade, but I'm an Oklahoma guy.
Nice. Cool, man.
Boomer Sooner.
Yeah, that's right.
But I'm a Philly guy when it comes to National Football League.
Okay.
Probably because all the fucking cow baby fans, it just instantly turned me off. Like moving to Ohio, I was very excited to be a Buckeye fan. And then I went to OSU and I saw the cult of Buckeye here. It's fucking weird. Being from Oklahoma, like until the Thunder came, there's nothing in Oklahoma unless you're interested in Indians or like frontier travel, maybe like some cowboy stuff, you know?
Yeah.
Like there's really nothing in Oklahoma to draw the general public besides Thunder games. And before that, only like OU football.
Yeah.
And
That
so
was huge.
that's all we got really in
Yeah.
nationally, you know, recognized. And then to come to Ohio where they have two NFL teams, one that's very storied with the Browns before, you know, in the 60s. And they got the Cavs. They just won a championship, you know, a few years ago with the Cavs with LeBron finally sealing the deal. You got the Indians almost won. I guess, what are they, Warriors now? They went on woke.
They did. That sucked.
And the Reds, you know, you got Columbus Crew. You got multiple levels of different pro leagues. All we have in Oklahoma is Thunder and Sooners, and yet it's a fucking Buckeye cult here, man. It's incessant. But if they lose, like they lost 31-0 to Clemson, none of these fuckers they're Cowboys fans. It makes so much sense that they love Zeke because they're fickle fucking fans. They're not Philly, they're not Oakland, they're not Buffalo. The Cleveland fan was pretty devout, but otherwise, the Buckeye fandom is fickle like the Cowboys. I fucking hate them. So, how's Oklahoma? I haven't been down there in a few years.
It's full of tornadoes and earthquakes and pure insanity. I love it. I love it. We never know if we're going to survive. And, you know, our national bird is a frickin' parking cone because they're always doing construction. So that hasn't changed. I'm sure that was happening when you were there. It's just like orange.
Tulsa's pretty
construction
chill
shit
when I
everywhere.
was down
Really?
there. Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty constructy. But
Coming-
Tulsa is a cool town, man.
Yeah.
It's great. It's awesome. And it has Art Deco buildings and some cool museums and some cool history. Has that fun race riot happened over 100 years ago that everyone's
God,
rewritten the
Watchmen.
story of.
Yeah.
Watchmen totally rewrote that story. Oh, so
I haven't
evil.
ever dug into it because, like, so I'm mixed. The reason my name's Black Angus because I'm an AC/DC fan and I'm half black. And
Right on.
from Oklahoma, you know, you got cattle, you know, ranchers, small time ranchers usually around where I live. And so it was kind of like a perfect storm. So as a kid, I wanted to be Black Angus Young, you know, playing guitar. And so when I made YouTube to like comment, I just like, what do I name my channel? I'm like, Black Angus. And then getting with like World Class Bullshitters and Star Wars stuff, I'm like, what do I name my channel? I'm like, Black Angus Reviews. Like, that's the story. I'm just an AC/DC fanatic. And then there's cow jokes.
Right on.
And yeah, so I grew up, you know, mixed, but I grew up white with my mom and my stepdad, and didn't go in the army. You know, I was in the perfect era of like color blindness, you know, 90s into the 2000s.
Yeah.
And so it's so weird to see all this like forced racial division today, especially being ex-army, where it's like you're all green, you know, it's like Full Metal Jacket, you know, there is no color, you're all equally shit, you know. It's weird, and I just reject it. So I've never even cared to investigate the race riot and its actual impact, if it really had a lot lasting, you know. I don't care. We had a black president. Racism's over. You're just trying to remake it now for political points, you know.
Well, more than points, I mean, it's control, it's fear. Like in the Tulsa race riot, it wasn't great. It is a wound in our history, but it's been exaggerated, retold, changed to be like something completely different and insane. Like the idea that someone was flying over the city, throwing like some redneck in a biplane, like, "Dad, take this," racial slur, and dropping bombs on our own city and shit. Like, it's so that didn't happen, and they've exaggerated the numbers from about 30 to 50 people dead to like 300 to 1,000 over the years. Every couple of years, some libtard like raises the numbers.
It's like
a bit more.
Like a certain event in Germany. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, it keeps going up, baby. Never goes
score
down.
billion.
So, yeah, it's been weird, and they totally. Here's what sucks. It started when black people shot about 8 to 10 white people dead in the streets. So a fight breaks out from that. But the story is always retold as this, especially by fat white women who give tours here. Okay. White people, they were like looking over at that Black Wall Street and they were like so jelly. And so they just burnt it all down randomly one day. That's it. And what's funny is when I think about that isn't that the Rippaverse narrative? Like, you're just jealous, and that's why you want to destroy it. Like, I've heard this before.
Black businessman.
Right.
Black Man Bad's the new thing from Sturgis here, if you haven't seen. Black Man Bad.
Oh, I've seen that a million times. He's accused me of being racist. Fucking weirdo.
It's so weird.
I grew up, I'm a Generation Xer, so I grew up with black heroes and black television with black leads, and it wasn't a thing. It was just cool, and we liked characters for who they were, and we had overcome racism, and you watch MTV, and it was just like, hell yeah, you know? And then, like, 2000 start happening, we get Obama in, and then for the first time in my life, while a black guy's president, someone calls me a racist one day randomly when our business was closed and I wouldn't let him in, some weirdo in to try to use the bathroom thing in the city. You don't do that in Chicago. Like, you don't just, you're a bouncer. I was a bouncer. You can't just let anyone in after that. You know, bad things could happen. So they told me I can't do that. So I said, sorry, man. And he's like, oh man, you racist. And it was like from there on, racial disharmony just blossomed. Like
victimhood on the rise.
Yeah, it became race hustling is a $13 billion industry. White guilt pays. Okay.
Oh, I mean,
evil.
It's about 10 million thus far with the Rippaverse. So, so that's my assessment. And here's the ace in the hole being mixed. I can pull the end card. You know,
yes,
which is great, which is fucking great. So I'm
everyone
like,
get behind Black Angus.
Yeah, I am your diversity shield. Whatever you need to say, I will say. Like, you know, I coined the term niggonomics to academically explain like Ripa's logic and stuff. It's niggonomics. You know, hibby jibby, all this stuff, you know, coalesce with like trash cast verbiage. It's fucking great for me. And you try to be like I love getting in this shit. And you know, people fall into the name Black Angus, especially with the Angus imagery of a white guy from Scotland. You know, they'll instantly kind of just knee jerk. Oh, it's a white guy. You know, and I just let them keep going. You know, and then I'm like, I'm half black, nigga. Like,
no offense, but I didn't assume you were white. I just thought you were really into like some type of steak. Like Black Angus sounds like a steak. Like
it's a steak.
Like a fine
steakhouse.
Kobe beef. Okay,
yeah,
perfect. I'm just hungry. I don't know, but yeah, that's awesome, man.
I'm the guy for like that white rapper that he paid the black guy to drop the N-bomb in his songs. That's me for Comic Skate against Rippaverse.
Is it wrong that I just say any word I want now usually, and I just don't give a shit anymore because I'm just so at my wits fucking end? Like I just don't care. It doesn't matter.
More people need to have that attitude.
No one's gonna get hurt. See, the idea that you're going to get hurt from words, vibrations coming out of your mouth on the air is some like girl witchcraft bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
It's even more dumb when they go, oh, but if I call you a Nazi or whatever, things like that, then that should be fine because it's just words. And it's like, well, no, at that point, that's like where people are concerned about what you do because they conflate that with what they have done. There's a difference.
Yeah.
A little bit of a difference.
Yeah. It's like I grew up, you know, again, I grew up white, you know, as it would be termed. And so like the N-word's just foreign to me, honestly. And so like I drop in tweets and stuff. It's a total joke because like clearly I'm very like white tempered, you know. And and I don't relate at all to Black culture of today. I reject it. Especially the victimhood that's implicit. It's very weird. Like I don't know exactly the context, but like that Duck Dynasty guy got in trouble for commentary about civil rights. I'm like, oh, Black people had it better before civil rights. I'm like, I agree, because even though we were second class citizens because of just race, we were striving. The military's desegregated. You know, you had vets. They used the GI Bill. There, the economics was closing the gap with Black families, meaning nuclear fathers were in the home.
I remember. I read about that.
And so they
were going to become the new middle class. They were on their way. They really were.
And this was before civil rights, before government intervention to force people's hands, and everything was equating naturally.
Yeah.
And you know, and then civil rights, we're conditioned to just say, oh, that was great and it was necessary. But it's like, no, I agree with like Larry Elder. Like, no, you can't force people to
when the
coalesce.
slaves were freed, there were the two different black leaders who had the different roads, the different schools of thought. This happens all the time.
Yeah.
Just like with Ethan and Eric July, like two different schools of thought, two different philosophies. And Eric went down I made it so it's great. I don't give a shit if it's good. It's great. Buy my shit. Like, it's a product to be shipped and brag about it. And Ethan, of course, is let's make the best art in the world until the world can't deny us and has to look over here. And
exactly,
that's how you really grow, you know? So
no, that's exactly it. Is like, you know, Eric wants to be like, I'm not even conservative. I'm a anarcho blah blah blah, which he doesn't even believe in or live. But you know, just take him as word and stuff. He's in.
Did he say he was an anarcho cap for the
he
police
said that
report
repeatedly.
he filled out with the state?
Exactly. That's why I say, like, you know, just take him as word. You know, ignore facts that have been presented. But yeah, this whole like, again, this is Nigonomics. This is this whole like rap culture of like, I got bling because I got money, so I'm winning, even though the money I got is from slinging crack in my own community. You know?
Yeah, I really do feel like the weirdos in Hollywood that have pushed thug rap over all the other kinds. That I grew up with some awesome hip hop. I don't listen to that shit anymore. I reject all the current shit. It's almost like it's designed to keep them in a state of just idiocy and gangster bullshit, just to keep them down. I swear to God, everything from having them live off welfare, and the Democrats have them in this. They call it a voting plantation for a reason.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Oh, I totally agree. Luckily, I was never really exposed to that. My black half, that family was upper middle class, actually better off than, you know, my white family. So it's weird that they still buy this like CNN narrative and shit and racism and whatnot, anti-Trump. And it's like, it just, it was foreign to me. And it was funny, before my grandmother died, I'd have conversations and Trump would come up and stuff. And I'd explain something about like being a vet with Afghanistan, which, you know, I was in during like the pussy times when we were closing down. So I didn't see much combat, but I did see some, you know, but I had enough perspective with like that culture and stuff where it's like, there's some appreciation. I have some envy, honestly, of their simplicity of life, their values. But at the end of the day, like, that culture is an enemy of the West. Be what you want to be in that area, you know, but don't bring it here because it doesn't work with our collective ethics of America and the West. And like, I was talking with her about like, oh, Trump's racist and this and that. I'm like, oh no, he was banning, you know, limiting access for immigration from like terrorist holding countries, you know. It wasn't a race thing. It like, Muslims are all over the world, you know, they're all sorts of races. Like, the conflating Islam with brown is racist, actually. Like,
it's guys, every time they called him racist, it was for some other different thing. And I feel like they just did that so that someone would go, that's the thing I believe he's racist on. You know, everything's an emotional manipulation. And, they've ruined racism for me. It's not even fun anymore.
It's still fun. It's still fun.
You make it fun.
I like how South Park got away with. I don't even think I've heard that many complaints about it. The nigger guy episode, like, they said it like 47 times in one 20-minute episode. God, and the whole thing about it, you know, they have like the, you know, the typical racist white guys, Hicks. They're like,
we don't appreciate people intolerant other people's cultures. He's got a Confederate flag, so you're like, oh no, the racists are going to like prop him up, you know, the white right, you know, and then it's like, we don't like nigger guys, like.
And they get the guy from Seinfeld to join him. Like, there's a whole couple of them that have been like cast out for it. So
I love
amazing
like,
show.
I didn't grow up in South Park. It was kind of foreboding because, you know, my mom. We became Catholic, but she originally was Jehovah's Witness, and so she never really lost that wacky Christian fundamentalism from that specific like cult sect of Christendom. And So yeah, like they'll make fun of Virgin Mary and they make fun of everybody, but because they did Christian,
Yeah.
like, oh, South Park can't watch it, you know. So I didn't get to be exposed to like all my friends, and so it's retroactive years later with like the newer stuff and going back watching stuff, seeing the brilliance, the layering, like those guys
I
are
had to
so
break him into
smart.
it. I had to break him into it
Yeah.
because he didn't want to watch it at first.
Really?
My first real experience was in college in a film class by a black guy who was a PhD candidate. He's really smart too. And we had 3 assignments. We had, a lot of class time watching stuff. And the first assignment was exposing ourselves to the F slur episode about the bikers. And then we had to read a like academic criticism of it. Then we had to write a criticism based on that criticism and seeing it. And then our experience with the show overall, if we've seen just that or the more of the show, also played into it. And it's a very interesting gateway into the show and seeing like the depth of it. And so I'm always watching their stuff, seeing like how much is like brilliance and layering, how much is just, oh, we just like threw this into our own kind of inside humor. It's completely dumb, no meaning.
Thought it was funny.
Yeah, and it's just I love just how they're like Red Letter Media. If Red Letter Media is going to cover like Captain Marvel or a new Star Wars thing, anything that's going to be kind of politically charged on YouTube entertainment space, you can't trust their review, and they know that, and they play into it. And so like all the consistency of their reviews, they'll totally throw out the window for comedy's sake, just to piss off everyone. And it's amazing.
Those guys are great. I love them.
Like Prey, they're making fun of everyone calling, oh, well, girl boss movie and this and that, but then they're also making fun of wokies trying to prop it up. They're just they're amazing. I love that kind of humor. Let me see.
Well, it is kind of thing too, where if you get like too offended when they do it to you, but then you're okay when they do it to somebody else, it's like, well, what are you doing? It's supposed
helps
to
you wake up a little bit, maybe.
Supposed to be kind of allow it for everybody, if it's for thee, not for me, you got to be able to take a hit and watch somebody else get hit in the face. It's fun.
Yeah. Before I forget,
best comedy reveals truth, man.
I want to show this from Vaughn. He posted this morning. Sorry for all the drama lately, friends, but what Rippaverse has done to indie comics is wrong, and I'm going to treat it just like I would when leftists lie to ruin lives in comics. As our president and news media lie to us and everything becomes snake oil, I can't abide the lies of Eric July that have brought drama to all our doors and now has gotten someone arrested. I'll try to focus again on positivity, but I will comment on this stuff from time to time. Thanks for understanding. I love it. It's beautiful.
Oh, thanks, man.
Beautiful post. Yeah, because I've been interested to get you on. I'm like, I want to give him like space and not just abruptly like, oh, it's tonight. But then like, fuck, it's all supposed to do it. Like
I don't know what the arrest of Riley and the response. I saw that video from him, 8 minutes of just bullshittery, and I was enraged, but I was like, so I ended up staying up late last night tweeting all these things that I know are gonna just blow up in the morning from all the Rippertard people. I hate to use the term Rippertard usually, but I've decided like these people are a specific kind of person. It's not me coming after a fan who just wants to read a book or whatever. That they're cool.
It's branding. I mean, there's Rippazine, Rippazine, Rippatards. It all makes kind of sense.
Well, he's kind of sometimes I like to think of like, is he trying to make like a Ripper world where your mom's like, take your Ripper pills and put it in the Ripper toaster? Like, what the hell?
You can have a Ripper sandwich.
Yeah, can you eat your Ripper roast beef there? Come on. I don't know. I just think these people they don't. Anyway, they don't care about reality, and they're just here to like smear shit on the internet to attack and make people shut up about their Ripper Daddy or whatever. And it's anyway, I ended up tweeting all night. I don't remember when I tweeted that one out, if it was last night or just this morning, but I felt my way through that tweet, if that makes sense. Like I was just being as real and honest as possible. Like I wanted people to know, like, I'm not trying to be a drama queen. Ripper. I'm not trying to be the NDA. Take your NDAs. I'm not trying to be a drama queen about Rippaverse or just come after them for a buck or doing it because someone told me or anything like that. I'm a real deal comic book artist who has watched what he's done for 2 years and has divided up fandom to where when I wake up in the morning, I don't even have to post about Ripper, and there's weird people in my tweets going like, "You're a failure. You'll never be as good as Ripper. Get out of here." I don't. It's gotten too weird and gross, and I'm kind of shocked of how many people are like head down in the sand, silent about it. I think they think they're gonna make money from it, or it's just gonna pass. But I mean, guys, it's been 2 years, and the guy just got a dude arrested for trolling in the USA.
Yeah.
That's insane. It's insane.
Well,
So
how can you look at Riley and be like, he's a threat? Like,
I showed a picture of him to my mom.
He's threatening me.
I was like, Mom, look at this guy with the cartoon scissors. She starts laughing her ass off. Like, even
Same
she
thing.
gets it.
I showed her the video where he's putting the bunny money on the thing. She's
Yeah.
like, yeah, she's like, that's funny. Like, she didn't get the inside jokes.
This is
She's like,
well,
yeah,
it's
the
not
guy's
a dangerous
funny.
threat. Okay.
Yeah,
But when
it's like-
Eric hates you, he'll say anything to his audience or apparently to the cops to fuck you up, to hurt you.
It's funny.
like that.
Like he was clearly losing early on after the dick review and him, crying about it on his stream and stuff. And it wasn't effective. His like trying to undercut the detracting already starting and getting, speed. And
Yeah.
then he posts these screenshots of Vito's pedo jokes that he posted years ago, which are funny as fuck. So if you watch Vito, his voice, like hearing him is like, oh no, I'm not joking. I will fuck your children. And it's just like, if you know Vito, that's hilarious. Cause he at that point, everyone was calling him a pedo. So he's like, you know what? Yeah, I am. I have a 12-year-old girlfriend that tweeted that. It's just like, that's hilarious. Cause he's trying to just deflect. Eric, when it wasn't working, he tweeted, he's like, I had no idea about this. And he like shows him like, you were a bitch. You're not effective against these funny guys laughing at you. And so you try to kneecap them with jokes as like, evidence, got them. And it doesn't work, man. Like if he just said like, haha, you silly detractors, you have gotten me.
It's like Angus with his like, I'm on a mission from God. They take that seriously. Like they're
right,
like,
and we're all laughing our asses off.
This deranged man believes that God, that's called the devil. He's in your ear.
You don't know how surprising it was to like turn on a trash cast. I'm just listening, having fun, and he pulls up this video and it's like, who's this guy? Black Angus. And he starts like watching this Rippa Gold posting this video with AI voice being like, this guy thinks God chose him to destroy a business. And like while he's like narrating this, my picture of me like smiling.
He's just happy in his video.
And it's like,
God chose me to destroy a business.
Yeah, well, it's funny too, because in the comments, I think someone deleted my comment, but there was a comment where it's like, this guy thinks God told him to destroy a business. He's clearly talking to someone else, and it's not God. And I'm like, and there's all these comments like that. And I'm like, and so then I undercut him. I'm like, oh, God sent the Israelites to destroy whole nations from the face of the earth. God has chosen me to destroy Eric's business, and I will do his will. Like,
you're just a crusader.
Again.
Just a crusader.
Oh God, it's so easy to trigger them, dude. But sometimes I do
it's
feel
like
I'm pushing a
legitimately
kid off a tricycle. They're so.
It's just like legitimately, if you like, try to downplay this or like, oh, he's clearly talking to Satan or something because God would never do this. Like, have you read the Old Testament, which is the better half of the Bible, in my opinion?
The dark side.
Yeah, it's like God is fucking, righteous anger and righteous retribution through violence. Vengeance. Yeah, it's amazing. And then was it Elijah or Elisha? These kids mock him because he's bald, and then God sends bears to kill them. Like, you're gonna tell me God, like, oh, he would never just like have. It's like, you clearly don't know what you're talking about, guy. And then someone's like, that's not in the Bible. And the person replying is like, verse this and that.
You need to take it
Second
further.
Kings.
You need to start saying the UFOs told you to do it, like crazier shit, and just see how much bait you can put out for these guys. Because it's funny that they do it because they're dumb, but it's more than that. There's a desperation to the Rippertard. They're desperate to like act like everyone is crazy. That's not, it's criticizing them and Eric. And they're desperate to feel like they're winning at something because Eric promised them they were going to win and they haven't won shit yet.
Angus, you need to go up to a whole bunch of cows and like put your ear next to them and be like, oh yeah, what's that? Destroy the warehouse?
What? buy
What
gasoline
did
and
that cow
burn the warehouse. Okay. Like,
Like the cow whisperer.
Take
no, I
it
gotta
as far as
I
you
gotta
want.
find a red heifer.
Mhm,
So
yeah,
that's
ginger
what I
cow.
gotta do.
Otherwise,
Yeah.
yes, a ginger cow.
Tie it back to South Park.
Yes.
Well, it's funny because people are still crying. So if you don't know, the guy that visited the grave of Isom and one-upped Riley at trolling Eric after the warehouse incident with this lawsuit. If you don't know the saga, at some point, so Eric thought it was like a real ace in the hole in his back pocket to reveal somehow that Isom's named after great grandpappy, and because of the
I think
lawsuit.
to him, he was like, that means I created it all on my own, not due to the ministry or something.
Yeah,
I assume
he
his
thought
logic.
that gave him rights and shit, and it's like, no, try to name something Ben and Jerry's, because
if my grandpa was named Microsoft, I probably can't name my company Microsoft.
What's your name? Microsoft Skywalker. Me and Rookie love shitty Star Wars because of the memes. It's amazing. But yeah, so he has that whole reveal about this lawsuit has ruined the reveal. I named it after my great grandpappy shit, and he shows the picture. So someone looked it up, and he's either in Arkansas or Texas or Louisiana, so he's close, and he drove to the gravesite and then trolled them by taking a picture with the Casey Jones mask, which is comics, and then people are like comparing it to a hood. Oh, this is racist. Took a picture mocking this, whatever. It's like, well, that's
and they also thought it was Riley.
Yeah, and somehow they've conflated to Riley because Riley tweeted a meme of the image with Pokemon Go over the image superimposed, and because there was like dew on it, they're like, oh, Kiwi Farms like, oh, someone pissed on it. That guy pissed on the grave. And it's like, no, he actually like kind of cleaned it up, and he left a bunny and a turtle stuffed animal to
he defaced it with plushies, Angus.
Yeah, and it's like just the ire these people have. So if I have free time, I'm gonna take me a little trip down to old Isom's grave, and I got a great idea because I'm from Phantom Menace. I'm a Star Wars guy, and there was a little spurt where I had like comedic energy, which I'm not a comedy guy, and Eric is like reinvigorated this a bit, along with this whole God thing, me being a prophet to rectify.
He was like, I put Isom's grave up my ass. Like I think Riley did make a tweet going like, yeah, I pissed on his grave, but like it's a joke. He never went there. He wasn't there. But Eric has still mentions that to this day.
Yeah,
it becomes their fake lore to use against you. So.
Yeah, well, it's funny because I commented. Let me share this. Hold on. Let me make sure it's the right page.
And they repeat it.
Okay, yeah, it's right here.
Is that Yaira poster going to stay up, Rook? Or after you're done with the book, is that shit going down?
Probably once I do a review or something, we'll see. I got the posters to replace. I cycle through anyway, so
right on.
That's good.
Yeah.
But
so
before you get to that, I just looked up: is it illegal to be at a grave? And a thing that says, can anybody illegally keep me out from visiting a grave? The answer is no.
That's a public site. Unless it's an exclusively private cemetery, which I don't even know how that works.
It doesn't even make sense because you walk to other graves. Like we walk by a lot of graves to get to.
I don't know. I'm trying to imagine a private cemetery. Does it have like bodyguards and like traps up or something? Like what? Just a fence? Is that
a pyramid?
What would a private one? I could see maybe being for like if people are actively trying to defile it actively. And there's maybe set up a fence or something. I could see something like for political people, maybe like
you can't defile a grave. That's illegal. That shit's illegal.
Yeah. There's a grave site that it's got like a statue over or something, and people like journey there to like it's got like rub marks on its like face and on its crotch because girls will like take pictures sitting on his crotch or sitting on his face. It's a thing you do at this place.
God, I bet it stinks.
So, yeah, like there's a huge liberty with visiting graves, and you can leave mementos. Like maybe the groundskeepers will throw them away, but it's not.
I know what my grave's gonna look like. It's gonna have a place for a lady to sit down. My face.
Perfect.
But yeah, I watched the video and I was thinking of a different thing. I thought about just commenting simply like, man, you'd have so many more consistent customers if you weren't just lying all the time. But then
100%.
I decided to comment this because it stuck out simmering on it. Him talking about like, oh, you know, he has this autistic girl that he hits on camera and makes piss pornography.
I saw that
with.
shit.
Okay, first off, if he's an anarcho-capitalist, it's really weird to try to impose morality when your political morality is just money and property is the end-all be-all of the law.
Mm-hmm.
Like that is anarcho-capitalism. And yeah, it's like, how are you going to demonize Mint and Riley for piss porn when you hired the Soskas to run your lore?
Is it because they're just too low level and didn't move on to the vomit and torture and the sewing tarantulas into vajayjay porn?
That's the worst they can. That's the worst he can.
Succubus twins have become so efficient at. I mean, guys, it's funny. When I did that review of the Yaira review reaction video, there was people going, "Well, like, really, why are the Soskas so bad?" And I'm like, "Look up this movie. You know, look up Regurgitator or whatever the fuck it is." And
it's amazing.
They took one look at it and then came back and commented to me and went, "No, I'm not watching that."
Man, no, dude, I'm like interested in filmmaking. I'm trying to. I like looking into filmmakers, and it's like, oh, he got filmmakers to work on his comic. Let me check out some of their stuff.
That must be cool. Yeah.
And then Angus reads me their list of movies, and I was like, I don't think I want to watch any of these movies.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Instant regret.
Never mind. Not my.
So the other thing I want to show you is because this is, you know, the fun I'm having. This is the thing, like this guy Larry LG, you probably see him in concert, tweets by like Frog Tony and stuff.
Homeless Larry.
Yeah. He like, you know, for no reason, he's the one that has reinvigorated my like, oh yeah, I am on a mission from God, because like I hadn't said any of this in months. And then he brings it up, including me and his detract, because he shares my picture, which is this this post where I said, "Got my detractor hat on. You are so fucked, Eric." And you see, just like, I'm so happy to get the next Rippaverse comic. I'm a detractor, and look how happy. Like, this is literally, I opened it and I'm like, you know, I should take a picture and be like, haha, you know. But like, I legitimately love these books. I have all four of those. I need to get the Rippazine and review it. But I legitimately love these books because they're so fucking bad that like they're
funny.
Like,
They're some of the best memes ever.
They give
really
me insight into like I would never think to not do this. Like it's so obviously why would I no? And then it's like, oh well, some guy made like 10 million bucks thus far doing just that. And I'm like, what? You know,
sometimes legally, sometimes
the
not so
Dick
much.
Masterson review actually like turned me on to be a customer. And with this whole detracting and him being a bitch and blocking any dissent, it just like it's like the whole F&T thing at EVS talks about, where it's like your constant dissent, constantly having to promote shitty movies that you like hate or bemoan, but like you're getting people excited for like trash, you know, and so you're kind of aiding the sell, aiding the interest. All the like buildup of like, oh, the Acolyte's gonna be the wokest, worst thing of Star Wars. It supposedly has like the best viewership thus far of Disney Plus this year. And that's probably because of all this like buildup of, oh, it's the worst. It's destroying Star Wars. This, you know.
Oh, the hate watching.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I heard they only got like 3% of subscribers, but maybe that's good for Disney Plus.
That's their highest one this year, you know.
Yeah, they'll frame it that way, you know.
Right.
So to
awesome.
add to this detracting, this is you know, I haven't really edited a video in a while, but this
was good.
This really inspired me.
He mentioned this in passing, and I was like, "You have to do this. This is great."
Yeah, so I'm a huge Thanos Infinity War fan. Josh Brolin's portrayed. He's like the epitome. It's, you know, love it. And I felt something here, and I went for it, and I'm very proud I made this. So let me introduce you. This is my kind of preview trailer for my detractor stream last week reviewing Yaira. I know what it's like to lose, to feel so desperately that your product is right, yet to fail nonetheless. It's frightening. Turns the legs to jelly. But I ask you, to what end? Dread it. Run from it. Destiny arrives all the same. And now, it's here. Or should I say, I am. Brian Solari will not save you from me, Eric.
I'm on a mission from God.
Oh, just wait.
Oh. Oh.
that little meme for the
Avoid
thumbnail.
track.
That's thanks to Larry bringing up my mission from God shit that I forgot. And I'm like, oh, yeah.
You need a cape and a robe or something. You need a staff. You need to go
No.
more to it. Add
I need
one
to
little
do
bit
that.
more every now and then.
I need to do that and go to the next meetup on a sidewalk.
Yes.
Make me like
You know
an
who
orange and
didn't?
black.
Have to settle with the International School of Ministry? Isom Bros. Angus.
I'd be like, come forth, detractors, come forth as we assemble upon the meeting of the Rippaverse.
Yeah,
yes.
it's going to be like abortion
Oh,
clinic
beautiful.
protests. I'm going to build a congregation at every meetup.
Make the prayer, we will win, we will win, we will win.
I'm gonna get like a Westboro Baptist with all like the God hates F slurs posters and stuff.
Oh, yeah,
like,
yeah.
God hates the Rippaverse.
It's oh, that's amazing. And they'll freak out about it and be like, "No,
yeah.
the other side's so crazy." Like, while on Kiwi Farms, they made that into a hug box. Why isn't Kiwi Farms laughing their asses off at Eric every day of the week?
Wouldn't it be
not
even
laughing?
funnier if like Eric
It's
like
funny.
he approaches you or Riley and stuff, and then that'd be funny if like he's like, it's a pleasure to meet you, humble detractor or something. Like just somewhat
right.
lean into it somehow lean into it, and then it's like there would be a diffusion of any whatever aggression he thinks that there is. He imagines there is. Like again, when you see Riley, I'm gonna shave you, Eric. Like, how can you see that as a threat? That's hilarious.
At least you guys are still keeping it light and we can laugh. I appreciate that because, to be honest, just of recently with the arrest and everything, like I feel in the dark side, man. Like I'm feeling that nastiness, right? And I'm seeing people like retweet me that are just like freaking out, and and then what they do is they make these weird claims about you, hoping it's gonna hurt your rep and your business.
Yeah.
It's like taking on SJWs, except it's more. I don't know. I think I'm getting like more nastily targeted by people who are supposed to be like part of our side in the culture war than I ever did SJWs. So I'm just kind of going, like this is a divided indie comics, and that sucks.
Well, do you
I can't support that.
Do you remember Renfamous?
Oh yeah, I do.
Back in the day, I think it's kind of
Fat ass,
funny.
that blue hair.
I think what happened, it kind of became a reality when they decided, like collectively, to ease up on attacking CG and stuff for a while. The idea was that they'd all attack each other, and by now that's been more than clear to have happened. Like with CG, like that worked entirely. Having the focus be, not from them, it was able to just shoot on each other. And close, tight grip, split, divide. Completely.
First, we had to get bored because they pulled away and blocked and hid and whatever, and it got kind of boring in that regard. They didn't want to have a fight anymore because they couldn't win the debate. They were like totally. I mean, Renfamous pretended she was some like badass internet player, and she was just this like dipshit accountant from Texas that like no one took seriously. Everyone, it's just a total clown. She was but I liked her because she just reminded the public how big of pieces of shit we were up against. These people become reminders. They're pinatas. They're characters in theater. And then all of a sudden, like there's people who've exploited Comicsgate over the years and then turn on us. And that kept things crazy too. But with the Bidenomics and like how fucked up we've all become, and had the coming out of COVID and everything, there's an extra layer of like fuck you, no fuck you in the air, And Eric July, like we wouldn't be fighting each other if Eric July hadn't made the amount of money he did, plus lies about everything. That's the problem. Like, he won't stop being a ripagandist. I call him a ripagandist. Okay, he won't stop. He's like, God, I got to do another video, another talking about this. I got to do another one.
If you didn't send the night letter to EVS of like, I don't like how you're siding on these people that are against me. So, like, if it was more like, okay, you can. I thought that Eric was going to be the kind of person where he could often butt heads with somebody like EVS, often like being because like this was also
right.
It was a while after the Zack Snyder stuff, but like the Zack Snyder stuff was where the real like open criticism of each other was kind of around, where EVS was like, that was awful, and Eric agreed. And
right.
There's a little bit of the tension between them and Jeremy and Nerdrotic and stuff. But then that was where like the Geeks and Gamers, the Nerdrotic crowd, like split from EVS and them because of what EVS said, which is kind of like, even if he said your zeros, I don't see why that's like now we cannot talk to you anymore. Like, to me, that's a dramatic reaction to a thing. I thought that y'all had balls, and it's like
they're sellouts.
That if anything, you would openly engage with him. And
be that's like, no, the character they play, right?
Whatever things, and then if they agreed on stuff, well, yeah, we are cool with that. I thought that's what the whole our sphere was, but it's like, no, there's
they took the SJW route.
I don't know.
They pulled back into their, and ostracized these people, and they did exactly what the left does and proved that these people aren't on the same mission as us, man. They don't care. They talk out. Their brains are anuses that have to talk every day and shit out stuff and make content. And their world has its own politics and social stratosphere. I don't even want to know about it. I don't watch any of them. I don't give a fuck. They don't really matter to me as critics. And they're not very funny or interesting. They're not good artists, and they support shit artists. And it's like, I don't give a damn. I'm not impressed by YouTube channel numbers. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm not interested in stuff like that.
They at one point seemed to not care either with it. Yeah. Like I was invited on to Jeremy's 100K stream back in the day.
Okay, they forgot what it's about.
And it just seems like, well, yeah, like, and now when they divided from EVS after he called them zeros, that was just like, man, y'all talk a lot of stuff about Brie Larson, about Disney, about Kathleen Kennedy, all these people, and it's like, I don't know, when your bros when your friends or bros, people online call you out for stuff, usually you're still friends afterward in some way. Maybe they disagree on the zero thing and are like, no, fuck you, Ethan, on that. But then it's, business as usual. Today I'm going to do my videos and you do your thing, and we'll interconnect, but not a total shun.
Well, you know what's interesting is that back then, when I didn't know Eric as well as I do now, obviously, like, I looked at Eric as a guy who appreciated a good debate. And he was more hardened to that.
He was like known as
I didn't know he was so fragile. Yeah. He was known for debating like lunatic SJWs or banging themselves over the head with a fucking cat while they're talking to him and shit and making them look stupid.
He really underestimated Vito, because Vito is a leftist to some degree, but Vito does have like principles he hits at his own side. He's not.
Yes, he's got a sense of humor.
We joke about Team Guy Vito, but he's really not a team guy. He is his own like pillar, and I appreciate that, because he'll say, like, on his show, it makes him money and can lose money by saying stuff. He'll say things that aren't couth at all to win people to his side. I really appreciate Vito. And then you got the combination of him and Dick is somewhat, conservative Trump guy and stuff. Friends with Nick Fuentes, like he's been canceled. He's had the shenanigans with Maddox and stuff, which is before my time following them. But they have an integrity, especially you see that Flashcast stream. Dick's truly got Vito's back.
That was an eye opener for me.
That was
watching.
Hilarious.
Yeah. It was brilliant. I mean, the hypocrisy he called out, the way he didn't put up with any of Eric's bullying, while everyone else in the room was like a clenched sphincter, tight and uncomfortable.
Yeah, see, it was the Zack Snyder stream and that stream where the presence was known, where the status quo was known of like, ooh, you're not supposed to talk about certain stuff around certain.
It's like, wait a minute, if we're like that, then we're just like the assholes we're criticizing, and then we're no better. Like that, and that will break down everything we're about, man. We have no principles when it comes to that.
Yeah, the quote, the term shill media, that's like the big thing that I was all on board with the Phantom Menace, collective of channels and stuff, is we're fighting an uphill battle against the mainstream media, shill media, shielding Disney and other companies when they have diversity hires and woke projects and they pretend it's good, even when it's obviously failing at the box office or whatever, or diminishing returns like Last Jedi, that there's a clear downgrade happening, the less toys being made. That's a big sign. Merchandise, we're proven right. Look at where the Acolyte is. There, you have to pre-order their Black Series figures. That should be on the shelf day one. And I'm going to Target, and all I find is Darth Vader masks for the Kenobi series, and like shitty versions of lightsabers, and like die-cast vehicles. Nothing promoting. All you got now, they've whittled it down to Darth Vader and Baby Yoda, which I love both of those things, but like
Baby Yoda sells.
They've ruined the potential. Not that they can't like bring it back, but like it's clearly in a rut, and that's like all the stuff we're talking about and warned about, and it's come to fruition. And then you get Rippaverse, where it's like all these moves you're making and like just not taking it in stride, being like, talk out of both sides of your mouth, clearly be mad, but just like say the lines of like, oh, well, I'm sorry you didn't like it. Hopefully we get you next time and we see improvement, say the company lines of like,
I'm
hey,
sorry for your confusion.
That's the company. Could it be that you have a comprehension issue?
Oh yeah. It's funny because like in September I did this video or his interaction with Eric, and it was funny because it wasn't even like a conscious thing, but like it was in some thread that he was tagged in, but it's like way deep down. And I was joking about how like just because Marvel's woke doesn't mean Rippaverse isn't shit. And he like retweeted saying like, ha 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 ha. And then somewhere down the line, I replied to someone about like a story. So then he retweeted me, being like, I think you just have a problem with people having, or why do you have a problem with people having fun in this universe? And then I start like talking about the plot, and I'm like, this doesn't make sense. And he's like, maybe you have a reading comprehension issue. And I'm like, all right, here's the plot. Here's what happened. What did I get wrong? And he kept moving the goalpost.
I like you pointed out in that one, and I saw him too. I think you pointed out the monkey demon thing. This is one thing that annoyed me. One little scratch does damage with one demon thing, and then in the end, he's fighting dozens of them at once, and he's totally fine. Like, that's what this is why the power issue kind of comes into question. What is going on here? You show one thing and you contradict it with something else.
And here's the thing, like that in hindsight,
that's an amateur storyteller.
The thing I realized back then, which is funny in hindsight, because it wasn't like a conscious thing, but he was trying to bully me by retweeting to reply to me. He
retweeted every reply to you to his audience, so they could come in and attack you. Yes,
and it's like, I've already dealt with this shit with Star Wars. You're a fucking little Rippaverse. I mean, you're big in Comicsgate community, but like you're nothing ultimately. I've already dealt with like Star Wars shit, and that's international.
One time I pissed off Black Twitter. That was interesting.
And it's like, I'm not backing down. Like, it wasn't a constant. It's just like, no. Like, fucking explain this shit. Like, all you have to do is explain it. Why did I saw him run from the cops when he beat
They always go, I shouldn't need to. If it's in the book, you need to read it. It's like, can you just pretend we're fully retarded? Say it.
Yeah, I'm
what
like,
is it?
Yeah, and I did that.
I did that
to Sturgis. I'm like, he pulled the memes like, you didn't read the book, and I'm like, you know what, Sturgis, you're right. I'm retarded. So tell me what happened? Powers?
And he just
tell
me
what happened,
and
it's
it's like
got nothing.
You think if they read it, if they know it, they could say it, but they'll act like, yeah, we all know what it is, huh? Right? You studied? Yeah, I studied. I studied too, huh? Yeah. No, nobody. Nobody knows.
The great tragedy.
Nobody knows what it is.
Greatest tragedy of Eric July is that usually when someone wants to make their own comic books, or especially their own universe, they are so in love with comics and they want to do a good job. They want to make the best shit around because just out of the love. Like, I've made comics way before I ever made money off of them, but I've been making them since I was 8 years old. I did it because I love them, man. I love making them. I saw a Ninja Turtle for the first time. My life changed. I started drawing comics, and those Ninja Turtle comics from the 80s are like the hottest, most badass, pulpy, awesome indie shit ever. It's the best. It's still great today to just read and absorb, and the energy of it, the truth to it, the griminess, the personalities of the different brothers. It was just great. Anyway, so like I assumed Eric July was gonna be like, man, I love comics. Like, man, I want to write better comics. Like, I want to learn from the big. Like, he could have asked any of the pros in CG for anything, and they would have helped him. That's an amazing position to be in, and he trashed it all for his ego. He doesn't care about good comics.
He starts from there's different ideas that aren't those. Yeah.
When I saw that he didn't give a shit, and Alpha Core was just fucking horrible, like not good at all. I was just like, I am out. This guy doesn't care. There's no oversight. Why the hell would a libertarian be fantasizing about superheroes controlled by the government? I have no fucking clue.
Super cops.
Yeah. Well, oh, they're not fascists, dude. They live in a floating fortress above the city, like a nightmare.
What's annoying on top of it is like I remember he had a public argument with the EVS or about EVS. One of those things where he makes it kind of vague a little bit, but I think it was I think it was referring to EVS because he was like, did a video. He's like, hey, would you guys prefer a story that's more grounded or where there's after an apocalypse or something where everybody dies?
Okay.
Right. So he phrased it some kind of way like that.
Rookie's learning black. I love it.
And it was like, because I was like, well, wait a second. Cyberfrog pretty much starts with an apocalypse, I guess, if you want to call it that, and jump forward 20 years, and then that's where his story starts. Is there, and then he's like, he's trying to go with. He wants there to be a lot to pull from for a while, a lot to milk. But then you read I Someone. And it's like, okay, you could call that grounded, I guess. And then you go to number 2, and it's like, okay, now, what are you doing here?
There's a purple dragon.
The castle with the animals, with the blood powers, with the portal to hell. That's fictional nonsense. And there's only one. And it's like, the monkey demons. And it's like, okay, hold on. What in the fuck? If you said you can't, okay, come on, man. Let's stick to
Blood Ruth riding her period down in the air like a skateboard and shit.
What are you doing, man?
It was definitely a guy who didn't know what he was doing, just going off. He didn't know how to make it exciting, so it's not like I'm asking for the history of the thing. I'm just saying it's like it seemed like you were trying to tell a cohesive story from the launch point of I Someone. Not a great one, but it's simple enough where you could kind of assume what where they might go, but there's going to be a surprise. But then it's just like, nope, let's just go to a completely different story instead. And it's like, that's a weird. The people notice that whether or not it's a tone shift. Yeah,
it's a really weird tone shift, and it's not like going from Star Wars to Empire Strikes Back. That's a different thing. That was caused by what they did in the last one to bring them to where they were in Empire Strikes Back. Their attack led them to being chased the whole time. That's what that was. This was just random things.
He doesn't know how to write a story. I don't think he's ever written one, but because he wrote it and he spent the last X number of years being in a YouTube hug box where everyone told him how great he is, and because he's more about selling on appearances of being great. And that's how he thinks he sells books, even though he's not selling as many books. You know what I'm saying?
If there's some people that like it, he thinks that, well, then it must, it's just your opinion if you don't like it. And it's like, that's not necessarily the point. It doesn't, we're not saying that our way is the right way. We're not saying there's the only way you can do it. There's plenty of ways you can write anything. I had an argument yesterday on the Physical Media Show. I'm on with the Fanzine and Tom Connors, and we're talking about RoboCop 2. And they loved it. I liked it, but I didn't love it. And I was going into why. And we talked for like an hour on this thing, going back and forth with it and stuff. And I thought that by the end of fight, it's RoboCop who is just fighting this guy. There's a consciousness in the other robot, but it doesn't act like it. Yeah, Kane. He doesn't act like
he's more bestial.
He's just a robot. It's just a robot, pretty much. And I thought the fight was pretty lame. There was nothing more to it. It just might as well have just been a robot. There wasn't anything like that. And we're just going back and forth on, why and what meaning could have been drawn out of it. I thought, if the kid happened to be put in there, that'd be a quandary for RoboCop to decide whether or not to kill a kid or something, like some type of moral moral thing, especially
Yeah.
if he is RoboCop a robot that would just kill this kid, or does he have enough human in him to
That kid
do
was
some
a
other
fucking
way?
criminal, man.
I don't know. Point
Yeah.
is, we all agreed like RoboCop 1 was really good, and RoboCop 2,
That movie's brilliant.
was they loved it for especially the time it was out and the type of sequels that were out. They loved it for its timing and whatnot, what it accomplished for the time. And it's like, okay, that's fine. I wasn't around in that time. It's my first time seeing this, so yeah, I guess I'll see it very differently. But there's still basic fundamental things you can criticize in it. I would say there's like 4 or 5 villains in it too, and there was not as much.
That was Frank Miller
focus on him
writing. That was Frank Miller writing that, right?
Okay,
he
now
wrote RoboCop 2.
He's familiar, but I don't associate him. Dark Knight Return. Okay.
Frank Miller. So
Sin City.
I was like, oh yeah, Frank Miller. But like Frank Miller doesn't necessarily. Movies is a different medium for him. So. And some of his writing might have been awesome, and who knows how much the studio might have messed with it. I don't know.
They said that they scrapped some of it because they were going to do some of the ideas in RoboCop 3 and like kind of split them. It was the final act was going to be against OCP instead of Kane, and they moved that to RoboCop 3, but moved around ideas and stuff, so it didn't really work out the right way. But I was like, okay, that explains to me why it felt more disjointed by the third half. Looking at it. Without any nostalgia to it, it felt like
well, and the thing with the Rippaverse is this is Eric wants to be like, I'm not conservative, whatever. It's like you're in a conservative space. All of your YouTube friends, everyone you interact with are generally conservatives, if not outright Trump like Republicans or whatever, or disaffected Democrats that are voting for Trump or that rhetoric. It's all conservative rhetoric. That you're selling, that you're appealing to.
What about the Blaze? Are they not conservative?
Well, yeah, he works for a conservative media, a competitor with Daily Wire, for supremacy.
Yeah.
So yeah, like everything about him, all his work, him going against like wokies and metal core or whatever, everything about him and his rhetoric is conservative talking points.
Oh yeah,
and
that's true.
My whole thing is like, you didn't have to make anything good. It's fine if it's shit, actually, because the whole point of backing Eric was to make a statement. Now, the problem is, over time, we want to see improvement, but you have a lot of goodwill from the start. Basically, my view of the collective consciousness that backed Eric is that this is an investment for a long-term media outlet against Marvel to kind of make them have to play straight and actually tell stories, not propagandize stories. And all the things talk about with like degrading characters, race swapping, sexuality swap, etc., identity swaps, off the coattails of successful characters. All I had to do is just like have a good delivery of like, hey, we hear your feedback about like the lack of quality and whatever, and we're working to improve, or we're working to get better. I'm working to be better every day. You just say these lines, however true it is, play the game,
much better received,
and you would have so much goodwill long term, where it's like, we support you, Eric, because
you have
we
a fire in your heart, man.
Yeah,
we love that.
But we don't see the passion. That's the problem. He doesn't.
Right.
He doesn't
buy my shit.
The passion. It's like
some product coming.
He could even say, I really thought that
like
the way I wrote it, I really thought the way that I wrote it was really good and cohesive. But there's a lot of people that aren't feeling it that way. Even if he believes that it's still right, maybe it's like, all right, well, I got to keep some of that in mind as I'm writing the next one. See where I'm going. See what I can maybe tweak a little to make that better. Just some type of humbling. A little bit, rather than my way is really good. I don't care if you say it's good. You're a professional in the thing. I don't care. It's good. That professional said I'm good. So, and I pay
people think you got to write it a certain way, and that's all bullshit.
A certain way thing.
And it's like, someone told me that he called himself the Michael Jordan of comics, and I'm like, Michael Jordan didn't call himself the Michael Jordan of basketball. Like this guy. If you watch Last Dance, you fully can understand Michael Jordan's drive, his ethics. It's clearly ego driven to some degree, but like he just has it doesn't matter the stakes. He wants to win. He wants to be the best at whatever he does. and he never like touted. I've never seen anything like I'm the great. He never did. I don't think Michael Jordan ever had an all emo like I'm the best there ever was. You know.
Yeah.
Well, he had a good team too, because when he was on a team that wasn't that good, he didn't really win that much.
But
So.
part of the success of that stacked, Bulls legacy was also because like Jordan was a leader. He clearly was like a LeBron of his era. He kind of ran shit in cohesion with Phil Jackson. There's clearly like a delegation of roles of power. And it's funny because like in The Last Dance, this one guy that was on with the Bulls for a while, he went to I think like Charlotte or something. They played the playoffs and they like won the first game, and he was all cocky, and that fucking you might have won that series, but you fucking lit a fire in Jordan to like fucking rub your nose in the dirt. And so he did not let off the gas after that. He might have actually beat him and foiled like one of the three-peats, but that's Michael Jordan. And like
Jordan.
He had a humility or just like a drive to stay focused and not like boast before he got it. Like the legacy of Jordan is like the flu game, however bad it actually was, the food poisoning or whatever, he powered through and got the championship. That's Michael Jordan. I've never seen any iconography of Michael Jordan. It's like, I want the most boastful is like him, like, woo, I made the shot, woo, buzzer beat.
Oh yeah, a normal reaction.
Yeah, it's like I won.
That guy's a champion, all right. Not everyone could be like that,
But yeah, I played when I had the flu and I kicked everybody's butt. What's your excuse, huh?
Nick Foles took down the evil empire of the Patriots and Bill Belichick. Have you ever seen Nick Foles being like discount double check or anything? Well, he's an Super Bowl MVP, and I've never seen anything boastful from Nick Foles.
Well, this is why I consider Eric a YouTuber, and I don't call him a comic creative or creator.
Creator.
I don't call him a comic. I just call him a YouTuber, man, because that's the YouTuber like at its worst. I'm infallible. I'm great because I say I'm great, and you better buy my book because it's great. And that's why you were talking about earlier how they think it's going to pay off someday, and they're just clinging on. I think as time goes on, they get more insane. Well, that's part of Eric's marketing, isn't it? We will win, and a picture of him being an angry black man going, and we're just getting started, and
dude, there's this one picture. There's this one picture like collage of all those fucking like profile pics of all the workers and shit and the cast of the Rippaverse, and they're all like fucking smug, looking at you like from the side. It's
like they're like I know they look like they're about to rape you in prison, man.
It says join us. But then they're all looking like smug and shit.
Yeah,
like we're better than
my
you.
buddy Eric Weathers, my letterer, like was he's working for Rippaverse for a while. He's not anymore. And the picture they drew of him, I was like, Eric, you look like you're gonna shiv me in prison. What is going on? He's like, I don't know. Back Battle Brick Road. I love that guy. Anyway, I think that here's the thing that's fascinating to me as a creator, not creative, about Rippaverse. Okay. When I was 10 years old, I had a lot of comic book characters prancing around in my mind and heart. And I thought maybe for a split second, wouldn't it be cool if they had their own universe? And I have my comics like Marvel. And that's just a passing fantasy that I think a lot of comic fans and a lot of comic creators have probably had at one point. It's like a flight of fancy, whatever they call it, if it passes through you. Well, we're watching Eric July actually do that while having the same talent I had when I was a 10-year-old boy. So he's getting like $10 million, and launching a universe without even having ever written one character before. He's like, the whole universe going, because that all matches with his ego. And what did he name his universe? Rippaverse, after himself. Everything's about, it's the ego of this guy, the hubris. And that's why his marketing is the way it is, and that's why we know behind the scenes when things don't go his way, he's actually like fucking raging. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then he's like, "Oh, gotta pretend to be happy again." Oh yeah.
If you say we're having fun, we're having fun here.
Boy.
You're not having fun. Nobody's having fun. Says we're having fun. We're having fun, guys.
Exactly.
Yep. We're having fun. We're having a great time.
It's
the best.
Because of YoungClippa starting to like rip on Rippo with doing the YoungClippa like for canon's sake watches. I'm so glad he does, because I never dug into Eric's back catalog, and I think this really says everything. There's two moments in this. I'll play the first one though. That's it. But just listen to how he talks. I feel like he's trying to like diss like Comics Explain and like big comics YouTubers. And it's very interesting because this he talks about Avengers Endgame. And I highly suggest watching this because it's fucking hilarious. Now, it's one thing to hate multiverse. It's one thing to hate time travel. Like, I don't get that perception, but I get like, I don't like that. It's like
a
bad
comprehension
loophole
issue.
For writing, whatever. But it's like, I don't know. How are you a fan of comics at all in the legacy of comics? Like, some of the biggest stories are multiversal. Crisis on Infinite Earths. I haven't read, but I understand like the plot, you know. It's all these different universes of DC colliding, different versions of characters having to work together. And of course, you know, Infinity Gauntlet, Secret Wars, the original is like on Battleworld or whatever, you know, it's like the first like Venom suit symbiote Easter egg and shit. There's a lot of iconography in these like wacky, you know, what if plot lines. And Eric in the stream talks about like responding to email about old Captain America. He's like, yeah, I don't really get how like Chris Evans is old. And he's like, you know, someone might be trying to explain it, but like, I just don't buy it, you know? And it's like, this guy's fucking retarded. Like,
he's dumb.
Clearly no one has seen this. Right now it's got 6,000 views from 5 years ago. And it's like, I think if people saw this, they would like might second guess ever backing a guy. It's like, I'm never going to have reboots or multiverse or time travel. And it's like, you're literally kneecapping any potential to get out of the hole narratively in a medium that is constantly rebooting, because you get so many characters, people start writing different shit. It doesn't match up. There's contradictions. So you have to just bust, you know, this is the nature of the beast of universes in comics.
Well, and sometimes if you have such a defined character, sometimes just putting them in a situation where they would do what they wouldn't do is fun. So having an alternate story, what you would do, right?
Yeah, that's the Batman angle.
What if Spider-Man had to bust a cap in someone's ass? Like, you know, like see what would happen there.
Yeah, it's like, I'm not a Snyder tard, but I do have a weird like appreciation for Snyder, especially like the time era the BVS came out and some of the angles he was taking. Like, it was definitely bold and daring. And watching his Rogan stream, kind of discussing some points, and it's like, he was pulling from Star Trek with like the Captain Kirk no-win situation. It's like, well, what would be like the third option? What's like the threading the needle moment? That's like, that was Zack Snyder's angle to try to adapt the Dark Knight Returns gun scene and stuff. And it's like, okay, like I appreciate like the thought process that he has, even though it clearly didn't land with most people. Like, you know, that's cool. And it's just interesting hearing this from Eric. Let me play this.
The best show of the best shows, where we talk about everything from comic books to even social commentary. This is episode number 1 of For Canon's Sake.
So some white guy read it and then he yells an answer.
Or a try hard, get in there. And now,
wait. I think that's what we missed right here. All right.
Commentary. This is episode number 1 of For Canon's Sake. So whether you're a normie, a wannabe expert, or a tryhard, get in.
So you're either a normie, a tryhard, or a wannabe expert. So no one is worthy of Eric's position understanding comics.
Right.
Is what you should
wish you were Eric.
Yeah, and it's like, this is the guy making a universe, no fucking humility.
It sounds exactly like the Rippaverse version of Derek July here. Like, you know, I'm the best. I'm the one. I'm the number one comic creator around. I'm Stan Lee. That's what this sounds like.
Yeah, to run with the black Stan Lee thing, like when the Google fiasco happened with their AI making everyone black and people figuring out how to game that. So
Stan Lee was fun and charming and loved these characters more than life, okay? And understood them. And like Eric's the opposite of that, dude. It's just, everything's just, that's some weird marketing, man. Don't stand on Stan Lee's corpse, Eric. We'll go stand at Isom's grave.
Well, that's funny. So you could go to Ice. You want to see Ice Thumb? Visit the gravesite.
Well, it's funny you said because if I have free time, I'm gonna make me a little drive down to Iceland's grave, like showing you that Thanos clip. Like Eric's really inspired me to try to recontextualize some iconic comic book scenes, or to like just iconic movie scenes and recontextualize them with like Rippa-based jokes for this growing lore of the like real life Rippaverse shenanigans. So yeah,
Crazy.
someday I might travel down to I think Arkansas and have a little fun video.
Hello, paging Mr. Isom Knox.
I thought you were going to show.
It's not your fault, Mr. Isom Knox. It's not your fault that this happened. All right.
I thought you were going to show the part where he's like, "Man, how did Captain America get so old?" Like with the time travel thing. Or what?
It's so crazy. It's like it's one thing to just like, oh, I don't like that. That's a bad narrative. This is a problem with time travel. But it's another thing like I don't get it, and it's like also I'm going to make my own comic company.
No wonder he doesn't want to do it then. He's like, I promise no time travel because I don't understand.
It's like
he doesn't. What he tries to market his books on, I just want to say, is like things that aren't fun or exciting. He doesn't even know how to have fun. Like he's like, look at our ethics. Here's our page of our ethics. I don't give a fuck. Is your story good? Yeah. Hey, you don't like multiverses? We don't got I don't give a shit. And then he says he has a comprehensive lore or no, not lore. You're never gonna see any like problems with continuity. And I'm like, no shit, you just started. What the fuck are you bragging about? This guy doesn't know comics, man. It's really weird. These are not things the fans were demanding. We just wanted unwoke shit.
Yeah, it's like if you had some stories that we liked and wanted to see, you could grow a bit, and you probably shouldn't rule out the potential of multiverse and all that stuff. Because if you can write well, if you can make a good enough story, and your intention isn't to just reboot the series or something, you could probably have something with that is good. Instead of just going time travel, multiverse, all that stuff is nonsense. Like it's only nonsense if you write it nonsensically. That's
fictional nonsense. See,
it doesn't.
I was joking about Rookie learning black because when we were reading Isom together, here's the story. I was interested to back the Rippaverse, but like $50 for a comic, I was like, I don't know right now with my like pay and stuff. And so I'm like, I might have to pay extra to get on eBay because I expect this to be like a hot fucking thing that would be like very pricey, like a mail-in book or something. You got to spend like $100 to get a mail-in copy on eBay.
Yeah.
And I was expecting to have to like, shill that out to, if not on future campaigns, like, the standard copy or whatever. I was very interested to back Eric, and it's just like, I just can't right now. And then I start following the biggest problem because like there was like the Ricada stream on Dick's show with Vito. And then ironically, Bounty into Comics covered their biggest problem stream with Adam Sessler, the G4 guy. And so that got me to start watching their show because they're fucking funny and interesting, guests. And then like the review came out. And I was a little bit behind at that point with like the Vito lore against Eric. And I hear Dick's review and I'm like, there's no fucking way. So like luckily there was like a internet copy going around. So I snagged it and read it. I'm like, Rookie, dude, like, have you read the book yet? And he's like, no. I'm like,
I think I had the book for months at that time. But I haven't read it at that point.
Dude, everything this guy said was fucking true. It's horrible. And so we start reading it. And of course, like I make voices for some of these characters. So like Darren Fontano, I read them like Cat Williams, where it's like, you were an all right athlete, but you didn't amount to much, And it makes it so much fun. Gooding, I read him like a robot because like there's enough like leeway to make him like a
that's fun.
David from Alien series.
He did talk like a crazy person, and then
it's so
pay my monthly fee.
Yeah, it's so much fun if you read Gooding like a robot that has no like real inflection, no understanding of like the tone of what he's saying. It's so much funner to read it that way. And then Yaira, of course, with her Gru voice, like it was meant to be Diablo. It's so
like a
so fun. And Julio, I did see your I'm downloading the clip that I mean to put on the channel for you, so bear with me.
We were reading one of the parts where Isom's after Darren's speech, he's all annoyed, and he says something. He's like, "Man, if you must be disrespecting me, you must be really on one." or something.
Yeah,
And
Rookie's like,
would,
"What?"
I was reading that like you were on one. ...
You're
You're on one. Did he forget the words? Like to me, I'm like,
and I'm
that's
like,
not
Rookie, he's
the
speaking
end.
black.
I'm like, that's not the end of the sentence. Why would one be the end of you were on one? What? He's like,
What?
no, that means black, one of the drugs. I was like, oh.
I'm like, yeah, you're really
Oh, okay.
crazy. You really
Like, I just
on
never
one,
heard
Rookie.
anybody speak that way.
And so yeah, it's funny too, because like in parts, this is what's strange about Eric's book too with ISOM and ISOM 2 is when you read it, there's like sometimes it reads like a voice like, you know, Shaft or whatever, you know, it reads like a black character. He's got a tone in some of his dialogue.
Yeah,
Other times it's like he's, you know, it's like, are you okay? You know, normally you seem to be, you know, maybe a little nervous, but you seem very anxious now. And it, you know, like he overcomplicates it. This is where like the niggonomics comes from, because learning more lore about Eric, the real person, and how like supposedly he was banging, even though all we've seen the videos is him either like making shitty raps or popping his ass, you know, with other guys in the street, in the suburbs, by the way.
Yeah, definitely the suburbs.
I think, you know, there's that like Fag Bug documentary that he's in partially.
Oh yeah.
And I really think Eric, you know, was friends with a lot of like, you know, at least wannabe hood guys, and he was trying to be part of that. And then he goes to college and it's like, oh man, everyone's kind of like white, and so he like interprets that as having to say overcomplicated words or sentences, and some of that happens in ISOM. Like in the ISOM character,
Right.
he'll like talk kind of like you assume black, you know, quick, you know, and then other times he like talks overcomplicated, like someone trying to interpret like whiteness through dialogue. It's like, oh, a nerd, you know, that like says big words.
Yeah.
And you see that in his videos where he'll be like, you know, that is not the contention, Nick, you know, like
no, that's Eric is a performance artist, and he performs as a wise old black guy in a rocking chair on a porch, just telling you how it is. That's his character. That's his, he's magical. He's the legend of Rippaverse, all right? He's magic, and he's got a twinkle in his eye, and he's gonna just tell you how it is. And you don't. It's coming later. To this day, Rippaverse fans will say sad things like, "It's on the right track. It's gonna get there.
It's coming.
It's gonna get good someday." And like he's got, and that's what you do. You invest in Eric to also kind of like you want to. I think a lot of these people, sadly, they feel like they're successful too when he's successful. Like they live vicariously through his success and feel like they're a big part of it.
And they're also successful somehow. Yeah, we did it, guys. We did it. It's
so successful. We're making a difference, you know. We're just getting started. But yeah, his character is the magical legend of Rippaverse, the black guy trope who knows more than you and he's better than you, and you got, you know, they become like kind of culty around it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So I'm just highlighting these. DJ says Ethan's next Trashcast is how I am quitting Trashcast, and this is why. I doubt it. I think this is just.
I think he's done that. No, he's done that a few times already, and then changed the title later.
Yeah, because he's tweeted a poll.
We'll see.
He does them often.
He's tweeted a poll because
it's good engagement
feedback, and
okay.
I think after the Riley shit, after he's like directly met Riley and fucked around with him, made that funny warehouse video of like $2. What the fuck? You gave Eric 41.
Yeah, I just watched that today. Hilarious.
And it's like,
so
dude,
funny.
like that was the real shot across the bow. Like you had the Flashcast stream with which is funny because no one talks about before Dick and Vito come on that there's a little moment where it's like Ethan's trying to like plead with them basically like, dude, you need to improve. It's not top notch, man. Like you got a lot of work still. And he's like, I read it twice. Ethan says, I read it twice. It wasn't like I read it twice. Like I couldn't stop. I had to read it again. It was I read it twice. Like disappointment.
I had to suffer through
looking for something good.
Like, he's like I tried, man. Like, yeah, exactly. It's like
we all tried.
There's in Yaira, there's like the scene where you know, she's meeting the old lady and the old lady knows her. They seem to have some friendship or something that, you know, and then like so it's like, they establish the Q-tips that they're gouging old people, like Better Call Saul. And then she's like talking to her and says something about like, oh yeah, El Dios Femino, talking about like her grandmother told a story about a goddess who fell from heaven to earth, and it's called like Yaira. And then it cuts to like this like layer with all these relics and shit. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, and I'm flipping through like, did I miss something? Like, no, it's literally the next page on this side. So you got this side with the nursing home, and then boom, you're in a fucking
medieval fucking armory.
And it's like, what?
Oh, that Yaira.
Yeah,
Wow.
and it's just,
and she makes it sound like it's her collection, like they're in her mansion. Why is every Rippaverse character is a rich asshole? Have you noticed that?
Oh, dude, Altona. It's funny because like Altona seemed to be like maybe mid-level at the company at Projexis.
Oh, she's like the number one smartest lady
then
on the planet.
Yaira is like, she's fucking Shuri that just like, hey, there's like a foreign magic like Doctor Strange bug creature that has a horde of drone bugs, and she collects the bug to study. Even though you don't know what she's a like chief technical officer, so somehow she knows everything about bugs now. And instantly knows like, oh, well, that's a foreign bug. I got to study that. And then she finds Yaira and helps doctor from her like mortal wound from this bug man. He ass blasts her in the gut and leaves a big wound. And somehow Altona helps her. And Yaira's still not trusting her, even though it's very clear, like, oh, you're Sally Rodell and the super being that Alpha Core is after. I'm essentially aiding and abetting a felon. Sweet. And it's like, no problem, no consciousness of that problem. And then it's like, oh, here's like, the chrysanthemum. It's very important to, make a machine to weaponize this to kill bugs. And then she just does it like that same day. And it's like, oh, yeah, this like triangle beam just took out all the bugs from a fucking magic bug man from outer space that you have no knowledge of.
She's like, all in a day's work from one of the
and they also have like a holding cell
thing.
for Exceps at Projexis.
Well, that's all. What the hell do you call that? That's all very contrived writing. It's very amateur hour writing. But who would have thought two girls who wrote for Marvel in this era might not actually know how to write a fucking comic book?
Yeah, what is up, Julio Scissors? Give me your contact, whatever. DM me on Twitter if you're available. I'll send you like, because at some point we will talk about Star Wars. Are you a Star Wars guy at all, Vaughn?
Yeah, I mean, I grew up loving
prequels.
I grew up loving. Yeah, I grew up with the OT and loving it. My dad back in the '80s asked a video store like how much just to take the cassette home because you couldn't get it, And they were like, they looked it up on the computer and it was like $400, 1980s money. And he was like, sold. So that way we could just rewatch that shit, and just enjoy it. So that was a good thing my dad did.
I got into Star Wars. So my mom, before my sibling, there was this in a different town before, like for a while, I went to Arizona with my grandma, basically for her to like offload me while she dealt with like this crazy boyfriend. Because it turned out he had like a history of sequential marriages that seemed to all end in like abuse. So she kind of pawned me off on my grandma, moved to Arizona.
Another sequential artist. Cool.
And yeah, fuck, I forgot the point of that. Sorry.
You're something about Star Wars.
Oh yeah, they were huge Star Wars fans. They had the only movies they had was Titanic and original trilogy.
Okay.
And I was like 7, and then episode 1 was coming out, so I saw the trailer. I was so excited for Darth Maul and lightsabers. But original trilogy had like no impact on me. Like I kind of wear the imagery, but like I never retained like I'm your father, the Return of the Jedi moments. Like none of it stuck. It was just all bland and fucking ugly. And I stand to that to this day, that like the original trilogy, if you're not indoctrinated with like nostalgia and parents to kind of get you a Star Wars fan, original trilogy is not engaging until you're older. In my opinion, until you're at least like probably 14, 15, you'll kind of start appreciating it. So the prequels I grew up with from like 7 to, I don't know, 14 when they were coming out. And so I grew with the series of those films. And so as a follow through, I became original trilogy. Like, yeah, they're fine. They have them. And I feel that way still. It's like, no, they're great character stories, but prequels is partially, nostalgia of growing up with it, but also it's just more story. It's more depth that Lucas probably would have put in the original trilogy if he had the budget and the capabilities to fully realize Star Wars back then. But that's kind of where I'm at with Star Wars. And then new stars, of course, like it was clearly excitement for the Force Awakens. Saw it 4 times. And then Last Jedi happened, and me, not the OT guy, me being a dark side, not giving a fuck about Luke. I'm just like, something's wrong with this, you know. Even me, the prequel guy, not attached to Luke, I'm like, something's wrong with this, and it was fun. But yeah, really quick, Julio Scissors, you're the first guy to get this juicy clip now on the channel for $10. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support. It goes in the Meth Gator coffer. Here is the new standard clip. Here we go.
He's threatening me.
He is a performer.
That was, I think, in
Give that
response to
3
the night letter shit.
I'll give that 3
Amazing.
stars. That 3 stars.
Yeah, hit me up because we had a good fun talk about Star Wars a bit on BTM. BTM's not a Star Wars fan at all. Somehow I divulged into that, and it was a fun conversation with Julio. And so I'm very interested to pick his brain because we both agreed that, you know, despite everyone crying about the space lesbians in Star Wars, that this is actually the best episode so far creatively, even though it's still like a bad show. I see
The right way to phrase it would be the least worst, because it's not good either. So
I think narratively it's like, okay, this is actually like trying to be ambitious. Like, here's my thing. I was saying, you know, the like conservative grift, sphere zeros, they're going to pander to like the libs of TikTok sentiment of, oh no, gay, you know, even though they'll say like, we don't care about diversity, just make it like part of the story and worthwhile, not just like that's their identity. But then you have this where it's like, they don't really make it their identity that they're like lesbians. I mean, it's clearly a factor of their life, but it's not like lesbians. It's like it's a coven of force witches that have a different interpretation.
It's the easiest thing to meme about the episode, but the episode's still awful, I think, regardless of the lesbian stuff. That's still not good at all.
Yeah, it's one of those where it's like, what Star Wars is for boys. And like this, it's weird to try to deny it. You know, Lucas talks about one of the core principles of Star Wars is about fathers and sons. Yeah. Like it is for boys. Girls can like it, but like it's the cosmic fight of the Force and fathers and sons. There has to be some sort of paternal driving factor in the story. Yeah. Like Luke Skywalker, dumb fuck in the boonies of Tatooine with lofty ambitions to join the Empire, actually with his friends, is stuck in a rut on a desert farm, and then he finds out, oh, I'm actually part of like a great legacy that's, you know, tainted by murder of my father. And then he meets the father and finds out, oh, actually my mentor lied to me, and you know, and
it's the ultimate hero's journey story. And if you want to learn how to write the hero's journey inside and out, you'll study Star Wars.
Oh, yeah.
Well, and also what's very interesting is it inverts the prodigal son story. Like Vader in the prequels is Satan. He defies, you know, the order, makes, you know, and kind of falls to hell.
Right.
And,
it's the fall.
The fall, and then through Luke, he plays the prodigal, the father of the prodigal son, but he's redeeming his father. It's a subversion of slaying your father in storytelling, whether it's the legacy of your father that sins or directly, you know, clashing with them. Like Hamlet is the father figure of the uncle that he has to slay, you know, it's tried and true formula.
Kronos and stuff.
Yeah. And Lucas maybe unknowingly with the specific story, but he does the prodigal son and flips it on its head in the redemption. It's like very brilliant. That's something that I don't think most people like pick up on, but that's like the subconscious resonance for a Westerner that, you know, we're collectively all kind of Christianized in our storytelling, you know, whether it's directly we're churchgoers or not.
Yeah, we lost a bunch of because EVS just went live.
Well, that's fine.
That's fine. Everybody thought he wasn't going to stream tonight, but he got power back.
He's got the power.
His title of his stream is "They Were Right. I am quitting Trash Cash number 72." And this is why. And it's like, okay, so yeah, you're still going to do that.
He's trolling. I love it.
That's what's funny.
Hey Yaira, how can I thank you for freeing me? I don't understand the name Alpha Core. Why is it spelled that like that? It should be corpse.
I don't think he ever answers. He just
it's
goes,
probably a mark.
You'll one day you'll see.
Yeah, it's probably some sort of like legal thing to try to avoid any like copyright stuff, trademark shit. That's probably why he spelled it that way.
I think people
guess.
looked up.
I think people
have looked up alpha core, spelling it the way that they should, and there are things I think that go under that. So that could be it.
That's not even a problem. You just have to trademark it as like Marvel's Thor.
Well, no, I agree, but he seems to not understand that. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
It's really frustrating because, like, you know, for a guy to get gifted $10 million from retards on the internet and just piss it away repeatedly. I don't even have a problem with the like Saska sisters, but it's given the like constant rhetoric on his channel. It's completely two-faced to hire them, given you constantly have built a channel and be like he just has a video recently about space lesbians talking with Az about Star Wars, which he doesn't fucking watch because he doesn't watch anything new. They're grooming the kids, you know, it's going with that angle, you know. And yet you hire people that have a history of like trans rights, transgender is a gender, trans kids exist, you know, which is fine if that's your belief and whatever. Like, actually, like I want you to stand for like your beliefs, even if I disagree. He's had videos where it's like, if I was at Marvel the first day one, I'd fire everybody because they're woke. And then he hires these people, and it's like, you're fucking two-face. It's a weird move. It really is for the audience you've built. Like, you know, I really think the exposure of like people like Katie did and stuff, exposing the Saskas, Chris Bacon and stuff, I think did hurt sales. I
think so. I mean, he will tell you himself, like, I never claimed to be anti-woke. And you're just going, yeah, but a lot of people will say, I buy Rippaverse books because they're not woke on Twitter. I see it all the time. I see a lot of people believed in him making the alternative to woke. So to hire, you know, the Succubus twins, I'm sure they're sweethearts and totally charming and stuff. And who knows, maybe they even like changed their ways and found Jesus or something. But they seem to me like people who are opportunists, who got kind of canceled by SJWs. So they're kind of saying fuck you to them and working for Rippaverse.
No, I think it's just like, hey, well, like we can get a job here for now. Yeah, you know, it's like we got canceled, like soft canceled because of Lucifer Valentine.
You know, I assumed, unfortunately, that they were going to actually have some talent from all the movie making they've done.
Same.
You got to know story. You got to know it inside and out. And I love horror movies, so I'm like, these girls are probably cool as hell. This is going to be great.
They work with Axel Braun, who's like a revered, you know, porn parody, like a comic creator, you know?
Right. And what happened, it turns out they're kind of diversity hires, I'm thinking. Like, they're not that good at writers. And they don't know story inside and out at all. And that Yaira thing, that was an eye-opener, man. That was bad, not even good student filmmaking at its worst. It was terrible, man. And that accent alone is going to be memed way after they're dead. Like, it's hysterical. But
even worse to me was their behind-the-scenes video. Because in that video, they could have explained why, you know, we had all these effects we wanted to do, but we couldn't. So the budget was low. They couldn't find the right guys that could do what we wanted. So we just decided to not do it.
Fund us properly.
We were going to have a different scene, but we couldn't. So we just settled with doing the stupid car scene where Isom falls on it. We were going to tie in like the fight where they drop him, but we couldn't do that because the rigging for the people got messed up or something. But they just go, we just loved working with Eric July, and his universe is so great, and the comics and ideas are so great, and blah blah blah. They're just like, y'all said nothing useful or interesting about the production, behind the scenes trailer, even for something that shit should be interesting or give some type of insight into why you chose this. We chose this scene because blank. Out of the whole comic, this is the scene we chose For what reason? We cast the chick that's
Right.
from The Boys. For what reason? How'd you
Right.
get her? How'd you meet her? You know, that'd be fun to talk about. You don't
Yeah.
talk about anything interesting.
When you're self-involved and smug as fuck, those videos, those behind the scenes on the short film videos, just become just big cocksuck like self-fellatio videos. Where
all it
everybody just
was.
talks about how great everybody is for like brownie points. It's real like hug box shit.
stupid.
Let me tell you something. They are actually diversity hires. I'm not just being a dickhead because I don't know if you guys know, but they've been handed the universe of George A. Romero from Night of the Living Dead, and they got to do like Festival of the Dead. So they got to work within the Night of the Living Dead universe, and then they got handed Rabid, David Cronenberg's Rabid, which is considered like kind of a horror drive-in grind classic in its own culty way. And so they got to remake Rabid for Shudder. So they're getting some good jobs. They're getting a lot of opportunities to do some like cool shit. But I'm telling you, I watched a little Festival of the Dead. I mean, I've read a little bit of Yaira, and I'm telling you, they're not there. I'm not trying to be a dickhead. Like, there's a lot they need to learn, especially in dialogue, and and it's just amazing to me that they're still getting all those opportunities. To me, at the level they're at, they shouldn't be, but they are quite.
I feel like they constantly get hired by but they get hired by people that, like you said, to hug each other. They don't get hired by people that are critical of each other, that are gonna like say, hey, this was actually pretty shit. Can you do like a good version of this or something? Like
seriously,
like I showed Angus. Have you heard of Epic Rap Battles of History? Like they've done YouTube videos for like years on YouTube, and they do behind the scenes videos on their videos that are like 3 minutes long, and they're behind the scenes like 20 minutes long, where they talk about like why they chose to film it the way that they did, why like what technology they brought into it, how they spent trying to choose the lyrics. They did Godzilla versus Kong. They were like breaking down how they chose which Godzillas they were going to show, and like what design they do for Kong, and like they go into all this depth. And it's like, these guys are caring about this. And like, they'll tell you, like, yeah, we delayed some of our things because this was going to take a really long time to do. And that like, but they had passion for it. So they were going to do it. And they're like, it was annoying at first, but now we know how to do it. Now we could do more in the future now that we understand how to do this. And like, that's what they could have done with their trailer too. Be like, hey, we're learning, we're trying to do the set, and we got the times mixed up. We had one day to film. Yeah. And it's like, yeah, they could explain all that stuff. And
right.
I think people,
but NDAs, man, the no detractors allowed. I mean, the non-disclosure agreements that Rippaverse runs on, dude. Yeah. I bet that guy's got a tramp stamp of NDA at this point. God. He's fucking obsessed.
That's probably the worst aspect about the Rippaverse to me, is that they don't talk about anything. And honestly, it could be the worst thing ever. But if they talk about how or why it became that way, I'm a little more forgiving on stuff, because I'm an amateur filmmaker. I make shit, but I'm trying to make the best of what I can with what I got, kind of thing. So like I don't know. I have respect for that. There's fan films out there where people are working with nothing and they're able to make it engaging. And then I mean, that's why again, I've seen people with lower budgets, with less resources, make better things than that. And the ones that have even made really horrible stuff, they'll even say themselves, like, yeah, it was an assignment for school. We had 3 weeks to do it, but there's only like 4 sunny days where we could film or something. Like, they'll explain why it's bad.
Right. You don't get to learn anything cool or get engaged in how they actually made it or learn. It's soulless Rippaverse commerce. It really is. And that pisses me off.
I don't know if the audience would even find it interesting. I don't know if they would. They seem to not be hungry for it, as far as I can tell.
Well, to me as a creator, it's a sign that this is an unthought. Like, he didn't do any work on this. He made it up in an afternoon and called it great and just started selling it. He really did. So there's nothing. So that's why the Dokuman cards, which have you guys seen the Dokuman cards? Are they classics? They're the best, right?
Classics.
The best. So like they show you like Eric's how little work he's done, because even Dokuman, who's omniscient to know everything, is just like, I don't know what's going on with these motherfucking characters.
Yaira appears to be
pulls back the hood.
No,
it's Eric, dude. It's Eric.
No, that's what's great, and the follow through, because like I saw the Yaira trailer before I saw the Dokuman card, and it just makes it even better, because it's like there's that line. Let me read it correctly from the guy. he so they're welcome her. She says her like Nazi rhetoric of like I don't know, genetic purity or whatever. Which eugenics is cool actually to like look into. Because women are naturally eugenicists, but people hate the word because of a certain regime.
Creepy, yeah.
Let me see. Where did it go?
That's true. That's true.
They're
They're
introducing
also natural genocidists if you give them power.
Right.
I've noticed.
Where did it go? It's hilarious. This guy, what he says.
Oh man.
It's
well, while you're looking for that, I was going to ask him a question about like the stuff that he's done. So, you've worked on the comic stuff. I haven't seen your YouTube. Do you have a YouTube channel too, where you talk about stuff? Or
yeah, I do. I haven't been kind to it over the years, but now that I'm getting out Kataru, my big plan is like, let's make more videos. Let's have fun. So, Vaughn's Haunted Castle. That's where I've talked about some things. And
I was gonna say, just ideas, hearing creative people talk about their creative process or like what they worked on during a project, what problems they had coming up with it. You said you've worked on quite a few comic projects. Like if there's specific things that you were working on that were pissing you off or but you found a way around or something, like that. That's fun stuff to kind of learn because other people probably come up, have those struggles too. And from different professionals, it's fun to hear what different people go through with it. So
I definitely want to do videos like that. Thank you. I appreciate that you telling me that because now I know people actually, want it.
Yeah. I don't know if you know this channel. I think it's like Casually Comics. It's this chick.
Oh, no.
She's got a pretty big channel, but she seems pretty inconsistent with making content. But she's got like one of her big videos that pop up. Like if you watch a lot of comic stuff, is like basically like why I'm done with new comics.
Mm-hmm.
And she's talking about like, and this doesn't seem like a anti-woke channel. She just like, she has good, concise, deep dives about like the weird Michael Turner era of Batman, Superman, and Supergirl, which I've started reading a little bit and I like it.
Yeah.
But it's like in today's context with everything being groomer on both sides of the aisle, depending on how they want to use it, it's like you got Michael Turner, an icon of cheesecake and Witchblade and shit. And he's drawing Supergirl and she's fucking hot in a short skirt. But then it's like, I'm 15. And it's like,
she is.
Well, I mean, it's art. So this is fun because it's like gel bait. And that's like its own intrigue if they want to go that way. But it's like, he's clearly like a sex driven artist with all of his styling and stuff. So it is a weird pick off the get go if you don't want like the accusation. For
people
like the
didn't get accused
story.
of shit back then for that.
So she does deep dives about that. She did a deep dive about like the Witchblade story. But yeah, she did a video about like just being done with like new comics because of like diversity shit basically, and how it's like ham-fisted. And this doesn't seem like a anti-woke channel. It seems just like I like comics. Let's review like the merits. Let's deep dive about big things. So I'll find the link and DM it to you later so you can like maybe like see how she's presenting it, maybe get an idea of like how to kind of like do your own take about from your experience in the industry.
That would be valuable actually. I appreciate that.
I mean, because honestly, I'm personally not interested in like seeing just reviews of comic books everybody does all the time, and usually the reviews, the way their format of reviewing isn't that interesting. It's usually like, the comic quality of the paper is pretty good, the ink is blah blah blah, and it's written by so and so, and they don't really talk about the comic that much like half the time, or like the story. And so I like, if anything, I want to know more about people's thought process. Like, when Eric is thinking about his stuff, like, what did he start with? What was thought number one to your universe? What was
me?
It? I don't think he'll ever tell
me.
Like,
him. Oh no, he did. In the character design Bible, he was like, I decided to make up a universe. I named it Rippaverse. And I needed a good flagship character.
God damn.
Myself.
No, that's
motherfucker.
Not. That literally doesn't answer a question.
There's
it's so funny.
There's a point I was going to talk about earlier with that is,
oh man,
you're talking about like libertarian, and then he makes like this fascist thing. So like, I actually won't demonize him for that because it's like, I'm a libertarian. I promote this rhetoric in my commentary about media or economics, politics, whatever. Like whatever. You don't have to like interject your politics into your creations. You can tell a bigger, more mass appealing story. So I'm not going to demonize with that, but given like the at least unwoke commentary building his company, there's all these opportunities. It's very weird in ISOM where it's like, it'd be fine actually if you had some kind of political edge, like the Rippaverse with its unwoke thing. It's like their idea of unwoke is no politics, and it's like no, like people demonize the prequels for the politics, but it's like then you see the sequels where they just completely avoid it. It's like, actually no, we need to go back to the prequels and get some explanation for a new empire being around after Luke helped undo all of that.
Oh yeah.
And so narratively for me, I see given how ISOM's kind of set up to be like an avatar Varric, it seems, disavowing the city and shit, and the rhetoric from like the farmhand Sam. There's a great moment where they have like a new ranch hand, and he's like, this is tough work and it sucks, but you appreciate like seeing where your food comes from and stuff, things you don't think about as a city folk and stuff. And that'd be a great time for ISOM to have a character moment to get in his head and understand a little bit of his world perspective that would reflect at some point on him quitting being a hero, and maybe interject libertarian rhetoric that would match well with like that initial like city folk and this and that, and people don't appreciate shit.
It would have been cool if you saw him and his ranch was like his fortress of solitude, right? And like when you see him, he's using his powers in some cool way to like do something that it takes many men to do, but he's doing it on his own on the ranch. So we're seeing the strength in action. Maybe he's got like a huge bale of like barbed wire on his shoulder and he's like carrying it like and just like putting up barbed wire, which is also showing how he's fenced himself off from the world, and he's got kind of a, but no, that's not Eric. Thinking of Eric.
Layers, that's accomplishing many things at once. You're showing his livelihood, where he lives, how strong he is compared to other people. Not his full strength, but you're showing he's
nice
stronger.
Visual though.
You obviously need multiple people or a truck or something to carry whatever he's carrying.
3D truck,
one arm in it, and
and you know what happened? No, none of that happened. ISOM runs a ranch with many workers that he oversees, and he has a security offices. He's got a whole building full of computers. That's his security offices. Like he's just some rich MFer. And I'm like, how is he rich?
He's got workout. He's got like weights on his ranch.
Got a personal gym.
I'm like, you have a ranch. I feel like you don't need to really work out.
Pull some cows, like do something like badass.
Something, yeah.
Like John Henry, do some John Henry
Mr.
shit.
Incredible from The Incredibles. He's like lifting out, he's like doing trains and doing
that was so cool.
Other like really tough stuff because he's super strong. So
that would have been cool.
I don't know,
but no, there's something I hate about newer media, and it's even if it's the apocalypse, like everyone looks good, is dressed well. Nice clothes, nice hair, sitting on designer furniture going, what do we do? Like, it's fucking weird. And ISOM just lives on this comfy ranch. It's not dusty. He's not dirty. Yeah. He oversees workers,
like
so he's got to pay people. And that's because that's where Eric's heart really is being a businessman who tells people what to do and oversees people. Yeah,
which is it's really annoying that he even like I would think ISOM would never leave the ranch ever. Why would he give a shit?
Yeah.
Like, and then he goes, and then he still doesn't really give a shit the whole time. He's like, I'll ask you a question, and then the only time he takes action is when he's insulted by being offered a job at the place and asked to leave. Here, you can leave, but here's an application out the door. You showing me disrespect, buddy. I'm gonna kill that guy and that guy. You guys are the bad guys. I'm gonna kill you. It's like, oh, no.
Well,
no, man.
I remember he threatened women. He was like, I don't care if you're a man or a woman. I'm gonna whoop your ass.
Yeah, he's basically like, if you're still here when I'm swinging my fist, that's on you. And it's like, that's not. Well, I think he even explicitly says, I'm not doing anything heroic. I'm just being a dick or something. He says some type of dialogue. It's like, your
Eric.
Actions say that. Yes, your actions say that.
I can tell so much about you from your work. I know you. I read your book. I know who you are. I know your problems. I know your darkness. I know what you're about. And Eric is ISOM. I mean, he really is. The rage, the respect, the overseeing a bunch of workers. Like
I know I must save this potential prostitute, but they disrespected me.
Oh my God. And it's a terrible, like, he didn't really put work into these characters. They're barely characters. I always see them as flat cardboard cutouts that he just set up, and then he ships it as a product. you know.
Darren
Who cares?
Fontano might be the most fleshed out character because he literally tells his whole life story at one point for a random. That's the most random monologue I think I've ever seen anywhere. Like he just like it's like, hey, an old friend is coming by. Hello. Oh, you're looking for this person? Sit down and let me tell you about when we were in high school. What?
Fuck?
You was pretty good. You could have excelled, but you didn't very much. I on the other hand became really successful, and you were born with a silver spoon in your mouth, and I had to work for what I had. And it's like, dude, no one fucking asked you. No one.
Cut to
asked
Larry
you.
Shungite.
Oh,
And then-
that's my favorite part of Ice on 2 is Larry Shungite. It's like, what the fuck is this?
Why is
there's
this here?
Nothing that ties together. See, I'm as I learn more about filmmaking, man, I like things to be layered. I like things to be connected, even
Right.
even if you don't know it right away. But to have
Right.
it connect at
That's
some
right.
point, have something happen that does connect in some way. But his stuff is literally just fully random. Like
Yeah.
there's not even like a setup for a cutaway. Like, I'd rather instead of getting my ass kicked by Yaira, I wish I was watching Larry Shungite and then cut to Larry Shungite or something. That'd at least be funny.
The comics exist to be a product more than a story that engages you, and because Rippaverse is the path of soulless commerce and YouTube bullshit. And look at me, I'm great. Don't want to be like me. Invest in my bullshit. He sells himself over Yaira. He's not even allowed them to talk about the characters. They made
He
the
didn't-
NDA thing a joke. That's not a joke. That's not
That's-
funny.
that's
If
just
Disney
legit.
did that, I'd be like, you
Yeah.
fucking pricks.
before everybody got ISOM, like I was like, okay, yeah, that sounds like a cool idea. He's trying to do like what Comicsgate's done, but he's trying to make his own website and his own company.
I was
do his own
excited.
sort of thing.
Yeah.
I was like, okay,
Yeah.
but then I was still kind of like, all right, so I backed the book. Well, can anybody? What's it about? In any way, shape, or form? Nobody had any answers. Nobody would say anything. I'm like, okay, but before I bought Cyberfrog, like he pitched a lot of it very well. These Vespers are coming down here. He was sent to here to do this. He's got friends with Heather
What's
Swain.
the
He's got
threat?
his brother Salamandroid.
Yeah.
These blood, these honey sucking things will get you and turn your blood into
your
honey.
skin.
It's like, oh shit.
Horror
Okay,
show.
I want
I
to see
love it.
this story. And then it's
Yes.
like, yeah, with this, I'm like, ISOM. Title doesn't tell me anything. Title tells me nothing.
Yeah.
The pictures, I have no idea what's going on. Like, what is this story? And he doesn't even fight Alpha Core in ISOM 1, but there's like a cover of him fighting Alpha Core. It's kind of like a miscell. I don't know
Weird.
why that's there.
Oh, that's so weird.
Yeah.
Well, it's like he's
Yeah.
falling and running from them
Oh yeah, he's tripping over from while he's trying to get away.
because the clip art.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Ooh.
Rippaverse is great comedy, man.
They
really
it's fun.
is.
That's why we detract, because it's funny. Like I started out as like this hyped for it, wanting to be a supporter of it entirely. But now I've devolved into detractor, I guess, or should I say evolved at this point, because we do a lot more
Yes.
effort in the art of detracting compared to.
It's true. Well, that was what was so interesting. See, I was there too. I try to welcome every creator, and I saw Eric as a new creator.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to shit on him. I'm not going to be a dick to him. And I hadn't read the book. I knew it probably wasn't great. It looked a little like clunky in the art, and I hadn't read it. The 3D models thing, I didn't know how bad it was until people showed it. But the thing was that I was rooting for him. I even felt defensive of him. They even made me feel like for a split second, maybe just a day, that Vito was an evildoer out to blah, blah, blah. I have since apologized to Vito. But I didn't like come after him all nasty or anything. But, he was totally cool. But and they really got me going, man. It really pissed me off that they had tricked me. But it's amazing how, like, you think that, I don't know, you think he's going to at least care about the comics. And I really believed in him for that moment. But what happened was, I think it was Dick Masterson. I started noticing like him and Ethan having it out, him and Ripper having it out. They're starting to fight. They're starting to have these different philosophies. Things are getting weird. And this dark, tight, quiet cloud of bullshit is like hanging over everybody. And I know it's hanging over everybody in indie comics.
All these
as
people
they
that
do, or
would
at least
comment
our
were
sphere.
just suddenly
Well, it's
not commenting. They're like,
right.
wait a second.
And then it was Dick Masterson who just made a random Twitter joke. He made a random Twitter joke. I don't even remember what it was. It was like, Eric's artists are from a studio called Glass House. could they were they out of all the really ironic names? Or so he said something really funny. And I just laughed. It was just some tweet. I laughed my ass off. And when that happened, the weight of that cloud lifted off of me. And I was like, Rippaverse deserves to be laughed at. They deserve to be detracted. They deserve criticism like everyone else. This is bullshit. So it felt so good to laugh again and realize, like, we don't have to be so serious about this. Eric shouldn't be this serious. He should laugh at himself a little more. He should have said thanks for the criticism and then moved on with his life. He should have let Riley have his stupid Rippaverse t-shirt store that wasn't going to do anything to his business at all. And none of this would be going on. But nah.
No, and you're right. I mean, one of the biggest things is like his lack of caring for his own comics. He could say that he cares all that he wants, but like I feel like usually when you care about something you're making, you talk about it, not talk about how much money you made, not talk about all these other plans you have. You would like, you know, the character Isom. I really enjoy this type of story because I can relate to him a bit, but it's not exactly like me. No, I'm making him different, and I don't know. You have him talk about, you know, just something, you know, maybe he's got some type of alpha core thing. He's like, yeah, I want to show these cops they can appear this kind of way, but then be some other kind of way. Even that type of vagueness is a little descriptive in a way, because it lets you think of an A and a B a little bit.
There's nothing. Yeah, it's not his style, man.
And he doesn't do that. But then, you know, EVS will talk about Cyberfrog immediately, just to talk about it. And it's like, you know, whatever you want to ask about it, he'll try to have an answer. And if he doesn't have one, he might start to think of one, like for the future or something. That's
part of when right. You're exactly when you are in comics, you better be ready and know your characters inside and out, because those amazingly crazy out of left field questions are going to come your way from the fans who actually love it and care about it. You know, you want to be able to like jam with them and laugh with them and talk with them about it.
What are you more excited for, Horseman or Gading?
Wait, I'm more excited. Well, shit, both Chuck and Mike are great, but Horseman I think will be more meme worthy.
I'm going for Horseman.
And Gooding, I think, who knows what Mike will do with Gooding, because I hate Gooding more than anything. When he first walked, he marches in like they didn't
like a robot
running properly.
It's so weird,
dude, if he was a robot, that would actually be cool and funny.
A good plot twist if he makes that a thing in the future.
Stupid humans, pay me a monthly fee, motherfucker. So like he marches in looking like the Fallout character, the little Pip Boy or whatever, with his little robot dogs, and then he puts out the fire, and then he's like, hey guys, got any mysteries for me to solve? And you just go, what the
50
fuck
subscriptions, $50 a month if you.
He's like, good
sign
thing
up
you
now.
were no, he goes, good thing you were subscribed to me, Isom. What an asshole.
No, it'd be great if he ends this like and
Ethan.
subscribe.
Oh,
that would actually have been funny because he could have made that like a thing in the universe where it's kind of a meme, but then it's also like a commentary on subscriptions and how lame they are. But
that could have been funny.
He actually really enjoys subscriptions.
Yes, he does.
Which I thought would have been like, you're like subscriptions are a way to like milk people out of shit. They forget that they're paying for it half the time. But
always
like, no, they're a good thing. They're a good thing. I'm like, I don't know about
horrible heroes. These are the
like
worst.
Subscriptions is kind of fucked up quality with a lot of people, and like what value they put in money and things that they want to buy. It's just like, it's an automatic charge every month. Who cares? Like, you know.
Well, yeah, like he sees a woman dying in the street, and they're like, "Please, Gooding, help!" And he's like, "Oh, you subbed? You like and subscribe before I save your granny's life." What an asshole.
That would be good. And then you could Isom be like, hey, douchebag, you should be a hero without the money or something. I don't know.
Instead, Isom subscribes to his bullshit.
You better like and subscribe, lady.
I'm excited for Horseman.
Because, it's going to be fun.
This EVS picture is just like a great meme that EVS can share of making fun of himself being fat on a horse.
Like, you see a teardrop from that horse. He's like,
just looking divorced. He just looks divorced there. I don't know if he is, but it just looks sad. Oh,
EVS is like, I better not fall off this thing. I can see him tipping over.
Okay, so it's funny with the Dokkumon cards and the art book insight. I had no idea that the Taylorsville man that gave him his suit and like renovated it or whatever, his name is like Gaucho. And so if you look up the word Gaucho, it's like a South American like horseman, like a cowboy. And
Oh,
so
okay.
I'm like,
Which-
my guess, my theory is that because Eric is so obvious that he probably thinks this is really clever and he's like snuck something by people.
Hey,
Because they
compared
know
to everything else
nothing.
he's written, that would be a choice that is like, oh, you named somebody a meaningful name
Right.
instead of
As a Easter egg.
Taylorsville, the Taylorsville guy, the most bland name for a wardrobe
Tailor.
company or whatever, a tailor. But you actually have the guy have a meaningful name to his superhero identity or something.
No, see,
Like,
Taylorsville is
Right,
actually
right.
fine.
That would have required thought.
yeah.
Like Taylorsville's fine if like his sign was like in Thor Love and Thunder where it's like infinity cones. Like we've made a joke out of,
Well, yeah.
you know,
I like
the
if
Infinity
anything,
Stones.
if it was like maybe a front of like, hey, we do silly costumes up front, the real costumes out back. So yeah, people come here dressed like superheroes. It's not as suspicious when we actually
Fucking
have the quality or something. But no, dude, I hate the naming schemes that he has in all his things. Like they're all so bland and lame. Like they don't have
Hard to pronounce.
Taylorsville, and then yeah, the you know the names like you said,
Yessa,
pronounce some of them.
Anthony,
It's
Yaira.
like these names are. How did you just?
These are bad.
Come on, what was the? Usually, people. I think there's a lot of processes. People go through different processes to come up with names for characters, but oftentimes having some type of depth to them or having just a simple name. Sometimes you don't need to have a major name. You know, sometimes just John is fine. You don't have to have a. I'm gonna make a Zybronius or something like some weird.
Terreld.
It's
There's
just
a guy
like
named Terreld
Yeah,
in the Rippaverse, dude.
the
Terreld.
husband of Altara.
I'm Terreld. Yeah.
it's like so. Is this
Terrell!
alternate? So
What the
how all
fuck?
is this just in Texas where they're all weird like this, or is that the whole
That's fair.
planet? Like, that's what's funny too. All we're wondering is like, how can we watch this without like without all the other info? When you say there was like a superhero civil war and Texas is not in America anymore, and all these things,
They
like
seceded, but it's not part of the story or plot at all. It's just
It's
because everyone
like-
thinks it's cool.
I
It's
thought
not
there should-
war torn at all.
I thought there
Yeah.
should be an effect of like, you know, citizens in Texas that want to be Americans still, but they can't be. You know, people that are trying to sneak in or out. I thought like if
That's interesting.
Darren was maybe like he's a smuggler of like getting immigrants into Texas or out of Texas or something. Like you know, and then
Some of it,
you
not
know,
so much.
legally, illegally, whatever. And I saw him,
Well,
I saw him
you know-
live on his ranch, almost divorced from the rest of Texas, right? So it's like,
Yeah.
what does he think about anything? Well, we don't know what he thinks.
He
So-
never said it. He just wants to whoop everyone's ass for disrespect.
He wants to not be around.
Brian Solari was their ace in the hole to help Texas win the war, and we don't hear about it in a real way or see it or have him have a flashback or just show
Right.
what did he do to make it so the rest of the United States government was like, okay, we won't fuck with you anymore, Texas.
Like, who is it allied with, if it has any? Like, is it allied with other specific states in America? Is it allied with other countries?
They don't- yeah.
Is
If
it
Texas
requires
seceded,
thought. You're
it's
thinking
most
too much.
interesting- Those interesting aspects of this universe is this Texas secession, but like they
Right.
don't focus on that at all. And it's
It's
like
not part of the plot. It's not.
That's-
It doesn't interfere. It's
this
just,
is where you can get the most ideas for comic books. To plenty of them. Horseman might be the first one that addresses it, but I doubt it will.
yeah. And then he
Yeah.
decided because they're their own thing now that their cops can't be boys in blue, right? So he just puts them in green, so they just look like military fascists.
I didn't even think about it like
is
that.
insane.
But yeah, that's actually that makes sense.
Also, here's interesting because you're from Oklahoma, so this is an angle I've thrown out
Yeah.
a lot about this aspect of the Texas things. First off, we know like what Carolina seceded first, and then you know it spills into 13 states seceding from the Union, making the Confederacy. All right, so it's like you know, kind of, hey, we all kind of agree we're all like slave states. We don't like the federal government trying to tell us, or you know, limit our reach in federal laws and stuff and limiting future states and slavery and whatnot, you know, to try to like stifle our say in the government, you know. So yeah, you already got a template with the Civil War and secession. Like this has happened before, and so you got to kind of be
Right.
aware of like at least conceptually, like these are the building blocks for that state of the country. And the fallout, of course, is a 4-year war with what, like 600 or a million dead, 600,000 to a million dead on both sides. The other thing you're in Oklahoma, so you'll appreciate this angle. All right, thinking about the bigger picture, either Oklahoma, very even though we got the Red River Shootout and stuff, very much aligned with at least federally Texas sentiments, red state, Trump country.
Right.
They'd probably join, and then you'd probably get Arkansas to spill in Louisiana.
Oh,
How many states
you would
would the
recreate
US
the
be willing-
Confederacy,
I'm
but then it
sure-
would probably
yeah.
extend to basically the layout of America is basically the middle of the country is constitutional carry, and then you got the libtard coast. And so this would be detrimental if this like spilled out, or better yet, Texas is on its own. Oklahoma goes from a flyover state with just football season to a international territory with a seceding state that has 3 federal bases at least, with Sam Houston, Fort Hood, and Fort Bliss, Texas. All right. And then you got the problem of like, you got these like, Texas is a huge state in regards to the population of the military. Texas and California are the prime states for recruitment. And now you got like a divided, just like General Lee and Stonewall Jackson, where it's like, do I stay loyal to the country or to my home state? That was the deciding factor. So Oklahoma would be international territory. They would heavily fortify even more Fort Sill, which is an artillery focused base on the border close to Wichita Falls. They'd probably put up more bases like in Thornville and Durant, Texarkana area of like Oklahoma, Wichita area, the Panhandle.
No, but Eric's in love with Texas because he's from Texas, so Texas secede, y'all.
Yaira loves
it's
Texas
just simple.
too. She says so.
Yeah, don't mess with Texas. Pulls out lighter from yoga pants, sets Texas economy on fire.
Yes,
goes about a day.
Also,
Fucking
with the oil shit, that's crazy because you got like oil fields. She just like indiscriminately lights on fire, which is like fine. She's kind of villainous or anti-hero. All right, cool. We're seeing that. But then you tie it in with like, Altona says something in regards to like, oh, he died a hero on the job. And it's like, you see Yaira has like probably recreated that for other families.
Ooh.
And there's like there's no like thought process on Altona or her side of like, wait, that big fire in our state, our nation would be on the fucking frontline news along with the Alpha Core shit. Is like, oh, Alpha Core, there's that ice bitch that Solari can't beat thus far.
God, they hate Solari so much in Rippaverse. They take their Superman analog and they make him just a pinata of fucking jokes and idiocy. They hate him, man. He's always an idiot. Yeah, don't stop talking about Yaira. This isn't a promo for her.
We will get you, Yaira.
Yaira. Like the worst Superman ever.
I don't get the Superman off of him at all.
Well,
Like,
he's not his template. It's his template.
Yeah,
Right,
I get it. But like, I'm just like, man,
He's
you're
not
just,
Superman.
You're just like, I don't even know. It's
asshole.
weak, but it's like, no, all I'm thinking about is like America would be shrinking having Texas secede. And then if, like Angus said, there's other states that would maybe secede too. That's like the state of America alone. How does the rest of the world see that?
Mexico.
Is like America shrinking and there's other states. Do they like, what if Russia was like, hey, Texas, we like you. We make a big deal now. America sucks. We agree with that.
How would the UN deal with?
Would you want to be our ally on the border of America? Huh?
Nah,
like
don't
maybe
worry
that would
about
be
that.
something. But
Larry Shungite.
That's
but
like
Larry
a third.
But I
That's
think
like a third of the Gulf Coast.
I think that
not gonna-
Eric. I think that Eric
Eric
thinks
won't do
that people would rather see superhero stuff specifically, which you can have in the story as well, like a lot. But
Yeah.
I think they consider what we're talking about like political nonsense or something, like just complete, like nobody wants to hear about but the technicalities. And I'm like, I don't think y'all
Civil
understand
War.
drama, because like lawyer stuff, courtroom stuff is like one of the easiest things you can do for drama. And even if you think it's boring,
Right.
a lot of people find it engaging and tense, like more tense than like a superhero fight sometimes, because superhero fights get lame when it's just punching each other. If there's nothing, if it's boring, if you don't do it interesting enough.
There's no stakes.
There could be more tense moments in Breaking Bad between a couple of characters than there would be with the whole superhero fight, Superman versus Zod.
It would be cool if they were rebuilding the affluent city of Florsbach, because it was war torn. But like I said, current day writers like sit at a nice comfy house, have led a nice comfy non-gangsta life in the suburbs, and they end up writing what they know in a way and forgetting like you have to make it interesting. You have to have some.
Yeah.
There should be a lot of tension in the air because it sounds like they just finished the seeding. Like I don't know.
But they even have like cops say they're like, yeah, the crime's not too bad in the city. It's there's some issues, but it's mostly okay. And Alphacore's got it in the bag, and it's like, what is the problem then? What is the problem? What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's like the occasional except-related incident. The Alpha Core will arrive.
But then but then they have a whole prison cell full of dozens of superhero inmates,
dragon
powered
and
inmates,
lizard
and it's
creatures.
like, wait a second, what?
Supermax.
And you have Bloodruth and her mansion of animal creature portal things, and it's like, wait a second. So, how do y'all not have a? I don't know at this point. This is why it's like he's got all these ideas he wants to have, and it's just like, okay, this is why it's annoying, because I see some of these things, and then I think of things that could be creatively done with it, but it just will never happen in his story.
Of course.
Like, nothing interesting will really happen there.
Or
when he went to the demon
Eric,
world,
what does this mean that you've added this? And it's like, I don't need, like, I shouldn't have to
hold your hand.
Hold your hand.
we go to the demon world, and it's just like a cave.
Yeah,
it's just a big cave that's boring. The demons are just like, claw
And
him,
then,
and it
and
does
then the
nothing.
monkey
and-
Thanos comes out, and he's like, we must eliminate the human.
Of course.
It's like, the bitch wants to talk about his story being grounded. What in the effing fuck are you talking about? Like,
those monkeys had piss dripping from their nipples. That was not grounded. That was weird and nonsensical. I don't think the guy has any vision at all. It's really,
especially when he said in the first one, he gets his ass kicked by what's his face, one of the bouncers at the club. He gets his ass kicked by him. Yeah, but I forget who he fights there. But then he's like kicking all the ass of these monkeys, these demon monkeys. So it's like that one guy is like more powerful than all these demon monkeys. Kind of makes you make the threat like, are these the level of putty patrollers from Power Rangers? Like I've seen this mistake in a fan film where like they fought one guy like, it's like a Power Ranger fan film, and he like fights one of the minion ones that you'd think would be easy, but he struggles with it a bit. And then there's like 10 of them, and then they're just kicking butt.
Stranger Things did this with the Demogorgon.
You made this one a threat, which tells me when there's 10 of them, you are fucked. You are
exactly
fucked. You are if you live, it'll be because something else happens, not really because of you at this point. Like, or at least they'll show that you're crafty enough to be able to survive and get out of it, but you're not going to win here. Is what you'd be showing me. But
he fought those fucking hell monkeys so long, I thought I was rereading the same scene over and over.
No, and like the images that they show for the fight are boring. Like, I'm more of a visual, like movie guy, but I would imagine if you're gonna show fight scenes in a comic book, you don't want to show a bunch of lame scenes, right? You want to show interesting scenes that will make you, oh yes, that is cool. You don't need to show 20 pages of fight scenes, right? I imagine just like a couple, like 2 or 3, like 4 tops or something, and like of really good ones is probably what you need, right? Shows the fighting, that you can show it good or whatever. I don't know, like
right, man.
Fiction,
it's part of the art. It's part of the art. It's you can't escape it. You know what I mean? Or else it's going to be an unsatisfying reading experience. I really do look at Rippaverse as like, they don't tell you shit, they don't give you shit. You don't know what's going on. Eric don't know. Doku Man don't know either. Nobody knows what's going on with fucking Rippaverse characters.
It's funny you brought back the Dokuman, because this was the thing that's fucking hilarious from the trailer. It's in the comic, so. It's like, hey, have you met Dr. Sally Rodell yet? Don't be shy. Come say hi, says Lincoln Eusebio. And then an aside to Altoni's like, an archaeologist? That's a bit archaic, isn't it? And she's like, she's well studied, Jerry, but if you want to question her credentials, be my guest. And it's like, and then the Dokuman card, it reveals like Yaira has a degrees in archaeology and biology. That's 2 whole lifetimes.
Yeah.
like Eric's so retarded because he
Yeah.
didn't finish college. He has no idea that people get multiple degrees because once you get your first degree, you have most of the prerequisites
That's
already
right.
ticked off, and you're just getting your specialty courses for the next degree. Also, what's very
Yes.
fucking frustrating because I was in an archaeology class. It was like a women's archaeology class in like the summer, but it was
Yeah,
interesting.
Women are
And-
really good at archaeology because they're really good at digging up the past.
That's right. I know you're going there. Yep.
And, well, it's funny because there's all these like subclasses of archaeology. Like you got, various biologies where it's like I focus on plants, I
right.
focus on mammals, I focus on bugs, etc.
Well, and some of
Archaeology-
those courses involve having a mixture of other fields to understand the thing. Like you said, biology.
Right.
Into it as well. Astrobiologists need 4 degrees.
get-
Evolutionary psychologists.
They need astronomy. They need geography, biology, and I forget the other one. Something else. But you need a lot of shit. You need a lot of chemistry.
Yeah, and it's like
Yeah.
I love in my free time. One of my interests is like learning about primatology because I'm very much like evolution's real. We're apes. But there's something like a weird factor, like what is it that sets us apart? It's very intriguing to me. And there's like a subclass in archaeology where it's like biological archaeology, where it's like mainly it's probably going to be ape folks, but you're studying animals and trying to compare like what's the baseline that reflects on humanity as well. That
Right.
affects our history and our sociology.
Eric doesn't know about that
You
shit.
take 2 whole lifetimes.
2 whole lifetimes.
2 lifetimes
She's-
of being
She's got to
studying.
be like really old to have 2 degrees.
It's funny because like 8 years is like I think the most like that you could get for a degree.
You're probably doing
right?
12
Like,
years total for a doctorate with your residency and whatever course,
Right.
like doctorate.
and
Right.
I don't know
Right.
about
That's
you,
about right.
but do you die
Maybe
after
8.
you're done the 12 years, or can you have more time to do other stuff? Because it sounds like you're dead afterward. You can't
Oh
learn
my
anything else.
God.
Nope. you
That
capped.
was so and it
capped.
makes sense why like he was targeting Tony because like he didn't DMCA the 4chan thread of spoiling Yaira. He targeted Tony for saying, hey, here's a link where people are exposing the Yaira or the Isom story. He was targeting Tony for exposing people laughing at how bad it was. And it's like, this is what a bitch Eric is. It's funny too, because I got a video playing because I watched this Rippaverse stream that LG, Homeless Larry, and Sturgis pop in.
Oh, amazing.
And they're like just having such a fun time. There's a couple of Rippatards that were at the event, and they were like, "Yeah, we were there. And we saw Rowdy arrested. It was so fucking great." they're
Oh, Jesus.
all the detractors are just spinning. They're just so overjoyed. No one's like, "Yeah, I saw Eric, and I got to touch his shoulder hair, and
He
I got
was
to
so fun
smell-
and cool.
I got
he
to
was
smell
cool.
his scent, and none of that. There's no excitement about that. It was
Yeah.
Riley got arrested, so like even the Rippatards are only celebrating a detractor's arrest,
Right.
I
and
think that's why Eric made a video talking about him because
Nastiness,
people
like I said.
watch
to
those
cash
videos
in
more.
a bit.
They watch more of those videos than his actual daily videos, probably.
Yeah,
Right.
and it was funny because LG was talking at this point where like the cops come and they're talking to Riley. And they're kind of ignoring the fact that like in the stream with the cops on there, they're like, "Oh, you're not doing anything." I was like, "No, I'm just trying to be annoying. I'm not trying to do anything illegal." And like, "Yeah, you're totally fine being out here on the sidewalk."
Right.
And then they go inside, and then something happens for it to like 180, like you're under arrest. And it's like, wait, what?
Right.
And it seems like they never informed him. Like they have his info, so it's like you think they would mail him something in Kentucky, like, hey, you need to appear in court because there's a warrant. Like I don't know, it's weird. I would assume if you're a bad guy with the warrant, like you would get some warning to like
Not in
appear.
Texas. It's like one of those laws, I guess. Like they don't tell you, man. There's a warrant
That's
for
fucking
out
weird.
here.
That like, how are you ever going to like, especially for an out of state guy, how are you ever going to like actually follow through and like apprehend them? Unless you
Yeah.
get your Texas Rangers because they count as like marshal, like federal level.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Oh man, Matt Hunter's finally appeared. This might be a bit of a derailment for the focus, but I was on BTM's stream, and I feel like Matt's very much misconstruing different points I was making that were because I'm an atheist for simplicity's sake. but I grew up Christian. I grew up Catholic. The last like half. I left Christendom about 22. All right. And but I grew up when we converted Catholicism. I went to the adult classes because we couldn't afford the gas to go twice. The trip to this church for the priests. So like I feel like I've had conversations with like Catholics that like were just raised and like they're not aware of some of these things that I somehow retained from being 12 going to these adult classes. And I was talking about Star Wars and how there's like despite my love of Star Wars, it's a very limited series because at the end all be all, even though the big hook, the appeal for Westerners watching it, because we're like a Christian-based society with our laws, our ethics and whatnot, it's kind of a Westerner fetishizing Eastern philosophy. It's very much about duality. But then Return of the Jedi ends, it's like the good guys win and the forces balance. And it's like, what? No, that makes no sense, George. Like you've written a box of like, a Christian ending, like Revelation, the good guys will win in the end, and it's like, that doesn't really match with like everything you've built up. And so I don't buy that. And supposedly like with Mortis and stuff in Clone Wars, like George was kind of restructuring his view of the Force, or at least, kind of arguing in his own head, like maybe I got it wrong.
Playing with some ideas.
Yeah.
Checking some stuff out.
I was talking about this, and like I was talking about the prequels because we were watching one of the, I won't call him Rippaverse because he seems kind of nice and he's actually just a good YouTuber, passionate, and I assume not making money because he's only maybe now 500 subs after all these years. That's not a diss. It's just like he hasn't gotten the traction, but he seems like a good YouTuber and devoted to like enjoying entertainment and discussing it. But he's a like Rippatard. He's defending and saying like, oh, it's good. So it's like it's conflicting, with like his depth. So he's interesting. He was on BTM today. I haven't watched it yet because it was just going live when I was going live. But so I was talking about how like the people don't resonate with the prequels for various reasons, but one of them being World War One. What do you know about World War One? It started because some random archduke or whatever got assassinated by Bolsheviks, and somehow that kicks off a world war. Like there's no meme of World War One of like the bad guys that everyone was against. There's the Axis powers and we're the allies with like Britain and stuff, but there's no like animosity. There's no villain of World War One. It was just conflicts for territory and some sort of maybe political animosities, but nothing. Nothing target
each other and shit. And
then you get World War II. That the way we like meme it in history for simplicity is like we're the good guys and we won and we fought tyranny and freed people and stuff. And so I was talking in context of Star Wars and saying that like, we sell it as like we're the good guys because we fought such a like, generally we can all be like, oh well, Japan and Germany were ethno states with like ethno supremacy for the respective areas. And I was saying how when you look at actual history, it's like we dropped the A bomb on civilians. Like that's a war crime, even though overall you say we're the good guys. Like we did bad things to win or to like put a final end to the conflicts.
Yeah. Well, I grew up with the original trilogy. My first movie in the theaters was Return of the Jedi, and I love it. I never thought of it that way. I never thought of it as like, well, did the good guys really win? Like, to me, I was like, fuck yeah, they did. They just beat the space fascists, and Vader becomes good again. He defeats the dark side. But, what happens after that?
Right.
In the new movies, it's like it all goes to shit. Everyone gets divorced. The Republic's kind of like they're the new shitty fascists in a way. But the Empire are a bunch of screaming white men. So watch out, and they're evil space Nazis in that too. After I saw fucking Force Awakens, I was like, Star Wars isn't Star Wars anymore. I was like out. I was done.
I was conflicted.
I knew. Yeah.
I liked it and I hated
friends
it.
were. A lot of my friends were. Right.
But let me fully address these comments because I told Matt I'd
right.
give him some time if you can on stream. Morality is relative, but genocide is absolutely immoral. Subjectivity and relativism in one breath, dogmatic absolutism in the next. The ultimate language of madness. It continues. Morality is relative, but racism is absolutely immoral. I've never said that. I think racism is a natural defense mechanism societally. Historically, you get far enough, bordered, if you're Nordic, in ancient times, Viking times, and all of a sudden like a ship of black people appear, you're going to instantly be like hesitant and be like, who the fuck is that? Where are they from? What do
Birds
they
of a
want?
feather will flock together in that case.
Well, human beings, why do we become groups?
Yeah, we make tribes
to survive.
Yes.
What do we got to watch out for? Other tribes.
Other groups.
Yes.
And they might be white too, but you better watch the fuck out because they're going to take your cheese, man. They're going to kill you and rape your women.
My view of racism is like I don't put it as like this end all be all super bad thing. I think racism is like a natural reaction. It's like you see this in like, we'll look at like wolves or chimpanzees or whatever and be like, well, it's all the same, but they have their own little packs and territories, and so they have a different smell signature. Otherwise they're not really different, but they have like their pack versus another pack that's infringing or rubbing on their territory borders, and so they become defensive. And at some point it gets so disparate where it becomes like lions and hyenas, where it's like obvious differences in temperaments.
Just don't let it make you treat someone how you wouldn't want to be treated. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And so I don't know where you got the racism thing where I didn't ever say racism's right. I think it's just a natural reaction, and we've only recently like made it the like ultimate bad thing to be
leftist sin.
Sin. He thinks I'm a leftist. Like I don't know how he got on the left. So I was talking about act like I did earlier. I'm like, it's equally woke, but also there's templates in Star Wars that allow the story that they've told. It's just it's a weird blending where it's like they actually have like canonical excuses to tell a story they've told. All right. Who told you how World War I started? Again, like we don't really learn about World War I, and so you find fragmentaries, or if you're really interested, you'll deep dive stuff. But that's really like the meme that started it all for World War I is that assassination. That seems to be the historically colloquial accepted starting point of that war. So that's like what and again, there's no meme like Adolf Hitler with World War II. There's no meme that stands out of World War I in history of like, of course we had to fight, it was just kind of territorial. That was my point. Morality is relative, but genocide is absolutely immoral, subjective. He might have actually sent stuff twice. Man, is morality relative or absolute? All right. So here's the thing, Matt. I'm a optimistic nihilist. There is no grand plan. There is no grand purpose, but you are, and we are all animals that have like just the implicit will to live. If you put a pillow over my face, I'm going to fight it. It's just a natural reaction. We're all coded to try to survive. And when you're born in a place, in a tribe, I'm in Ohio, America, 2024, there are laws that I was born into have to accept. If I infringe on those, I'll go to jail or get fines or maybe get the death penalty. I don't need, even if the laws might be based on this in long form, I don't need a like book from ancient times to tell me this is how it has to be. There's just like the natural environment I'm in of a society where if you want to harmoniously survive and get by and have happiness, you got to comply with. So that's like my worldview. There's no grand plan, but there's just like, well, if anything, there's more purpose in my view being an atheist because there's no afterlife. So everything now matters till I die. So I'm trying to like squeeze every drop out of the rind versus if you're religious, you probably have an afterlife plan. And so it can make you, like Karl Marx talks about, the opiate of the masses. Even though I'm not a Marxist, that line really resonates with me. I think lots of people coast in life because they have a afterlife plan where it's like, if I just like sit pretty, I'll get a payout at the end of at the end, you know. And
it's not easy being Christian, man. Come on, you were Catholic.
No, yeah, and I
hate
empathize.
ourselves.
I empathize, you know, and a lot of times this channel, I'm actually like a apologist for Christendom. You know, people get called bigots because they're, you know, because of their faith. They have to be not pro-gay. Doesn't mean they hate gay people. A lot of people use it as a bludgeon, but you know, it's a sin that you have to abstain from. You know, if you're Christian, and I say, if you're going to be Christian, don't rewrite the Bible to suit your fancy.
Oh yeah,
either be an indulgent gay person that finds another religion, if you find one at all, that complies with your lifestyle, or be a devout gay Christian in the sense that you're aware of your attraction and you try to pray it away, and you abstain from indulging in the practice. You're aware of yourself, you don't indulge the sin. It's the same with thievery. There's kleptomaniacs. That's a cross to bear if you're Christian, or a lot of religions really.
He's just calling you ma'am now.
Right? Yeah, I know. Well, it's just like it's annoying because like I'm actually engaging in good faith, as Eric would say. And he's already just ripped me off. It's like, oh, it's just moral relativist, leftist, nothing. You know, it's like,
well, it's like, and you're not avoiding the question. You just answered his last question.
Okay, so you guys have little debates back and forth. And stuff.
Well, it's only just started from yesterday.
Oh, okay.
And it's like he's kind of misconstruing things I was saying specifically about Star Wars and how it's written in a box of like. Sorry, what?
Oh, sorry. I was going to say you guys are going to definitely have to talk all this out, like not just, you know.
Well, yeah, I told him like I had addressed this. I was hoping you'd be here at the start, so you know, to not interfere with having you as a guest. But you're here now, so I'm giving him his time. But if you're just going to be dismissive and I don't know the term for it, but like I don't know, asking things but with like a backhanded angle,
passive aggressive.
Passive aggressive, I guess. Like. I don't know. I'll give you the link another day. You can stream and, you know, hash it out if you wish. I'll engage you directly. Not afraid or whatever. It's a lot easier if you're a religious person. You have a text that gives you definition, even though I would argue it's arbitrary. I've said like I have talks with Rookie all the time where I'm like, we need religion, you know, and I think we're going through the growing pains of the religions that have maintained for thousands of years have finally kind of hit their peak for applicability for most of the world, but we're struggling to find the replacement. And unfortunately, woke stuff resonates with the masses. Yeah, it's Star Wars is a pseudo religion, Star Trek, all these franchises, but there's like people don't really acknowledge that because we've seen the creators that have made these fake worlds. We're aware of like the effects and stuff, versus in the past, arguably, it was like a long thread of like passing stories from person to person over centuries, and then it gets codified and it reinforces laws or reinforces societal taboos and whatnot. And so you never see like the donuts get made, you know. It's not to me, that's not an antagonistic view. I'm kind of like a Daniel Dennett, I think it's his name. So on the Four Horsemen atheists, I really like his perspective because he's not antagonistic. He seems like more of like a guy it's like, I don't believe in this stuff, and you know, I have philosophical debates, but I think religion is just like, you know, a series of memes that got codified societally, and no one really like picked up on that. And you know, it's kind of after the fact, like, oh, this is the truth, you know.
Well, I want to answer his question because I think it's a stupid question. Honestly, your stupid statement here, where he says, you know, you claim genocide is immoral. What source of absolute moral truth informs you that genocide is immoral? I believe that if you need something to tell you that genocide is immoral, you are retarded. Like it's as simple as the concept as you're alive right now as a person. You're alive. You're a human being. You're living, breathing. You've seen things not live. You've seen things get killed and stop, and they are over. You don't want that to happen to you. That's why you're compelled to live. I mean, that's part of the reason why you're compelled to live. Imagine that happening to, you see somebody or whatever cause a genocide, a mass killing of people. Probably not good, typically. However, this is where the questions come up of the atom bombs being dropped. That's the question of, will this mass amount of death that we cause prevent a larger amount of death over time? Where neither thing is right, but one is less not right or something.
Just
like
wanted
one
to
is
make Godzilla. That's all we wanted to do. Relax, everybody.
I don't know. If the intention is to prevent a larger amount of deaths, then it's with good intentions that they're trying to do a genocide, but it's still not good. It wouldn't be like.
Do you watch Game of Thrones, Vonster?
No, it'd
still be. Yeah.
Okay.
I wouldn't base my things on whether or not it's immoral. I feel like that's an irrelevant question of whether or not it's moral or immoral to me.
I feel like he was being into more. I thought he was decrying moral relativism earlier, but now he's doing moral relativism. I don't know.
Yeah. I really love Game of Thrones. The questions presented and analyzed. In conjunction with very interesting religions that echo real religions. Like, I didn't know this. I was digging into the religions of Game of Thrones. The main religion that takes over Westeros when we're watching the story is basically Catholicism. They have like a sept. It's like the Vatican in the capital city. And it's got its order, whatever. They got like silent sisters. They're like basically nuns that, at least heads of state, they perform, the rituals of burial and care of the body and whatnot for the ceremonies and stuff. And I didn't know this, but I was looking in because some religions are based on there's like the Lord of Light. Lord of Light, we see a practitioner. She's influencing the older brother of the king, who is now trying to claim the throne rightfully by inheritance because he was the king. He's dead. And there's like radical religious shift happening in his neck of the woods, the Lord of Light worship. And it's like somewhat echoes like Jesus worship, there's some imagery that, God and fire and whatnot, but it's also kind of like they'll sacrifice people and shit. They'll burn relics and stuff because it's sacrilege to the Lord of Light.
Yeah.
And there's weird shades of like Christendom, Christ aspects to Lord of Light, but then also like she gets impregnated by the king for like magic, whatever, but it's like she bursts a demon to kill his rival. And they're concerned with like basically a death god or something. And then there's actually a cult on Essos, the other side of the planet, or across the sea at least, basically like Europe, that has a death god. It's like the many-faced god. And there's like a assassin guild that's tied to it. Okay. And their whole thing, their real end-all be-all is like, what do we say to the god of death? It's like, not today. And I think that's very interesting to me. And anyway, the Church of the Seven, they have like these different like persons, whatever's like the mother, the father, the crone, etc. And it turns out, it's never clear in the show, but it's basically like a extension of the Trinity. Like it's three persons, it's one God, but everyone watches it probably assumes it's like seven gods. And so in the show, it seems that like the people of the world are misconstruing the theology of the seven because they have the old gods before this new religion takes hold. And I don't know, I just find it interesting. Wait, we was Kangs. When have I ever talked we was Kang stuff besides joking? Like, see, again, you're just being antagonistic. I'm like actually engaging. It's like, do you want real?
Kangs.
I don't know if you're trying to be a troll or
we said in the last few minutes, or you just like fucking off. Like,
yeah. Anyways, explaining the religion a bit to give some grounds for the show. Right. So the family, one of the powerful families of Lannister, there's Tywin. He's basically the king in hiding. Yeah. And he has the Red Wedding, and it's like a huge societal, like, you don't kill guests at dinner, which has historical precedent in the real world through history. And when someone confronts them about like, well, you didn't like fight properly, you didn't engage in like proper conduct of warfare, you did like a dirty deed. He's like, is it better? Is it more honorable to have killed 4 guests at dinner or 10,000 men on the field? And so like this rounds back to what Rookie's talking about with like the A bomb.
Yeah.
It's like, I agree dropping the A bomb, but I also think it's bad. It's a war crime. It's like the ethics we proclaim to have in the West. Like, well, that's really dirty that we did that, you know, because they did Pearl Harbor, and that was the whole instigating thing for World War II for us.
We were like, we're gonna hit you back, and it's gonna scare the shit out of you, and you're gonna surrender. Boom.
Yeah.
And we're the first people to drop the A bomb. Yeah, we dropped that shit. We wanted to know.
It's one of those things where I guess you're doing a horrible thing for what you think is a good reason.
Yeah.
I guess. But it's acknowledged that it's a bad thing. Like, it's not good to do that.
Yeah,
I feel like you don't need to have a book tell you it. Yeah.
People are pro-nuke, you know.
Exactly. It's like, but I guess with this guy, it seems like you need to have a source that tells you that in order for it to be moral or immoral or something, which sounds ridiculous.
I guess I'll adopt the religion in Beneath the Planet of the Apes.
Like, well, it's the kind of thing where he says this, like, you know, what was your source? And it's like, well, I don't need a source to tell me that humans need water to survive. That's what you
source?
do. It's a fact. Like, you don't need a source that tells you this. You need like a thing like that to say it.
You guys are both fucking awesome. This has been, my face hurts from laughing, by the way. And I'm just beat because I probably didn't get enough sleep and I woke up early.
No, it's like almost 12. I get it.
Yeah,
yeah.
Good.
So I'm gonna bail. I don't know how long you guys usually roll.
You're good. We're surprised you're here this long. It's good 3 hours.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man.
I was having
That's
a good
good.
time. So thanks for that. I appreciate you.
Yeah, we try to keep it real over here. There's no fronting, no high siding.
Thanks. Well, thanks for having me.
It's cool having you on,
Thanks for
man.
having me. You guys are awesome. And yeah, anytime, just hit me up. Maybe we could detract again someday.
Oh,
Yes.
there's always detracting to do.
Beautiful.
Go-
Well, good night,
wait,
everybody.
Can DM me your link for you too, so I can push it on here and add it to the
You got it.
description.
Cool,
Thank
man.
you again, Vaughn. And
Yep.
yeah, you just get out here, go sleep, man. Have a good day.
All right.
Oh wait,
Good night,
really
everybody.
quick, where were you streaming before?
I was on Telepathic Bunny's channel.
Okay, I know the
talking
name.
my comics with him. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. No. Do you have a campaign coming soon, or are you currently campaigning?
Well, we got Kataru Witch Hunter on Indiegogo and on Fund My Comic, and that book is so, like, it's sad. Like, you guys got to get this book. Kataru is one of the most amazing characters you're gonna meet. He's kind of a rogue, highly trained witch hunter. They're not just physical and like samurai ninja style combatants. They also have real good detection skills. They've been trained from like young age to like suss out witches and just take them down. And when you corner a witch, they demon out the horns, the fangs, the razor blade fingers and tongues. They're horrific monsters. And Kataru's kind of cool because he's a rebellious witch hunter. He's kind of on the run from his own kind while he kind of vagabonds from town to town, doing good, saving the day, hopefully, in his own dark, kind of quirky, funny way, and then moving on to the next town because he's kind of a witch hunter on the run. So, yeah, it's just an awesome, badass sword and sorcery, samurai, haunted Japan story. And I think people are going to really dig it. People who read it, they tell me it's my best work, and I'm like, what? No, because I made this like some years ago. It was like one of my first comics before I did Monster MD.
So should I start with this one and then the rest go downward?
No, that's a good question.
Work up to this one and end on it.
Aha, okay, I found it. I was going through your website.
But yeah, man, I'm doing that, and then I want to do Terror in the Trenches Part 2. People loved 1. It's time to tell the second half of the story. It's a trilogy. So Monica and I have been working on Part 2. It's just this freaking work of art. We call it Bruce Timm on roids.
Who's Monica?
Monica was my artist on Monster MD.
Okay.
Italian artist, really amazing. Kind of a more animated kind of style. Just somehow we just work really well together. We make something. My writing, her art. It's peanut butter chocolate. People love it. They go nuts. So we did Terror in the Trenches because we wanted to take kind of a golden age character of Black Terror that no one gave a damn about, and make him cool again, make him interesting, make him dark, make him haunted, make him conflicted about the fact that this terror gas that gives him his powers might make him really lose his mind and kill everyone one day. It's a great story too. So that is going to be for sale too with Kataru Witch Hunter. But yeah, you could also go to riseagain.com and sign up for my newsletter and check out our stuff on that website. So I'm around, man. I'm around and making books. It's happening.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at this. This looks really awesome. And yeah, we'll have to begin to like properly talk comics as well.
I would like that. Yeah.
I am I am a backer off and on when I can afford it for stuff. And this looks fucking cool. And you got all this like background stuff in your campaign.
Yeah. It's I don't know. It's a little like manga inspired, but it's very much me. Like my kind of darkness, the humor, the good one-liners, the adventure, the twists and turns, a story that you can really sink your teeth into. Great character. Kataru, I think people are gonna dig him. There's something to him. I don't know what it is. He's the roguish, he's that vagabond badass swordsman that we all know and love, but he hunts the dark things, but he has his flaws too. He's got his own things he's haunted by. So I hope people check it out.
So if I get the digital, how quick do you fulfill?
I could fulfill it pretty quick. I was actually about to start sending the digitals out pretty soon.
Awesome.
I started mailing the main bulk of them recently, so they're going out. Books are going out.
Sweet.
Well, without further ado, I'm just kick you so I don't make you linger.
Thanks, buddy.
Yep. Have a good one, man. We'll see you around. Yep. That's good.
All right, Matt. Now's your time. I'm going to send you the link actually. If I'm dropping in the chat. So if you want to come on, Matt Hunter.
Yeah, you seem pretty silly.
I'll directly engage. It's just weird that you're talking this absolutism and racism, but then you're, I don't know, for jokes or being serious, trying to be racist to me, which is fine. I'm not gonna ding you for it. As far as like blocking or anything, you have to go really out of line for me to pull that antagonism. But yeah, you're like when Europe was producing Newton and Shakespeare, your black ancestors yet to produce a will. It's actually a very interesting video about why, besides like chariots with Egypt, most of Africa just didn't use the wheel because there's a lot of disparate areas where the wheel wasn't practical. There's a lot of desert if you're trying to engage commerce with the rest of the Mediterranean world, that the wheel wasn't the best means. I mean, Alexander had a huge problem. They'd have to like destroy their wheel-based vehicles, trying to traverse like the mountains and whatnot in their quest from Turkey into the rest of the Near East. But yeah, if you want to come on, the link's there in the chat. Directly engage me. It's just weird because it's like you seem triggered that like I don't subscribe to a defined written morality that's arbitrarily chosen to follow by people. Wait, Dave. What about Dave? I'm saying you, Matt. Maybe I accidentally said Dave, but I meant you, Matt. Come in the stream. The link's there. Since you got such a problem, let's hash it out. I don't get why you're so triggered. It's like I don't expect most people to subscribe to my worldview. I know it's kind of extreme. I'm very well aware of that. Yeah, pull up, says Pike Bishop. Pull up.
Exactly, but I don't want to wait around forever. So,
no, sure.
So, what? We're gonna be going for another like 30 minutes, I guess, right? Or less.
Yeah.
Or
in the meantime, waiting for him.
I sent you a couple of videos, like a little alligator getting water poured on its head. Stuff.
Yeah, you can play if you want.
Little things. Yeah. Pull up some Twitter. I'll pull up some Twitter to entertain. We didn't even talk about Star Wars that much, which is fine. I don't really want to talk about it anyway because it was a lame episode. Nice and boring.
Well, it's just all right with the Star Wars thing for the chat. The weird thing is that the whole drive thus far, it seems, is that the dark side poopy hair girl wants revenge on the 4 Jedi that were at her homeworld for what resulted in the death of not just her mother's actually, but the whole witch coven, these Force witches. And it's actually not as cool as you'd think. Like you hear witches and stars, you think Mother Talzin, the Night Sisters.
No,
It's
these
like,
are just like bitches in robes at night.
yeah, it's like Rings of Power, kind of like uninteresting. I mean, the Black Mother has like a regality to her, you know. I like the imagery, but just it feels like cosplay stars are like, oh, I made my own fan fiction.
Yeah.
Which people are already like writing you off like that, but I'm trying to like in good faith take in the show. Matt Hunter, why are you not in my fucking stream? The link's in the chat. You want to talk? Get on the stream. We've already discussed why genocide is immoral, regardless of.
We already answered your question.
dogma.
If you're fucking listening, then you already have the answer here. But you also have the link to come on and talk. You don't have to show your face. You can just talk.
Yeah, StreamYard, you can just have a blank avatar screen. Yeah, you're okay. Waiting for you to pull up.
Yeah, pulling up now.
Oh, what is this?
I don't know.
Oh, it's the pet gator.
As Wally's cuddles have helped him through depression.
He's not your typical alligator. He's more affectionate. He just comes up and he just lays and cuddles. He'll take naps with.
So how exactly does Wally help Joe emotionally?
Yeah, wouldn't you want a little pet gator when you see get little guys like that?
So, I don't know. There's this weird theory I have. I don't know. I've never dug into any actual scientific research. I've seen this thing before, like an emotional support gator, and trying to get it registered and stuff. There's this weird thing with like animals where it's like you'll see videos of like dogs where they look like bored or something. And it's like, I think there's a weird thing of intellect for all animals, potentially, of once like they're domesticated in a domestic environment, like there's something that's like a mental potential. It's like tapped that wouldn't be otherwise in the like instinctual wild. And it's even with like lions, with like dolphins, like with really intelligent animals, there still seems to be like this baseline that they don't really hit unless they're engaging with animals or with humans and with, I guess maybe the stability of constant food. So that's not like a stressor, maybe. So they have like maybe that is the opening. Just like with humans, we seem in our history like there's some industry with like tools, some artistry, but then like once we like figured agriculture, that seems to be like the real like deciding factor to advance us.
Mm-hmm.
I love the little head shake. It's funny because the frog seems kind of annoyed. You're like,
they gotta get this off me. This little gator's like, yes.
He's like,
that's the
yes,
spot.
yes.
That's the spot.
Again, you're saying it 3 times now. Like me and Rookie have already answered our own perspectives. Again,
like if you're not listening, then that's on fucking you, dude. One, I think it's kind of stupid to ask the question, why is genocide immoral? It's just like one of those things where you don't want to die knowing that
you have empathy.
If you intentionally try to kill a bunch of other people, that's just clearly not good. It doesn't matter if there's a source that tells you it is or isn't. If you're relying on a source to tell you that that's not a good thing to do, then you're retarded. Like, I don't know how else to tell that to you. Like, that's what you're relying on. But at this point, you've been answered the question. We've answered the question more than once, and you have the link to talk as well to us, and you're just not doing it. What the fuck?
Yeah, you just spam.
Why do you care? Why do you care so much? You're spamming in the chat now, and we're like trying to engage with you. And you're not answering things. We've answered more than what you've said as well, and then you're just like, "We was gangs." Dude,
yeah, it's like, are you just like, do you need a hug box for everyone to just agree with you? Like, I mean, it's kind of the root of humanity's conflict for territory, for women, for resources, for ideology. Like there's been a lot of genocide tied with your morally defined books that dictate people's world.
Yeah. So when God has a flood to do what? Like wipe out the earth, except for the survivors that it chooses.
8 people.
Is that well, I mean, that's a genocide. But I guess you'd call that morally good at that point because it's God approved. Like, I don't know. If God says it's okay, it's okay. Is that where that goes to? This is where this shit goes with me, Angus, because I wasn't raised around people that ask stupid questions like this.
Yeah, it's just simply like you like to live, and so with the theory of mind, you should be able to understand that other people also want to live for whatever reason, and so,
So when you
not
picture
living is kind of
massive-
the ultimate like, oh,
that's
well,
the
that
end
puts us
of
in
that's
conflict.
the end for you. You're done. So
Yeah, regardless if you have an afterlife or if you don't believe in it, everyone has the instinctual will to live and
Yes.
to like, you have fight or flight responses.
I mean,
Those
that's
are
proven by animals.
instinctual.
It's proven by animals that do not have language that try to live instead of die. Like,
that's
it's
actually
simple.
another good
Fucking
point that I
simple.
was thinking about. Okay, so people think you need a defined book from magic sky person or whatever you deem is a god or a force or entities,
Yeti monster, whatever it is.
Simply put, at least in intelligent animals, like monkeys, not even apes, monkeys, there is a proven sense of ethics that like you don't cross. All right, so you test two monkeys, it's a blind test, so they don't see each other. They might be aware of each other, but they don't see each other in the test. So they have to do a task, hit a button, get a reward. They hit a button, one gets a cucumber and he's totally happy. The other one gets grapes. He's totally happy. You remove the blind, and now Grape Monkey is now kind of coveting his grapes because they're more nutrient dense, sugar. It's calorically dense versus a cucumber is basically water, maybe a little bit of vitamin A, I think. And so like everyone wants the grape over the cucumber because of its value. All right. And so when Cucumber Monkey is doing the same task as Grape Monkey and sees that he's getting a different reward for the same work, he gets fucking pissed. And so then he starts questioning, what am I doing wrong? And so then he like goes the test couple more times, like, all right, hit the button. Great. Fuck, cucumber, what the fuck? And he does it again. And then at some point he just gets fucking pissed and fed up because it's like, all right, this game is rigged. Why am I getting fucked? I'm out. And they just give up.
They have an understanding of fairness.
And now they're just trying to steal the grape because they know like I'm being robbed in this test. So there's no, at least apparently, I mean, maybe animals have some sort of connection to God, whatever that is. But it's very clear just on a baseline, there's an ethics system. You can do this with dogs, do this with dolphins, do this with elephants, of course, apes, even like lower sentient animals. I'm pretty sure there's like a baseline. And then there's just like a rule of power, like Midas power in the animal kingdom. Fucking lobsters. Jordan Peterson's done great work with like the psychological analysis compared to humans with lobsters and the serotonin systems that we have.
He's literally just posted the same question again. Dude, are you fucking listening or are you just retarded? We answered the question more than once. You have the link that you can come and chat, but you're a little pussy bitch who doesn't want to talk to us, and you're spamming the same question now. What is your damage?
Yeah, it's like I don't know. I guess he's just triggered that. Like,
You've given multiple examples. You've addressed 0 of them, and you're repeating the same question.
Yeah, and
you also smaller and smaller. Are you regressing to being more stupid for some reason?
Yeah, and you're like triggered in your view that I was I don't know, softballing Eastern philosophies versus the West that I'm more critical of. Like, well, first of all, I'm more critical because I live in the West and I've been subject to ideologies in the West, and so I see their impact, pro and con, and so I'm going to be more critical because I live among it. I've not lived among Eastern philosophy. At most, I've been in a Western campaign in a Islamic country, and those weird hurdles of like, well, don't do this because we're in a Muslim country, so these are like faux pas. So you observe them out of respect because we're in a conflict. We're trying to coalesce with the same mission against the Taliban. I don't know. It's like I don't have a lot of criticism besides like, oh, well, like extremist Islamists become terrorists and, at least in our view, are terrorists, and we have conflicts. I don't know. Like, I don't have a depth of knowledge about Islam compared to Christendom in various denominations, where I'm critical of it and I don't partake because I'm like, well, that doesn't make sense.
And I guess I don't know what the specifics of immoral has to do with anything. He just repeats it again.
Yeah,
he's just fucking around now.
Why
All
are
right,
you
you're boring. You're boring and a little bitch now.
You're
for not engaging.
boring.
You seem to
Fucking
be like
California shit.
It's annoying because you seem to be engaged and like wanting to have discussion before, and now you're just spamming shit. Which it could be you going, it'd just be funny if I put the same thing down, but we're not reading the sarcasm with it, so because it's just in text, and we've given in-depth answers and a chance for you to join the conversation yourself, and you're not. So I don't know what else you want, dude.
Yeah, you just trigger that I'm not Christian. Like, I mean, I was gonna say Vonster, because he's talking about like, being Christian's hard. It's like, no, like, it'd be nice to just go along with it and have a community, whichever denomination I picked, have a community. But it's like, I don't believe in it, so I'd be a fraud to like just go and partake, and I don't believe in it, like, and so it's like a hard right for me to not hoodwink people and make them think, oh, like I'm one of you, hello fellow young people, like it's like
exactly.
it's a hard right where it's like, yeah, it's isolating to not try to be one with the flock, and yeah, it's hard to figure out what is the right answers for stuff, what is the big questions or whatever, what's the answer to them. I don't know, like I think of that stuff a lot.
Well, I mean, there's been civilizations throughout, say, all of human history that have had different conclusions, answers, reasons, knowledge, whatever to come with, and it's always changing. The fact that we are aware of any of the really old ones at all is astounding for some of the stuff that, the history isn't lost entirely. So, I don't know. It's always going to be something that changes.
Yeah, it's like I don't know what you want if you're not going to actually engage.
You're not engaging now,
so
you're boring.
You, I guess.
So you're
spam all you want.
Like, all right,
and you can come in the chat, engage me, but you're too much of a bitch. I guess you're a ripatard. I don't know. You front all this stuff, but you can't follow through and not being hostile to you. It's like, in good faith, as Eric would say.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's look at this Acolyte article. Let's see what they're saying. This is the first thing that popped up. Present.
I'm ready to watch The Boys. I'm hearing people bitch about it on Twitter. So
I saw Vox Electronica, which
what it'll be. Which I'm on the edge of, like, I don't like it as much as I did in the beginning, but there's still stuff that I like in it.
Oh, so there's so much going on though.
I will see what they're doing. I'm curious what they got.
The Acolyte episode 3 controversy explained.
Well, before you even go into that, I was thinking about today. Episode 3 is kind of like The Last of Us, though The Last of Us is actually good quality with it, but still.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they're a little heavy-handed trying to just smear the Jedi in this story. Now, part of this is like maybe what is not clearly presented that some shows do better at, of like Last Jedi, the whole like, here's Luke's perspective, here's Kylo's, and then there's like kind of what happened. It's like a misunderstanding on both sides, and it's just been a big fallout because of these misunderstandings. It's not great for the full story, but like that's like a good little concise example of, I think, maybe what they're trying to go with, of like, this is the dark side twins perspective, but it's like they're just filming it like straight, like this is the sequence of events that happened. So for us to try, like, you should be trying to layer this, like, from my perspective, the Jedi are evil, and it's not done well at all. And it feels like forced that they're like just trying to smear the Jedi, which are like historically, even if they fail, they're like the good guys that, you're rooting for, to be like, oh, they're on the right side of the argument, or, they're trying to serve light, which you assume helps the galaxy. And then they just pop in, and it seems like they've been spying on them, and then this Coven's aware of them, trying to hide their children, because it's like a big, like, oh fuck, like magic born Force twins. That would be, Jedi really want that. And they like mention some vague thing about Republic law, but they never follow through with what that is. So it seems like maybe there's some sort of institutional monopoly the Jedi have
were the
on Force
Jedi
children.
responsible for like reducing their numbers to what they are, or not?
Yeah, so it's weird. So you got 4 Jedi here, and they want to like question the children, I guess, to maybe take them to Coruscant for training. But it's like they seem like they have a monopoly, and it's just like that seems fucked up. It's one thing before it seemed the Jedi that they were aware of Force sensitive children across the galaxy, but like they needed the parental submission of the child to the order.
Yeah,
That it's
I
not
think
just
I think the implication
kids.
I think the implication was that it's a consensual giving up of the child. Like that was also what happened in a way with Anakin. Like, it was like, you have to be able to want to go. There's a choice. It wasn't that we're just taking you. They chose to free him. They didn't have to.
Yeah. See, I didn't like the delivery. It's like, I mean, you already got me liking Soul. Don't really know what the other Jedi. I mean, the Wookiee sucks. Just his look looks weird, He doesn't feel like full form like Chewbacca or the Wookiees on Kashyyyk or Black Chrysanthemum from Book of Boba Fett, where he sees like a big, brawny, bulky creature. The head doesn't match the body size. It's just an annoyance. But anyway. Episode 3 of Disney's newest Star Wars series, The Acolyte, introduces a new group of Force users to the galaxy, sparking backlash from some fans who accuse the series of breaking canon. Rotten Tomatoes, the show's favorable critic score stands in stark contrast to its dismal audience score. J.R.R. Tolkien account says, the first 2 episodes of Acolyte were solid, good, but not spectacular. But enough to get my attention to keep watching. I simply cannot find this audience response. There's simply nothing in the show itself, in my opinion, that merits the level of hate. So it's down to 26% on Rotten Tomatoes audience score. So episode 3, titled Destiny, explores the backstory of twin protagonists Asha and May, both played by Mandela Stenberg, and then younger portrayals of these twins, showing how the 2 were raised in a cult-like coven of witches on the planet Brendok before being separated after a disruptive Jedi intervention. Honestly, the way they present it's like, kill those fucking Jedi because they're trying to it's like CPS trying to take your kids.
But it's stupid too, because they're like, the whole Jedi Order would be after us, and one of them was like, no one would care about these 4 Jedi. It's like, well, that's pretty bold of you to assume, but okay.
The witches view the Force differently from the Jedi, dubbing it the thread, and seemingly viewing it as something that cannot be controlled, only pulled in a certain direction. The idea of different religions inspired by the Force isn't new to the franchise, but The Acolyte is the first time that splintering Star Wars belief systems have been shown in live action, which is like, just conceptually, I'm like, yes, I want like more perspective. Again, look at Christendom. You have Catholicism more or less in control. There's, by their view, heresies that pop up, but they seem squashed in whatever way. But then, you have the schism with the Orthodox Church. And then 500 years later, you have Luther kicking off Protestantism with what becomes Lutheranism. And then, Calvinism pops up, and etc. Eventually, the Puritans pop up, come to America because England's like, get the fuck out. And so you have a real life precedent of like, all right, here's like one idea, but then all these different views of interpreting it. So I'm very much in favor of like expanding the denominations of the Force users. So they already have me on board conceptually, but it's just bad delivery. In the all-female coven, the question of who fathered the twins gives way to a surprising answer: the Force, or rather the thread. Like Anakin Skywalker, the twins appear to be a result of an immaculate conception carried to term by Mother Coral, who is the like white Dathomirian. Unlike Anakin, who was canonically created by the unknown, a noble will of the Force, the twins appear to have been a result of some kind of experiment, with Mother Anastasia claiming credit for their creation. After the Jedi asked to test the Force sensitivity of the twins, the growing rift between the 2 children widens, with Asha seeking to join the Jedi and May demanding they both stay in the coven. While the witches lean toward the dark side of the Force, the Jedi don't seem on the right side of history. They radiate with sinister vibes, politely insisting that they have the Force-given right to take the twins away from their home planet. They might not force the children to come, but they do pressure them. One even hands Asha a lightsaber as though the deadly blade is a toy. It's a disorienting plot twist. The entire coven of witches appears to die from a fire that may have started by accident. Well, no, she started on purpose to try to kill her
Well, no,
sister.
they're going to they're probably going to show what happened with May after she set the thing on fire. They'll show what happened up there, and they'll probably try to make it seem like there's probably some lame arguments, and that's what Mahler and them were thinking too. That there's gonna be some lame argument, and that's why all of them were killed up there. And that's why they blame the Jedi or whatever. Even though she set a fire to kill her sister, but that the Jedi tried to interfere or something up there.
Yeah, it's obvious there's no side to the story, but it's too early to draw conclusions. What sparked a backlash to episode 3 of The Acolyte? First off, there's the anti-woke fans and content creators who dislike the show's diverse cast and LGBTQ themes, claiming the franchise is booting their male fan base. This segment of the fandom has been stoking culture war grievances since The Last Jedi, with melodramatic critique and frantic thumbnails of anti-woke YouTubers being something of a meme at this point. Haven't seen The Acolyte, but saw someone get riled up in a conversation about Deadpool because they are gay witches who use the Force to make babies now, and Disney is destroying something. First of all, that's cool. Second, that's how Darth Vader was born, you dork. Yeah, again, the precedent is set already with.
Well, I think it was more implied that there was an unknown reason how Anakin was there. Like maybe it was because of Plagueis and stuff, but this is more explicitly these two women created these two Force-powered children too. Like there's that difference. This is entirely intentional, like an entirely intentional birth of them. That's where I'd say the difference is.
I wish you two would stop recommending me Star Wars bad videos, because I've never watched one. But I do love how this thumbnail has Ryan as the person George is mad at, as if JJ didn't begin in the trilogy. Plus, George not liking the sequel trilogy is old news. And George said TLJ was beautifully made. Well, that could just be a technical.
Well, that's kind
review.
of a light type of. It's a beautiful mess, isn't it? Yes, this is a.
By the time Last Jedi came out, he didn't even comment on it. He wasn't at the premiere. He's just clearly fuck this.
It's pretty, yeah.
Repetitive identity fixations aside, some Star Wars fans have accused the Acolyte of breaking canon and reducing significance of Anakin, as Anakin was believed to be uniquely conceived, his creation tied to his destiny as the chosen one, fated to bring balance to the universe. Other Star Wars fans dislike the way the Jedi have been portrayed, as the series appears to be questioning the moral authority and competence of the space monks. However, this nuanced, critical view of the Jedi is far from a new development, having been introduced by Lucas in the prequel trilogy. Someone says the Jedi are explicitly flawed. I swear some of y'all watched the Clone Wars and the prequels with eyes closed. Yeah, he's kind of has a bad take here. I've seen some of her Dune coverage, and I'm prone to like her. Definitely like that Dune cast stream she was on, but looks like she's maybe fallen in line with.
She's going with the Lucas interpretation of the Jedi being good.
Sure.
What she's
it's they're the good guys. Doesn't mean that everything they do is good or that they're interpreting everything correctly. I mean, that's kind of the value of Qui-Gon Jinn. Qui-Gon Jinn is always in disagreement with the council. It's why he's not on the council.
But that's what she said. That's why she explains in a couple of these. I saw a glance at some of it too, where like that's part of the Jedi falling to part of their downfall a little bit. Is I guess she's saying if they stayed completely to the Jedi stuff, then
exactly what I say about Anakin.
Pretty much. Well, exactly. So, yeah.
The most important part of being a Star Wars fan is, of course, barely complaining about Star Wars. I hate this angle. It's we're fans, and so we're
why would non-fans give a fuck?
Yeah, non-fans don't care about Star Wars. It's the fans that are going to argue about a new thing in Star Wars. I mean, does this match up or not? Is this in the spirit of Star Wars? It's such a weird angle. It's of course, Eagles fans are going to bitch about the Eagles. It's because I'm invested in them being fucking good. You just meme anything else in this argument, and it's completely falls on its face.
Yeah.
Force Awakens made Solo a sad old divorcee. Yay. Last Jedi makes Luke Skywalker a sad old hermit. Boo. Clone Wars introduces witches. How cool. The Acolyte introduces witches. Meltdown. Yeah.
I feel like I hate that type of simplistic comparing though, because the execution of them is a huge fucking difference.
It's dismissive of the context. So it's like, this is again why it's like I'm very frustrated with the Acolyte commentary, because like there's legitimate just critical commentary to have about execution and mass appeal, and specifically boy appeal. You know, what's the next generation of Star Wars fans? Like, what's the real engagement? Like, Star Wars should just be an ever constant fandom of like, we're at 1 billion fans, and we're always fans die and new fans come, and we're all fans. You know, like there should be a steady like sustainment, if not growth, of this franchise fandom. And when you're making such like a it's not the inclusion of a diverse cast or diverse representation of identities in the series, but it seems like that's kind of the hook, line, sinker pitch for these shows, and it's frustrating because it's like you're doing a disservice to whatever minority you're trying to portray or boost when you do it badly, because now you put a sour taste in my mouth of like, oh great, oh look, they've said like, oh, we got another black person in Star Wars or a gay person.
I think that's why people have the sentiment of if it's gay or whatever that it's bad, because there's been too much bad ones. So
right, but
unfortunately, like, you know, that's why like when The Last of Us 3 came out, everybody was like, no, it's gross because they're gay, and it's like, no, but these ones are not bad though. So
yeah, it's like they're not caricatures, you know. It's like the identity doesn't define the one aspect of their identity does not define their overall character. It's like they're nuanced, they have depth. For the short time we're actually with them, it's like you got a nice introduction to these characters that could be their own spin-off. What should be like, I wouldn't invest in a spin-off of Bill and Frank. I mean, besides like maybe
especially since they're pretty isolated where they are.
Yeah.
So. No adventures really.
Yeah,
they showed a montage of their life pretty much. So
we got a nice, like, just the right amount of this like side couple that rounds back in thematics with Joel and Ellie, and to kind of reflect on like Joel specifically opening up, you know, emotionally to someone, not walling off people, because it's like love that he just lost at that point. He doesn't really like, you know, engage the loss. He's already like hardened, you know, and that's limited the investment he had with that woman that basically was like his wife, you know. But yeah, it's like I like at face value, it's like you nail it, John Leo. But you're missing the context of like, no, people do have a reason to be pissed, and it's not even like, you know, arguably bigoted commentary to like pander to like libs of TikTok. And again, this kind of stuff only leans into like the libs of TikTok fucking pandering of like, oh no, gay teacher, whatever, and oh look, here's a gay person that's like completely unrelated to that topic, but like, oh look, another gay, and so it's just equal to like wacky TikToks.
It leans into it, but both do it where like whenever they cast more of them, like they cast more minorities or women or gay, whatever, it's more shield to have for this sort of thing, for the criticism to be like, you're just racist, you're just gay, and all that stuff. Still,
I do like this meme, me dealing with Star Wars fandom online versus me after dealing with the Star Wars fandom online, showing like, oh man, this really wore me down.
Yes,
that's a good meme template.
But I'd say with Star Wars in general, I've been worn down in general.
Yeah. Anyway, the ability to create life using the Force was mentioned in the prequels, and Palpatine tells Anakin that a powerful Sith Lord, Plagueis, learned how to do so by using midichlorians. Incidentally, midichlorians is a microbiological scientific explanation that demystified the Force. Disagree. Proved so incredibly unpopular with Star fans. With fans that Star Wars doesn't mention them anymore. Amusingly, Lucas wanted to double down on the concept with his proposed sequel trilogy before Disney bought it. Maybe at this point, Star Wars canon has been broken so many times that it looks like crackle glass. Many of the movies have retconned plot points made in the previous entries, such as Rey becoming Palpatine's granddaughter, C-3PO being invented by Anakin, and Boba Fett surviving his grisly death. That's not really a retcon; it's left open-ended. Honestly, like there's no definite finality in. That's like kind of the whole point. Like EU shit.
Even
took off.
3PO wasn't like explicitly not created by him, so they did. It was an unnecessary thing to add, but I guess they couldn't figure out another way to include the character or to do something. I don't know.
It's like stacking the deck, like in Assassin's Creed, where it's like, oh, you're born of Leonidas, and also Leonidas is from this like Atlantean line, and also your father's Pythagoras, and also your sister is like the assassin leader of the cult that's like rigging this Peloponnesian War. And yeah, it's like, oh man, like you gotta like, what's the flaw? It's a great game, but like, what's the actual like flaw or downside or consequence of any of this?
Yeah, I mean, him having made 3PO doesn't make him too OP, but it is like too convenient a little, considering the reactions in the OT.
Such a huge universe.
Where
it's
there's
just like,
no
really?
there's no reaction to that being a fact. So it's just like one of those unnecessary inclusions, but it's not a retcon.
Other retcons have proven immensely popular and iconic. Darth Vader being Luke Skywalker's father was a retcon.
I feel like they don't know what retcon means. I feel like the person doesn't know what retcon means when he says this. Like, it was an area filled that wasn't defined at the time. They maybe were going with other things, but when you're writing anything, other things is what it was going to be until you get the final version. So that's kind of a pointless thing to.
Yeah. Now the Leia Luke kiss, like that's definitely the follow through in Return of the Jedi is definitely a retcon, which is like, wait, what? Because the first movie, the whole pitch, the poster is like Leia's.
Them being siblings. Well, because that also makes her Darth Vader's daughter. And it's like, that with how the Force works, he probably would have had a little glimpsey poo, little sensation of like, daughter. That's a little Padme in you.
Anakin being a chosen one who brings balance to the Force doesn't make sense in hindsight. George seemed to take inspiration from the false yet accurate. Well,
a lot of people didn't like the chosen one aspect anyway, so it's not really like a popularly accepted aspect anyway.
I always interpret it as like falling through the saga of the 6 films is like in a roundabout way. Vader does bring balance to the Force.
But then he doesn't when we go to the sequels though, because it doesn't balance anything because Palpatine's alive, so it didn't really cause balance.
Yeah, well, I mean, it kind of just stalled, I guess. At best.
To me, it completely takes away the 3-point shot that he had for winning. It takes it away. He was about to make the winning shot, and then yoink, nope.
Well, like I don't know. I think about Star Wars,
instead, Ray taps it in, and it's like, bitch, you made it your point. When it was him, he had it.
See, I feel like my headcanon of Star Wars is that there is always these like agencies that utilize the Force that are trying to like take control of an aspect or the whole thing somehow on the physical plane, and there's like a major conflicting faction that's the opposite, trying to do the same thing for their side. And so there's like just an eternity of light and dark trying to like have control, and that balance is always a fickle state that is fleeting. It might be 100 years, but like, the galaxy's 100 million years or however old it's supposed to be in Star Wars. And so there's probably been, my guess in my head is that there's repeated points of balance, but to me it makes it kind of dumb if there's a prophecy and a chosen one to make the balance that, as you just said, is fleeting. It's like, well, then why is that even the concept? Like, there will be balance anyway, and then there won't be. So yeah, again, this is the problem with Star Wars conceptually, of like a Westerner fetishizing Eastern philosophy, then writing like the good guys will win all the, like that the good guys winning when you're set up a template of balance is what I was talking about the other day, of like, this is the like broken box Lucas unfortunately made with Star Wars that like I've realized, where it kind of diminishes the value of the series, is that like you can't do this balancing and then also have this kind of like Western Christian idea of like Lord of the Rings of like, we win, and everything's right, and like it doesn't match up, and that's like the fatal flaw. and that's why you should watch Star Wars, understanding it like this is a never-ending battle of whatever agencies pop up, whatever new names they make.
It's kind of funny because in general, there's a never-ending battle anyway. Like Attack on Titan, I think was kind of good to show. Even after the rumbling, you destroyed like 80% of the planet. Like it doesn't matter because there'll still be wars in the future. Once the Titans are all gone, there's no more Titans. You think, oh, it's world peace now. There's no more Titans. No, there's still gonna be wars in the future. It doesn't matter, and like because that's how it is with the real world right now. It's like, well, there's not been as many world wars, only 2. But what do we
Only
classify?
2 yet.
But we classify the world wars as like these specific main powers directly colliding with each other, right? We've technically had lots of wars continually forever. Like I don't even know.
Yeah.
Like maybe some have stopped, but other ones have also been started and continued. So. Like right now, there's people fighting in other places, right? So I don't know. There's wars going on all the time. There's no overall peace or balance. So,
Yeah,
and I imagine in their 1,000 years of peace or 1,000 generations or whatever of peace, there's probably shit tons of conflict everywhere, but not to the scale of like a galactic war or the dark side of the Force. So, like. It's like a relative term of even calling it peace. There's no I was gonna say the Clan Federation for some reason, the Trade Federation the Trade Federation and the other ones, whatever other factions they have. Like there might have been just minor versions of wars going on.
Yeah, and like that's the value of the prequels. With like, all right, this like kind of just like one like space route way. Conflict of trade dispute with Naboo, then it's like, hey, we can't really defend ourselves properly. They're starving us. Can the Senate get involved and like force into this blockade to stop, what could become a genocide on my planet? And so then it's like, well, the Senate doesn't really have the power. They don't have a force to like properly wield.
We sent 2 Jedi, and they can't really do that much. So
yeah, and so we send like these marshals essentially to try to like peace talk as like a third party on behalf of the Senate, since both planets are members of the Senate. It's basically a UN conflict, and it's like, and then this like spills out, because it's like you kind of have like a civil war aspect of like, oh, well, like this one faction actually has allies that agree with them, so then you split the Senate and have
and running into Darth Maul was like, oh, there's not only this that we're dealing with, there's that.
Yeah, it's like these political mechanizations are happening that you would assume are just natural disputes that
they're day to day in the life of Star Wars. We're gonna go talk into the Trade Federation to not genocide the planet.
Yeah, and then it's like, oh wait, this like the Sith have actually been in hiding this whole time, and they're behind it somehow. And yeah, so then you get the religious order that's like the peacekeepers. Tied with the state to try to fight this threat, like the layers Lucas put again. It's like the whole World War I thing where it's like this one little thing in one country somehow kicked off an international war for like 4 or 5 years, and set the stage for what would be World War II afterward.
Yeah, a lot of people are stupid though, and they think that that the prequels didn't set up the Clone Wars, and that it just kind of happens by the end of Attack of the Clones. And it's like, bro, the Phantom Menace is the setup for what happens in that one, and it starts at the beginning of Attack of the Clones with like the Trade Federation has gained a lot of support and systems, and are leaving the Republic and joining them, and their factions are growing, and Count Dooku, one of us, is maybe they didn't seem to worry about him, but they're like, oh, he's she believed that he was on the enemy side. So it's like, it's still okay. You're getting into the bigger scale galactic war factions at that point.
It's like when you start tearing it apart, it's like, that little trade dispute for us to like play on Naboo is like actually very pivotal, not just because like George
that's happening everywhere. Like, what if they do that on other planets?
He layers it pretty well, actually. It's just like it's maybe not engaging to like see the like weeds of the details, like
and they only succeeded at protecting Naboo because they went against the Senate. They they went sneaky against the Senate. The Senate didn't approve a mission or whatever, do anything. They had to sneak down there, form an army with the Gungans, and formulate their plan to deactivate the droids and stuff, like so they can get them off the planet and help Naboo. But it's like, so I guess the sentiment is, hey, like, and Padme was pissed too. They're like, y'all are just gonna sit and talk while my people are dying, and it's like, yeah, and it's like, all right, y'all want that to happen to your planet now? So more of them on the Senate are getting put in that position of like, my planet is starving and can be killed, and the Jedi are taking, or Senate's taking forever to, the Jedi can't help eat. Like, why don't I just join the trade then, so we can have food and stuff, like, with, you know, they can provide and they have an army, like, you know, why not?
Yeah,
join those guys. It's really this is why you and I are prequel guys. So why it's so annoying when people just write the prequels off so easily. It's like, I don't know.
You know, the politics of the original trilogy is like, all right, so there's a civil war against the Empire building. There's a rebellion. It's like scrappy, and you know, it has little funds. It's like, you know, like a bear. It's struggling to thrive at all, to like take any like forward steps, which I understand Andor leans into that aspect of a growing rebellion, but you know, it's just it's a drudge. But you know, I appreciate that like aspect of like depth, and and then you get like a detail when they're having like the talks that Vader chokes that guy, where it's like, you know, Tarkin is like, oh, I'm proud to inform you that, you know, the Emperor has dissolved the Senate permanently. And like, that's it. That's all you get is like, there's rebellion. Leia is part of this, and she thought secret, but they've sniffed her out and they've apprehended her, and in hopes to try to, I guess, like either.
And when she said she's part of the Imperial Senate, well, they just dissolved it, so it doesn't matter that that's what you were part of. You're not important anymore.
So yeah, it's like you see that, and it's like, oh, that works fine for a one-off film that Star Wars was originally directed as, but then you actually get the chance to develop it, and now it's like, oh, you need more explanation. But basically, we're following Luke, and it's just an insurmountable threat that just has inexhaustible resources. It's, you know, very simplistic, but then, you know, Lucas gets the ability to like really go in depth and give you the wide range of the. It like the prequels only enhance the original trilogy, but you're focused on a couple characters developing in this galactic fight. Yeah, it's like, I don't know how you don't appreciate just at least the story of the prequels to expand the world of Star Wars. It's very annoying. But yeah, last paragraph, block or whatever. One of the biggest reasons why there's so much friction within Star Wars fandom is the clashing expectations between old and new fans. The series began as a simple good versus evil space opera that grew increasingly confused and convoluted over time as more ambiguity was introduced, but not thoroughly explored. Again, I agree somewhat with that statement. I don't think it's necessarily convoluted. It's just like
there's a lot of expansion.
It's more complex.
A lot of things, but a lot of those complexities weren't explored in a lot of stuff either. So a lot of things were
because there's like
and
the main story you're trying to tell. So it's like,
it's like even with the prequels, it's like, oh yeah, they have children, they get children when they're young, but there's nothing about them that says they like kidnap the children, kill the parents, and do all these horrible things. It's probably a far more formal event of what they do, and you know, being chosen to do it. They really seem to be about your choices too. Like, you don't have to be here. You don't have to be a Jedi. Like, you know, you can, but they want you to want to be, of course. It's like,
yeah. It says, imagine if the black and white worldview of Narnia series was clumsily injected with the philosophy of Game of Thrones halfway through the story. I never quite managed to strike the right tone. Well, yeah, Narnia sucks.
Better. Well, again, Narnia 2, the second one, is better than the first one, far better, because they're whittled down to a handful of magical creatures by the humans, and it's a far more interesting story than the first one.
Yeah, I don't know. I really hate this. Not only this simple morality, it's just like, it's kind of cringe to me to try to like make new folklore stuff like Narnia with like such a simplistic, like you read Beowulf compared to watching the movie that Zemeckis did, like Zemeckis expanded that story so beautifully. Beowulf is like, first of all, it's not cinematically written because it's a fucking at least 1,200-year-old story that was pinned down by monks however long after the story was originally created, and probably had various versions. Also, this version we have is written down by monks, so you don't know what was edited out of it. Potentially, because the Catholic Church was brilliant in preserving, Roman, Greek works of art, but also, they'd probably omit things that were like too spicy to allow, so it's like you have to wonder what was based on like the individual chroniclers, not necessarily the church as an overall entity. There's this beautiful Athena statue that I think is a recreation by Romans. That where do you find it? It's in the Vatican Museum. They have a huge treasure trove of relics that you can't put a price on. So imagine if the black and white, I said that, and never quite managed to strike the right tone. That's where Star Wars is. The Acolyte is experimenting with that limited moral ambiguity. Fans will soon see if the series can hit the nuanced heights of Andor or slump into the Book of Boba Fett. Well, first of all, I wish we were at Book of Boba Fett levels with this show.
At least Boba Fett was funny and you can make fun of it easily. Like, it was fun to make fun of.
Yeah.
I love when she pulled the knife out of the gun to get the guy instead of shooting him. Just he's a knife instead. Or when he ambushes Boba Fett out of the back to tank and throws him instead of just slitting his throat or anything. Just like the little. Did anybody buy the toys of the stupid mopeds? of the colorful speeders, the Power Ranger speeders? So. Like, anyway, yeah. Is that the end of the article?
Yeah, that's about all I got. Next week I'll be more prepared for clips and whatnot. But it's fun having Vaughn on. I love just like crap on Rippaverse with the comic creator.
Yes. Quite good.
Maybe next week Matt will not be a bitch and actually come on stream.
Yeah, I don't know.
Look like a doofus. Because my chat, you look like a bitch. Like spam. You're like, I don't know, just paranoid fucking commentary and spurg, and then resort to like, we was kings, you never made the wheel. It's like, I'm an American black, like I'm a product of fucking slavery at the end of the day. I don't know what, 4 or 5 generations removed from slavery. Like that, the wheel shit doesn't really reflect on me. I'm American. Like I don't. Yeah, I can't really comment on that. It's just like a weird take to like, I'm engaging you and you resort to like, we was kings, no wheel. It's like I don't know. I said in the stream like, yeah, I grew up white. I'm pretty white tempered. Like I don't know. Like,
spamming the same question until we in-depthly answer it more than once, like, seems kind of bitch made. I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe grow some balls next week.
Gave you plenty of time to join the stream. You didn't. Seems like the biggest kind of bitch move you can do, talking a lot of shit.
Disappointing Pike Bishop here.
Yeah.
With this great Once Upon a Time in the West Avatar picture. Yeah, great movie, by the way. I listen to the soundtrack a lot. I love the harmonica theme. Anyway, appreciate y'all hanging out. I know Trashcast is a huge draw. I myself love Trashcast. I leave lots of channels to go watch
but
Trashcast live.
We gotta watch the boys.
But yeah, we're gonna watch the boys. I'm excited. We got 3 episodes dropped. Hopefully we can stay up and watch it all. But yes, I might stream this weekend depending if I get called to work or not. So possibly look forward to me reacting to EVS's art review of Yaira, and I'm very much looking forward to him reviewing Yaira's story. I'm very excited for that. But so we'll have like double dose of Trashcast reactions, and soon I need to hurry up and read it, but finish reading it. But I plan to critically jihad John Malin's Godlike. That's the next on the list, and at some point I'll have to do Cyberfrog 1 and 2. You might be very interested in my takes on those. So appreciate Julio Scissors. Appreciate the super chat earlier, and Summer Swan and Rave for becoming a member again. Thank you for your support. All goes in the Meth Gator coffer or to enhance the channel in various ways. I need to get an overhead for the table to do comic reviews properly. So I might invest in that. But yeah, go sub to the Rookie Critic. He might be uploading a Yaira review soon, next day or two, hopefully. Hopefully he'll get some fresh detractor and a Rippatard traffic on his channel for that. The ire of the Rippatards. He'll be added to the list to take out.
Yeah,
They did Ricada
will be
and
go posted.
Riley. Oh, if you got clipped by goalposts, that'd be a nice boost for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. See y'all next week. We're gonna go watch some boys.